forget all the times we had. You're the only one I see when you look at me. I tried so hard, I couldn't take your face out of my heart. I can't hold back these feelings I have. They are overwhelming me. I feel alive since you fill my mind with delight. feelings are numb. My heart is alive, beating a soul. Need you. Can you still feel my heart's beats? Can you still feel my heart beats? Faster.
Hi, everybody. My name is Aircre and I'm the founder of FinTech Nations. I wanted to let you know a little bit about ourselves and what we're trying to do here. So instead of just having a summit with great talks, with great CEOs, and of course we have them, we have a great lineup. We wanted more than just talks. We wanted people to network. We wanted a matchmaking, and that's what we call it, a matchathon, a matchmaking summit, all about creating these business value propositions between each other, business development opportunities. Companies are looking for investment, for a POC with a bank, open bank APIs, all kinds of collaborations during the summit. So feel free to basically network and schedule a one-on-one talk with one of the participants. That's the idea of the summit. So it's not just about hearing the talks and being with us and just listening to us, but it's mainly about the matchmaking and what are you going to achieve during this summit. And that's why we ask you a certain type of questions of your needs during the summit. So Brella, our platform, will basically matchmake you with other participants based on your needs and what you want to achieve on the matchathon. So I encourage you to use that platform, to use that opportunity that we gave you, and we're going to keep on doing more products around these mindset. So basically, we're going to have also a FinTech hackathon, and we're also going to have a FinTech week. So stay tuned. We're going to basically email you all the information. This event is free of charge. Everybody is welcome. We wanted to embrace the whole industry, the whole FinTech industry. So yes, there is COVID, and yes, Money 2020 was pushed to next year, but we decided on the same dates right now in September to basically have a matchmaking platform for everybody to use and collaborate together. And we're going to come strong from this. So stay tuned for the other announcements. And thank you for trusting and being a part of our community. We're just starting. And we are very, very excited to serve you and give you the value from the time that you invest with us. So thank you very much, and happy FinTech Nations Summit. Thank you.
Does anybody know her name? Does she know I feel the same? Does anybody know her name? How does she feel? Does anybody know her name? Does she know I feel the same? Does anybody know her name? How does she feel? Does anybody know her name? Anybody know? Does she know I feel the same? Does anybody know her name? Anybody know? How does she feel? Does anybody know her name? Does she know I feel the same? Does anybody know her name? How does she feel?
All right, so we are here with Neri. Hi, Neri.
Hey, Nir, nice to meet you.
Yes, nice to have you on the summit. Like we were very keen to learn about what you're doing. And you know, there's a lot of people here who are waiting to see this talk. So all these people tuned up to see you because they're interested in the bank and everything that you guys are doing over there.
Yeah, absolutely. We're always happy to tell the story. There's lots happening at Tinkoff in Russia, so you know, happy to spread the word. Absolutely, and thanks for having us again.
Yeah, I think it's a great opportunity. I mean, we had other speakers from other banks, but the curiosity around this one is enormous. So a lot of people are curious. They want to hear, they want to learn. So maybe we start with a little bit of background about you. What did you do before? What led you to the position you are right now?
Yeah, absolutely. So I worked for Morgan Stanley as a research analyst for 7 years, always more or less linked with Russia. I covered several sectors, but for the last 4 years of my career, I covered financial services across the EMEA region, so Middle East, Central and Eastern Europe, and Russia. So I was one of the analysts covering Tinkoff, and really it was one of the few companies that I covered where I really thought they were doing something genuinely different and disruptive and to some extent even revolutionary. And so when I heard that they were looking for someone to help, you know, help their international investor relations efforts, to help communicate the story, I jumped at the opportunity. I've always had I'm personally Italian, but I've always had a personal link with Russia. I lived in Russia as a kid, and I started working there. So for me, working with Russia, with Russians, is quite natural. So it was just a natural consequence of events, and it's been a very eventful. Now I would probably about 10 months. They've flown by. It's been incredibly interesting.
Amazing. And tell us a bit maybe about the ecosystem, the banking sector in Russia. What was there before? I mean, what's the ecosystem look like over there?
Yeah, look, I think perhaps it's worth doing a little bit of history, because the ecosystem is a story of the last few years for Tinkoff, but we've been disrupting the market basically ever since 2006 when Oleg Tinkoff, our majority shareholder, founded the group. And we started as a credit card monoliner, so a little bit of a Capital One in Russia. Wholesale funded, and at the time we were still using direct mail as our main channel, because this was before the word fintech was that popular and even used, right? But obviously that business model changed quite quickly. It changed on the funding side, and it changed on distribution channels, because obviously the internet started becoming the main channel to acquire customers, to service customers, etc. So we created our main acquisition platform as Tinkoff.ru, our website. And we started acquiring customers for credit cards and a bit of deposits and current accounts. And with time, we built a platform that was composed of origination, servicing, fulfillment, all the right pieces of the puzzle. And we were very, very good at selling credit cards, but we also had this hypothesis that, well, we've got a lot of customers, a lot more customers coming from mass affluent background, more urban, digital, that were using the app more, because obviously at the time we also started developing the app. And so these customers had a different kind of need, perhaps another credit need that wasn't a credit card need, or perhaps more transactional need. And so we launched a whole set of products to diversify the business away from the credit cards, which remain a main part of the business. But on the credit side now, we offer all sorts of unsecured products like cash personal loans or point of sale lending, and then we even went into secured lending to offer car loans and home equity loans. But also very importantly, we built a whole set of transactional businesses. It started off with a current account, which became our main customer acquisition platform, a very rich debit card plus mobile app combo, if you want, similar to what you see, I guess, in Europe with the neobanks. But that became just a customer acquisition channel for us to then cross-sell a lot of the credit products and then all these other transactional products. We have a retail brokerage platform within the group, which has become the largest retail brokerage platform in Russia. We've got more than 2.5 million customers. We have an SME transactional business, so current account payments and all sorts of software solutions for SMEs, and we have more than 500,000 customers. We created an online acquirer, so we actually help business process and receive payments online, and we're the third probably soon the second largest online acquirer in Russia. And then all sorts of other things. I mean, we have a mobile network operator, so you can get a Tinkoff SIM card. We have an insurance arm, so we are underwriting predominantly car insurance. And so basically between IPO, because obviously we're a listed company, between IPO and the last year or so, we built out these verticals, we tested the economics, and we said, okay, these are the businesses we want to be in. And now it's a matter of putting them all together, making sure that ecosystem is more than just a buzzword. It's a place where customers have a lot more value inside than outside. It's a place where all transactions are very smooth. And it's a place where when the customer comes in from any one angle, could be debit card, credit card, insurance, they can navigate very easily, and we can put the right product at the right time, at the right price in front of them. Predominantly, again, through the app, which has become our main source of interaction and increasingly also acquisition. We've got more than 20 million downloads, 2.5 million DAO, almost 7 million MAU, and it keeps growing almost exponentially, I would say. And in order to get to your point about the ecosystem, it's not just enough to have a bunch of services in one app. You need to create engagement. You need to create that willingness for the customer to actually open the Tinkoff app every day.
Yeah.
There's only so many times you can check your balance and transfer money to your mom. So we had to come up with a way to entice the customers to actually come to the app. And the way we thought about it and the way we have a hypothesis, which I think has been tested and proven to be true, is by creating lifestyle services. So now through the app, you can do all the financial services that you would expect from a bank, but you can also book cinema tickets. You can book theater tickets. We have our own travel agent, so you can do booking of all sorts of hotels, flights, and of that sort. You can do e-commerce. So we've integrated with certain marketplaces in Russia, the latest one being goods.ru, where you can buy an iPhone, you can buy a fridge, you can do everything through this platform. You can book a fitness class, you can book sports events, you can order someone to come clean your house, you can buy insurance, you can buy kids' toys. I mean, we continuously add. I think now we've got about 20-25 services, and we launch them on a regular basis, and it's actually done through a technology where we don't even need to update the app. It's just automatically updated in the app for the customer. And so these are services that the customer can use on an everyday basis. These are services that we purposefully don't monetize. So we give a lot of perks and make the experience very satisfying for the customer, both from a interface, meaning it's very easy and smooth to do it, but also financially, because we give cash back to basically for all of these services. If you buy something on goods.ru, you get 5% cash back on your transaction. If you buy a cinema ticket, you'll get 10% cash back. So we purposefully run it on a kind of a break-even level because we want to make that experience very satisfying, so that the customer keeps coming in. We get more data, they're aware of more of the products, and we really create those network effects that are key to an ecosystem. Because a lot of players, they call it an ecosystem and then they just put a bunch of things in an app, and you can open them, and maybe it's even a bit difficult to find them, but you don't create that engagement. And perhaps the last thing I would say before, otherwise I can keep talking for a long time, is that I would say that the Russian ecosystem market, or the ecosystem, the various ecosystems that we see in Russia is very well advanced. So much more advanced, I would say, than what we see in Europe and in the developed world. Perhaps not as advanced as you see in Asia. I mean, if you look at the WeChats, the Alipays, and the Asian super apps, we're getting close, I think. But in Russia, you've got ourselves, you've got Sberbank, which is another very well capable and very digital government-owned bank that has been building an ecosystem similar in a slightly different way to how we're doing it, but with kind of the same or similar idea behind it. And then you've got some of the local tech giants, Yandex and Mail.ru, which are also trying to create their own ecosystems. Obviously, we come at it from a financial core. They come at it from a different kind of core. So perhaps, Yandex is more about the search functions. while mail is more about the social media functions. But it's a very interesting place to be because there's a huge amount of innovation, and you've got all these very capable players with very high quality talent developing all sorts of innovative services. So I would say that the Russian consumer is quite spoiled from that perspective relative to a lot of European customers.
And you're based, you're based in London?
Yeah,
Europe?
so I'm so everything that Tinkoff does is in Russia. So the headquarters is in Russia. All the operations are in Russia. I am the only London employee. It's a function of the role that I have, which is international investor relations, and obviously a lot of our investor base is local to the UK, or UK is a little bit closer to the US, where we have an increasing number of investors. And also because my role is in part that of to put it simply, a bit of a networking role to make sure that we are aware of what's happening in other parts of the world and other finance, fintechs and tech companies. And so it's a little bit easier to do from Europe, I would say, from the UK than in Russia.
Yeah. Because you mentioned that from your experience and you actually know the market, it's more advanced than Europe, like the offering that you have in Russia. And that's
absolutely.
why
If I would show you the mobile app, and actually I even had a conversation with a European investor earlier today, and I was showing him the app, and he was blown away because there's nothing like it in Europe. There are some players that are trying to replicate or do something similar, but it's a little bit behind. And again, we look more to the east if we need inspiration than we look to the west.
Exactly. So a lot of people are saying, look to the east. If you're looking for the inspiration, you want to see where the direction is going. And that was very important for us to have Russia here in the conversation. And that's why it's so important that we tend to focus on the UK, and other, but I think that the innovation is certainly there, the brains, right? The brains.
Absolutely. We are of the opinion that it's a consequence of the very heavily skewed education system towards mathematics, sciences, and so Russia produces incredibly, and a lot of the Soviet Union for that matter, produces a lot of very high quality engineers, software engineers, and it's no secret that some of the European fintechs also try to open offices in Russia and some of these countries to actually source some of this talent. We think we've created one of the go-to brands and companies that these kind of IT specialists want to work in. It's very much a brand and an image that is not bank-like, because no engineer comes out of university saying, I want to work for a bank. And so we compete for talent with the tech companies rather than with the banks. And it obviously takes a lot of work to create that image, and it needs to be substantiated by what the company actually creates. Mm-hmm. So absolutely, we have 4,000 people in our headquarters, roughly, between the Moscow headquarters and the various development hubs that we've created all over Russia, and about 3,000 of them are a combination of software engineers, IT specialists, analysts, data scientists. So incredibly tech heavy, as you would expect for a company that's creating a digital financial and lifestyle ecosystem. And yeah.
Is there another question? Is there like a conversation over there about open banking, about all these stuff that you see in the UK, or is still
not as much? It's a bit of a function of the fact that the Russian market is a lot younger, so there are fewer barriers to break down. It's not like perhaps in the UK where you've had a relationship with a bank for for decades and decades, and the bank really holds on to the relationship and doesn't let the customer go. In Russia, it's very common for people to have more than one bank account across various banks. The services are a lot more digital, so you can very easily do everything that you need to do without actually having the regulator necessarily impose something from that front. The regulator is very active on different parts of the ecosystems and the digital services and financial services, but I would say that open banking is just not as much of a necessity or something that the regulator needs to address in Russia.
Mm-hmm. And so how does a big company like that operates, and how do they stay relevant? How do they come up with these neat features that you described? You described the rewards. and others.
Mhm.
Like when you see other like smaller like neobanks that are trying in niche markets, like targeting SMEs, targeting freelancers, targeting, like we see a lot of these neobanks around the world. And on this summit, we interviewed some of them that are taking one segment and trying to serve a specific segment.
Mhm.
So how does a big giant, you know, company like that stay relevant in terms of branding, in terms of, you know, reaching to customers with innovative ideas and stuff? Maybe you can talk about acquisitions, companies that you acquired, or
Mhm.
how do you stay relevant?
Yeah, no, a very good question. And I'll start from the end, simply to completely exclude the fact that for us, acquisitions and M&A has always been something that we've done very, very rarely. We always we like to do things ourselves, and historically we found out that most things that we do ourselves are actually better than when we partner up with others. But that's a separate question. Look, I think a lot of it comes down to the DNA of the company. We are an incredibly entrepreneurial company with a very entrepreneurial spirit. Partly, you know, a function of who founded the company, the kind of Russian serial entrepreneur who instilled in everybody this ownership of what they're doing, this willingness to own the product, own the service, and own your whatever you're creating. And then that kind of evolves into an organizational structure, which obviously you need to put in place, especially as a business grows, that helps delegate. So it's a very flat structure where everybody can question anything to anyone. So anyone, you know, there's no filters if you want. It's a very direct culture, and very flat in that we have people that really own their own mini business or mini product, if you want. So, you know, I mentioned a few of the products and services that we have within the group. And so we have business leaders that are responsible for each product. So head of credit cards, head of cash loans, head of brokerage, et cetera, et cetera. They have their own tech team. They've got their own UX experts. They've got their own analysts. They run it basically as a mini business. Of course, rely on some of the services and functions that the bigger Tinkoff group provides in terms of risk management, in terms of IT, in terms of HR and all the legal, et cetera. But they're very much responsible for their own business. They've got their own P&L, which is very important. You know, we pride ourselves in the fact that we are one of the few fintechs that actually make money, and we're not ashamed of it. And we create returns for our shareholders, and that goes very deep in the organization at the level of a business line that has its own P&L and therefore is responsible for the performance of the business. And then, of course, we have equity ownership in the company. So management owns 6.5% of the company. We're deepening that in the organization. And so there's a real sense of ownership and entrepreneurialism in the company. And I think that's key because that allows us to be very direct, time to market that is very quick. And we're always being very, one of the first ones when we decide from deciding to think about a project to launch, we're very, very efficient. And again, it's that direct, no filter, no barriers, no bureaucracy culture that allows it, I think.
So you're moving fast. If you find something, an opportunity, you have the ability to move fast. And
absolutely. And we apply this, you know, we have this philosophy internally, which we call test and learn, which is a constant series of tests. Where, you know, everybody can go and test something. There's no fear of making a mistake, because if you're not making a mistake, it means you're not trying. So we obviously apply a very scientific approach to it. So you need to run your tests, A/B tests. You need to collect the data. You need to make sure that your hypotheses are proven right. But if we see that the tests are coming in positive and the tests and the hypothesis is proven right, we can scale up things very quickly. And I think that's one of the key reasons why we've been so successful, is that whenever we smell a trend or we see something moving in the distance, we can go for it very quickly.
Amazing. I can go on and, you know, drill down to the features and everything, and it's so exciting, you know. That's you know, we don't tend to use, I mean, I'm not living in the app store of Russia, you know, so I cannot use these apps, and we're testing a lot of these. Me and my colleagues are testing a lot of these neobanks and banks, and I want to talk to you a little bit about the number of clicks, sometimes people are counting number of clicks or the onboarding experience or how fast it is to open a bank. So tell me, how is it to open an account with you? Tell me, how is the experience inside? How easy it is compared to the old ages? What's new over there?
Yeah. Well, I mean, from an onboarding perspective, Russia has some peculiarities because to this day, you need physical KYC to actually open an account if you have not already had a product with a financial services company. So we're obviously branchless. We don't have any branches, but you can apply for a product through the app, but then we still need to have a physical meeting with you because otherwise we can't complete the KYC requirements that the central bank wants us to complete. And so that actually leads me to talk about a part of the business that is almost logistics in nature. Actually, it's very much logistics in nature because we have more than 3,000 smart couriers all over Russia. One of probably the largest logistics and companies, if you put it on a standalone basis in Russia. And anywhere in Russia within 24 hours, and I mean, think about how big Russia is and how extensive and what kind of logistical capabilities that requires. Within 24 hours of your application, we will meet you in person. We will deliver the product. You'll sign. We'll do all the pictures or whatever needs to be done, identification for the central bank, and then off you go. And obviously, that's something that's very. There's a lot of work that goes in the background to make sure that goes very smoothly. And in the large cities like Moscow or St. Petersburg, now we're down to a couple of hours actually within applications to have the delivery of the product. So inevitably, it's not as easy as it is, in Europe with a lot of these apps. But unfortunately, I would say unfortunately we can't go, the full digital way. But on the other hand, it's a very good barrier to entry because if you don't have a branch network or you don't have a courier network, you can't basically enter the market. It's very tough to enter the market. Of course, innovation is catching up, and so we have found ways that we can at least do some kind of preliminary onboarding with customers. So, for example, our current account, Tinkoff Black. If you want a fully fledged current account, you need to have a meeting with our courier. But we have developed a product effectively, which is a prepaid debit card with certain restrictions on how much money you can put in and how much money you can spend per month, etc. But that basically works like how it works in Europe, where you just do everything from the app and you download a virtual card and off you go. You can use it. Then, if you want to convert it into a fully fledged current account, you still need to have a physical meeting. But at least you can see that innovation is helping out on that front. On the Tinkoff investment side, our retail brokerage, we can already do identification remotely, so you can open everything digitally. And I don't have the number of clicks, but it's a very smooth process, and I think that's proven by the fact that we're acquiring hundreds of thousands of customers every month. And a lot of these products, especially the current account and Tinkoff investments, and these products that have some virality potential, the customer acquisition costs are very low. So if you think about our Tinkoff Black product, the current account, more than 80% of customers are coming for unpaid. So it's word of mouth, it's people hearing of Tinkoff and trying it out. Because the product is just it's easy to onboard. The product itself is very satisfying and very rich of services and perks. And the servicing is incredible because we've always tried to differentiate ourselves with better service. So you can always speak to someone 24/7, whether through the app or through the phone, etc.
Amazing. Yeah, when you said what is the premium like let's say card? Just because I'm curious, because you said Tinkoff Black, or is it
no? So we have a Tinkoff Black debit card.
Yeah.
It's just called Tinkoff Black, but that's a fully fledged current account for which you need to have a physical meeting with a courier. What we've come up with is what we call a prepaid card, which has some limits, again, in terms of transactions, top-ups, etc., which you can open remotely without the need of a physical meeting. Then if you want to convert it, you need to have a physical meeting.
Yeah.
I mean, we do have a kind of premium debit card, I guess you can think of some of the kind of metal options that you see in Europe.
Yeah.
but obviously it's a very small part of the business compared to the mass current account. I mean, we have over 9 million current account customers. The premium, I think, is maybe like 50,000, but don't quote me on don't quote me on that. I'm on tape, but keep the number with a pinch of salt.
Yes. Yeah, and virtual cards that you mentioned before are pretty popular right now.
Yeah, I mean, but that's
very convenient,
very popular and convenient, but also a very kind of simple function. I mean, I think that most banks at this point have it, so it's not really a differentiating factor. And if you're not providing virtual cards, you're probably living in the Stone Age,
or in Israel. Unfortunately, yeah. I hope keeping an eye on all these fintechs. Lastly, before we have to finish, any update or something that you can share with us, or something that if you can share with us, or how can people find you? How can people contact you? Because you're like the go-to guy in a lot of markets. So people come to you, I guess, with offers. They want to work with. They want to do something.
Yeah, look, we're always willing to listen, right? So, at least so. You can reach out to us at ir@tinkoff.ru at any time. And look, perhaps I'll give you a little bit of sense of our ambitions and what we want to do over the next few years. Because right now we've got 11 million customers in our ecosystem, more than 11 million. We think we can grow that to 20 million plus over the next 3 years, and we know how to do it. We've got the right products, the combination of viral products and products that we need to actually go out and acquire customers. And very importantly, we want to do more business with each customer. So we have very stringent criteria how we define this, but on average, a Tinkoff customer has got about 1.3 products with us. It's been growing very quickly, and the share of customers that has 2 or more products with us is already 30%, but we think we can increase that further. And we're at 1.3 now. We think we can do at least 1.6, 1.7 in a few years' time. So that means effectively more than doubling the business if you think 11 to 20 and then 1.3 to 1.7. And we're just at the beginning. We're just getting started. As I said, we've been very busy building out the various business lines, and now it's about making sure they really come in together. It's very exciting times ahead, we'll see how it goes, but we're confident that we can create a very, very good lifestyle and financial services ecosystem.
Amazing. Thank you very much. I know you've been very busy, and you found time to come here today and show the face of the bank, be accessible, be reachable. And I'm sure lots of people who are watching us right now would love to reach, to at least be curious, to understand that there is innovation, that there is a lot of innovation, and a lot to learn.
And I would say profitable innovation as well.
Oh, that's exactly.
Just as perhaps a last reminder of something that we're obviously particularly proud of. We made over $500 million of net income last year, 55% ROE, and we apply a very strict NPV approach to everything that we do. We maximize the NPV of our investments, and that means, and we're basically showing that you don't need to compromise on profitability to innovate. And it's a message that we obviously are very proud to communicate to everybody.
I got this message, and thank you very much for the time. And
our pleasure.
I hope to see you soon in face-to-face.
Sounds good. Take care, Nir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, so we are here with Rob. Hi.
Hello, how you doing?
Where are you calling us from? Where is this?
I'm actually in Mexico City at the moment. So we're launching in LA, but my fiance is Mexican. So I've been really lucky to have been able to jump back and forth between Los Angeles and Mexico to stay on the same time zone as my team.
Wow.
In lovely Mexico City.
Amazing. So before we talk about B-Money and everything, tell me a bit about your background, the fintech space in general.
Sure. So I have lived in London for about 15 years. I'm Australian, you may be able to tell from the accent. And my background has covered a range of really interesting kind of technical innovation kind of projects. So I've worked in regulated environments in financial services, I've worked in banks, but more recently, I've been focused in the LGBT space. So I was previously the managing director of a company called Gaydar, which has millions of LGBT people connecting across the world. And since then, I've been really interested in the kind of, in the space for grown-up LGBT people that is outside of social networking, dating, and media. So kind of, I've incubated a startup around access to specialist mental health platforms and these kinds of things. So I've come into fintech with both a combination of kind of regulated and finance experience, but also working in LGBT lifestyle businesses and getting to know their needs in particular.
All right, and tell me about this first the US space. There's so many neobanks, especially on this summit. We're seeing some of them targeting specific niche. Why does this specific niche needs a special banking or a special fintech service?
Sure. So if you look at the fintech market, for the most part, it's a user experience layer. They're taking traditional banking services and they are piping it into people's pockets, mobile first, really, really easily. But some of the embedded challenges that the incumbent banks are having, we're starting to see them in the challenger banks. They're trying to serve everybody. And as a result, there's a risk that they don't serve anybody particularly well. So you're seeing this real rise in banks for communities, niches. So, you know, 10th has just announced, which is a digital bank focusing on the Black community. We've got Aspiration, which has done really well around people with a social conscience and purpose. And we're launching B-Money to focus on super serving really deeply the LGBT community who have been left out of the banking system in lots of really interesting ways. So we see the opportunity in the challenger space evolving from just generalist platforms to what we expect to see a lot more of a focus around individual communities, whether they're immigrants, whether they're Mexican Americans, whether they're people of color. And so we're stepping into that space at the right time for the LGBT community.
Amazing. So if you mentioned the community, what are the pains? Lead me through the use cases because there are real pains, I know. Yep. So lead us through that journey.
Sure thing. So let me start by saying that the LGBT community is getting larger every generation. So because it's easier to come out, the social and legal landscape is much more supportive. There are about 5.9 million LGBT millennials in the US, and we expect that there could be up to 20 million LGBT Gen Z coming. So this is a large market. Altogether, LGBT people spend about $1 trillion, and that spending is being done with incumbent banks who aren't really aligned with their purpose. So not only are we aiming for a kind of purposeful product, but there are really specific things that add up for LGBT millennials. So let me kind of talk you through a few of them. Number one, our parents don't support us as much. So if you come out to your parents, you're about 40% less likely to get help with your student debt. That means that we carry about 50% additional student debt on average in the US. So that's a really big number. That amounts to about $40 billion worth of additional student debt. Not only that, we want to have kids. 63% of LGBT people want to expand their families, and only 15% want to do it the old-fashioned way, which means that we're going to have to spend money on surrogacies, adoptions, and ways to kind of bring about families. And if you take all of those people that want to have kids, and you assume that maybe 70% are in a couple and 30% want to go it alone, just to have one child each, we'd need to raise almost $32 billion. So we've got these really unique financial situations that we find ourselves that put us further behind. And if you just took these two things and you looked across the entire population, we're about $13,000 behind the average millennial. So we are looking at this as a really challenging and really interesting opportunity space But if you kind of go one step deeper, the areas that banks are failing us is that if you look at all of the friction that's in the banking system, our lower mortgage approval rates, the difficulty that we face when we try and talk to our banks with openness about our lifestyles, we're about 50% more likely to have to work in retirement. That's absolutely astounding. And the average person that does have to work in retirement as an LGBT person will be working for 7 years. So the banking system is preparing for us, but they're preparing in the wrong ways. We're getting marketing campaigns during Pride season. We're getting rainbows on cards, but what we're not getting is supportive advice that helps us to avoid these pain points and to prepare for our financial futures. Because if we were, we wouldn't be educating this audience about the sheer volume of money that we're going to have to save as a community to have families. Nobody's talking about it. And I think that's the problem that that incumbent banks and platforms that try and help everybody have, which is that it's really difficult to solve everybody's pain points. What's great about the emerging fintech space is that it's actually relatively cheap to enter now. So not only is the market prepared for digital banking, we're in a COVID situation where people don't want to go into banks. Young people don't want to go into a branch. It's an awful experience that people have never really gotten right. And so we're at the right time, but we have an emerging group of Gen Z people who are coming, and unlike millennials, they haven't lived in this kind of with a foot in both worlds. I'm 39, and I remember having to be closeted at work, closeted at school, talking to a financial advisor and pretending that I had a girlfriend. All of these things were in the recent past for me. But I've been really lucky to be able to be part of a community that is being able to live openly. And really, we're the first generation of LGBT people that can live openly. If you look at Generation Z, and there could be 20 million LGBT people in that community, they've never had to experience the kind of low-level homophobia that has existed for my generation. And so they're going to have less patience for banks that don't support them. They're going to have an increasing need. And so we're positioning ourselves at the right time and the right place in order to serve the millennial audience really well as a test case, but get that really right. And then if we roll out to the Gen Z community, where I talked about $32 billion being required for kids amongst millennials, that number goes above $100 billion for the Gen Z community. So we've got real pain points, we have money, we have expectations, and it's time for us to be able to not only live openly, but to have the opportunities to self-actualize and to live fulfilling lives. And the sad thing is that the incumbent banking system hasn't prepared the way. So it's time for us to take that into our own hands.
Unbelievable, really. Like you already answered so much of my questions, and I was just thinking now, you know, you have all these big companies like Facebook and Google, and they were always leading the way into you know, their relation with the community and giving all kinds of benefits. Are you able to partner with them? Are you thinking about, like, because they were the first to see the future and be the future?
Yeah, so this is really interesting for us. So if you look beyond just banking, and LGBT people don't just think about money, they think about how money allows them to live freely and to pursue the lifestyle that they want. So it doesn't just stop at money. There are plenty of specialist services that tailor towards LGBT people. I've launched an LGBT mental health platform, but I have to pay acquisition to Google and Facebook for every queer customer that I want to attract. So in order to bring in an ecosystem where the pink pound, queer money is actually all working together to support one another, we believe that we can be the foundation of trust upon which to build a increasing depth of value to our customers. Now, could we partner with Google and Facebook? Absolutely. I think the key thing for me is that the number one thing that our community has is really low levels of trust for institutions, for obvious reasons, and for incumbent banks. So the ideal partners for me are people that LGBT people trust, align with purpose for ourselves, and not only are prepared to sell to us, but are prepared to give something back. Because that's a really big part of our purpose, is to create a world where being LGBT has no bearing on your financial well-being. And so we are talking with, we've just signed with Marqeta, who is our banking as a service partner. And as part of those conversations, we want to know how they're going to help our community. So our impact areas and our purpose statements mean that we want to partner with platforms that are interested in investing directly into LGBT community projects that are concerned about the same focus areas as us: financial inclusion for queer people of color, for trans community, investing in LGBT entrepreneurs who are about 10% as likely to be invested in, but we create up to 10 times more jobs if we were all invested upon, as well as other areas that we're trying to focus on that create value for the LGBT community directly. So absolutely can partner with them. I think they would love to work. I would hope that they'd love to work with us because we have the domain knowledge that nobody has. But part of the deal of working with our company is aligning on purpose and value, because that's what our customers want. They're a very discerning group of customers, and it's important for us to get that right.
Amazing. And how soon can you be ready with it? I mean, what are the dates to get this on?
Excellent question. So right now, if you go to www.b-money.com, you can sign up for our alpha and our beta program. We're launching our alpha sometime November, December. We've got a couple of regulatory hoops to jump through with Marqeta, but we're planning to have an alpha product in the market with a small group of people this year. Our beta program goes live sometime Q1 next year. And then we're looking for full launch, focusing city by city, starting sometime kind of the second half of next year. So there's a lot of ways to get involved. We have lots of people coming out of the woodworks trying to find out how they can help us, how they become ambassadors. But if you want financial services that are designed for LGBT people with purpose in mind, then come to B-Money and we can get you registered and sign you up as soon as we launch. We are about to go through a relatively large rebranding exercise. B-Money came about, I think, because of a sense of individualism. What would it be like to be myself? That is a question that is on every LGBT person's mind, not only because we have to ask ourselves that in every room, can I be myself? Is it safe for me to be okay here? But on top of that, we've never really had the opportunity to be openly ourselves and to celebrate that life. And so B-Money was very much focused around an individual mission. However, what we've realized in talking to our customers is that the individual only gets so far without the community's support around them. With those 40% less lower rates of familial support, we have to bootstrap ourselves. And it is a really common path for LGBT people to get the first major support that they get from their community. So our new brand is going to be repositioned away from just the individual, but really thinking about how the individual gives back to this wider purpose. And I look forward to sharing more information about that with you as part of our alpha launch in November.
Amazing. And I wanted to ask, are you building this as a movement? Are you like, what is the big vision here? Because you said that you'll go city by city. Like, what is the bigger vision here in scale?
Yeah, no, great. We believe we want to build the largest financial and lifestyle business tailored towards LGBT people in the world. And we think we can be worth over $1 billion by the end of the decade. That's achievable for lots of reasons. And I'm just going to give you a few examples. So we know that we can make money not only from interchange. I think interchange only revenue models are dead. Every challenger bank is struggling now that spending, especially discretionary spending, has dropped to have positive unit economics. So we're actually going out with a membership-based model, as well as looking at how we can get access to other financial services and kind of build affiliate revenue streams. But on top of that, there's a lot of money in the LGBT economy that is being channeled through and profiting companies that don't really care. So our goal is to partner with groups like Gilead, who provide PrEP, which is protection against HIV. There's about $300 million being spent in the US on PrEP right now, and that's just the copay element. That's not the full cost. That's just what Americans are copaying to their insurance companies. So we want to start actually saying, if you're going to pay for that, pay for it with a company that cares about you. And then in part, we're going to give back. We're going to help improve HIV transmission rates. So if you're a member of the Black community, the data says you're about 50-50 likely to contract HIV by the end of your life. But if you're white, that's 1 in 6. So not only do we see banking as part of our foundation, we see access to mortgages, we see access to loans, travel insurance that's not going to be cancelled because you're caught being gay in a country where that's illegal, access to healthcare. And over the top of all of that, we want to be able to create curated lifestyle products for our people because we've got access to the data, we've got access to the specialist companies that are providing to them. And so we see our vision as being really big. Challenger Bank is a great way for us to to define ourselves right now, but it's not the end of the game. You know, our new brand won't have the word money in it because money is not the end game. Lifestyle, supporting our community and helping them to lead fulfilling lives is the end game, and that's going to require the whole community to come together. It's going to require us to be a bit activist, but also bear in mind that actually our community is looking for a new normal. We've been fighting for a really, really long time. And if you think about where we are right now, we have multiple pandemics happening. We've got systematic racism. We have coronavirus, and there's a massive pandemic about undersaving in the American community. So the great thing about our community is that we have been thriving through pandemics for a really, really long time. We're incredibly resilient. We support one another. And so our vision is to lead a movement that is not about fighting and railing against a system that's not designed for them, but is about fighting for something, which is fighting for great end of life, the ability to pursue our dreams, the ability to have families when we want them. And it's going to take the whole community to come together to make that dream a reality.
Now you see why so many people wanted to interview you, since you had some PR around, and so you inspired so many people around the world, not just in the US, you know, and people are watching us right now. And this is like the global perspective to put everything. We are a global summit of FinTech nations, and you know what's going on in other countries, and you know, like, especially with this community. What is your message to other people who are watching us and getting inspired by you? I mean, some of them are founders and CEOs like you. Some of them come from traditional banks and neobanks and other fintechs. What is the message, you know, that you want to deliver to them? Because I mean, this is pretty unique what you have here, and that's why I was, and the whole team was very excited in interviewing you. And there's so many people like said, how wasn't it possible before? Like why wasn't this in our generation, other generation, you know? Why now?
Mm-hmm. So I think that's really, really interesting. I'm going to tell you two things. So firstly, it's only been less than 2 or 3 months since it was made unlawful for Americans to be fired in many states for being LGBT. So we have to think about that stuff. If your routing number gets put into a payroll system and it just says this is B money, we've outed somebody accidentally. And that could be grounds for them to be fired. So there have been lots of pain points that have made it really, really difficult. But here's the thing. We've realized that the banks aren't going to help us. If you look at Pride spending this year, it fell off a cliff for support for the LGBT community because it's not considered to be as attractive now that we're not marching in parades. So we're seeing data now, and we're seeing the proof in the pudding, which is that really when it comes down to it, investment dries up if it's a nice to have. So we don't believe that we should be asking for handouts. We believe that we should be building an engine that puts money back into the queer economy to help the LGBT people that need it, because we're all going to have to rise together. If you're outside of the States, you know, there are very, very different regulatory environments. There are different legal protections, all those kinds of things. And I wish that was better. It feels in some ways that it's getting harder, but I'm very optimistic because at the end of the day, if you look at both the American model and the European model for attracting rights, in America, companies led the way in a lot of respects, right? They were introducing trans-inclusive healthcare well before anybody cared in the national government. If you look at Europe, it's been led very much by the European Union, enforcing member states to adopt LGBT positive laws. And it's not, and even then that has its faults. If you look at places like Hungary and you look at Poland, there are areas where that regulatory environment is failing. But I'm really hopeful because here's the thing, we're not going anywhere. We are too big a movement now, and it's not even a movement. We're just people trying to live our lives. There's too much leadership out there now for people to ignore us. And I think for people that are working in incumbent banks or challenger banks and feel like this is important to them, here's what I learned. I was miserable working in corporates. I did very well, but ultimately, it was difficult for me to align on purpose. And it was only after I started focusing on LGBT business building that I realized that I have the opportunity to make it easier for the people below me. And I think that is part of what a generation of gay men who had a large proportion of the older generation die through the AIDS crisis have not necessarily we've not had positive role models. We have had many of them, don't get me wrong, but we have a generation of role models that we are supporting and growing now. And so we want to do well by showing the people below us that you can live openly without fear of violence, without fear of being fired. But on top of that, there are multiple different models for managing your family. There are lots of different ways for managing your life. And so we think that we can provide, to some extent, some role modeling by elevating the great news stories from within our own community and giving people something to hope for. And if you're working in an incumbent bank or a challenger bank and you're kind of wondering why they're not doing enough for your community, the reality is that we're often seen as a marketing segment and not a product segment. And so we are looking at this really differently, and we'd love to hear from you because it's a talent war out there. We have big ambitions, and we'd love to hear from people, particularly stateside with banking experience and so on, who want to join the movement, be part of a great team of what is mostly queer millennials solving this problem for ourselves. But look, it's going to get better. It might feel a little bit rough right now, but I think if you kind of look at the wider geopolitical landscape, America pushed us very far in one direction through Obama. We got a lot more kind of liberal attitudes and that kind of thing, and there's been a bit of a snapback. That's really common in change, right? It's really a consistent kind of linear journey, and I have absolute confidence that people will vote in the right way this year, and we'll begin to see more hopeful news coming out of those world leaders that have been absent from the world stage.
Thank you so much also for explaining to me what is the difference between just the gimmick or the real thing, the holistic thing, and what you're trying to build, and explaining all of us what's unique about the product that you're building right now. A lot of people wanted to see this talk, so I'm happy that you drove the message to all people who are watching us. And if they have questions specifically to you, to the team, how do they find out some information?
Come to the BeMoney website, www.be-money.com. Search for BE-money. You'll find us. We're going to be making a lot of noise from November onwards, but start on our website. If you have general inquiries, partnership inquiries, you're interested in investing in this movement, then hit us up. All of the information is in the footer of the website. And if you're a potential customer, you're the mother or father of a queer child and you want to bank with purpose in order to support their future, then sign up on our mailing list and let's talk.
Amazing. Thank you very much, and hope to see you after the beta and talk again.
Wonderful. Thanks very much, and all the best to the conference.
Thank you. Hey, Caroline, how are you?
Hey, Neil, how are you? I'm good.
I'm good. I'm very happy to have you on the summit. I have a lot of questions about the company, the product, the features. But first, maybe you can tell us a little bit about yourself so the audience will know.
Yeah, so I'm Caroline Tran. So I'm the co-founder and CEO of Aircre, a fintech startup that's based in Sydney, Australia. So my background is obviously around, working in commercial finance for the last 7 years. And obviously myself being a qualified CPA, and I've been working with, Bunq. The bank's been working in digital products over the last 5 years. And I've seen the gap of, people don't actually understand what finance is, the gap of the lack of financial education, and the lack of, being able to understand what actually, all of these digital financial bankings actually offer them, like the real meaning of these digital bankings to people. So that's why, I started Aircre literally just before the pandemic, because obviously I'm, from seeing the gap of people don't really understand and people don't know how to manage their finances effectively. So therefore I started, this fintech startups with my co-founder, who is a software engineer at Microsoft. So, obviously with the two of us, we really wanted to provide a compelling solutions to offer to the market, and obviously offer a better digital products to our consumers.
So I was looking on your website. First, it's very impressive, I have to say.
Thank you.
It looks amazing. Like I didn't know you just started before the pandemic.
The pandemic, yeah.
Wow.
It's pretty a cool, like fun story. You never thought, because obviously, well, the idea obviously it was back then, like last year, but we literally just focused on building the business just before the pandemic, when everything went down, like before COVID time. So yeah, we had a few challenges going through it, but it's we right here right now and ready to rock and roll. So yeah. So that's where we learned as well, launching in like challenging time, learning to these crazy times. You never know, like, but it's great. Like it's high risk, high returns. So it's super interesting.
But from what I'm seeing on your website, it's really that time for a service like yours, right?
Yeah, like it's exactly. And when I'm going to like pandemic, everyone literally was just super cautious and super like skeptical about I need to get back to being able to manage my finances better, because as you can see, people are losing jobs as well. We're going to a recession, so it's the right time for us to getting this product out and help as many people as possible.
So I saw lots of features on the website. For example, just something that comes to my mind, I saw an AI that really grows with me and walk me through the financials and help me. Yeah,
so AI technology, obviously it's it's not a new technology per se. So it's obviously it's a lot of all the banks and digital or fintechs already leveraging this technology. But the way that we think AI could help our business and also the products that we're offering is that it helps automate a lot of process, and also to understand our consumers through the technology. Because if you can imagine, we would have like thousands and thousands of users on our database. So obviously using AI technology will help with analyze the transactions, help with understand and throwing out better recommendation to our consumers. So Aircre is actually, I would say, when you look at our website, it's it probably will come across as a personal financial platform, but we are more than that. So we are a super app that I've called it a autonomous financial platform that helps millennials and Gen Z to manage their finances better. And why we're focusing on millennials and Gen Z, because we see this generation faces higher pressure, in the economy, because obviously, with higher inflation rates and obviously higher mortgage rates, and like, the time that you're going to afford your house, your first home is longer than, boomers or Gen X. So obviously, and also because I think this generations will resonate with a lot of things what we're going to offer. So so we wanted to create this compelling financial products that transition towards autonomous finance using AI technology. So we help to automate a lot of process, therefore, provide a seamless connection to people's lives. So finance no longer an issue for them, and obviously educate our users at the same time in the journey that helping them to achieve their financial goals.
And how does it work if I'm in Australia and I have my accounts in banks?
Yeah, so you have obviously, so research has shown that. So like millennials in the workforce, like someone like me, right? You're in your 20s, you have a job, so you probably will have 2 bank accounts and a credit card. So minimum 3 bank accounts. So we're going to connect everything in one place and provide this super powerful platform to connect all your bank accounts in one place. And obviously we will help you to analyze and optimize your data. And obviously we will use AI technology to automate a lot of process. So we wanted to be, so our solution is quite different to other neobanks already offered in the market. So if you see neobanks, they actually offer these aggregations as well. You know, you aggregate with a lot of, you know, other bank account into your bank accounts. But because we are not a bank, we are independent, no, we're commission driven. So all of these, based on our business model, it's actually different. Like, because we are a third party, we're right here watching all the best of all the financial products that are available in the market. So we can recommend our consumers the best of breed in the financial markets. So yeah, so we are the independent. And obviously, by the way that we building our brand, it's super relevant. It's super, you know, resonates with millennials and Gen Z. We communicate in their language, the branding that we're trying to build, the tone of voice that we're trying to communicate. So it's different. So and also we wanted to build this social dynamic into the app as well, to drive engagement, to retain our customers, to make finance fun and relevant to our consumers.
And hustling, yeah.
Exactly. So it's not, so when you open an app, it's not just an app with a lot of numbers, or an app that simply bank apps that help you to obviously make payments and understand your finances. But we wanted to have that social dynamic in the app as well. And because we are not a bank, again, so we're independent, we're trying to help consumers and millennials and Gen Z to offer them the best of service, you know, available in the market through automations. So imagine you have obviously Aircre as an app, connects all the bank accounts. In there, we're going to help you optimize your financial data using AI technology at the back end. So our app is going to be super powerful. And then we obviously understand your spending habits, your behavioral, you know, what are we doing in the day, how much you're going to spend in the month, therefore, and obviously how much you save in your bank account. So based on your, you know, daily habits and behavioral, we understand you. So we know what you need. And obviously we know what your goal is. So one of the functions in our app is the goal. So compile all of these features, we can recommend you with the best products in the market. And then the entire process will be automated to move your money to that financial products, if that makes sense. Yeah. So therefore, you know, this is the ultimate, so that's why we call us autonomous financial platform. And because we're not commission driven, so we don't get any, so our business model is different. So we don't get commissions from the bank as other, if you can see other financial or other fintechs available in the market, they would charge banks money to be able to, you know, obviously get their consumers on the bank's account. So we don't charge commissions. The way we work is we're gonna obviously have the subscription model to help our consumers to optimize as much as we can, you know, and based on that, obviously that we provide the objective opinions and help you to achieve your financial goals. So yeah, so that's the way of, we are different in the market right now. I know obviously, yeah, I've been repeating this, but we're not going to be a bank in the future, because that's not something that we're trying to achieve, because my goals in building Aircre is to help many millennials, many people as much as possible to achieve their financial goals quicker by, you know, helping to automate this entire process and educate them. So yeah, now you understand the process. So then you can, you know, help yourself as well, you know, to get a better, you know, financial products that are available in the market that helps with your situation. So yeah.
Amazing. I have to tell you that the website was very clear, which is a good feedback.
I know, and thank you. And obviously, you know, our core product offerings, we wanted to help with payment solution as well, because obviously we wanted to see our platform as an all-in-one financial products that can do anything for you. So yeah, it's super interesting and super excited for us to deliver these, you know, these offerings in a, you know, in a couple of weeks.
It's also, as you said at the beginning, it's also, it comes in the right time. And also in terms of the global fintech trends and where does the world goes, I think the whole automation thing that you mentioned, this is where we all go. We won't be able to do all these decisions by ourselves, and have the AI to do that for us.
Exactly. It all makes sense because we already educate our user on the platform, so they understand what is basically a saving account is, how much interest you get charged on this credit card. So therefore they understand all the financial products that we're going to offer them. And then we help them to automate the entire process, obviously through our consumers' consent. But imagine right now, if you're going to open a bank account, you have to go through a lot of process and it takes like 3 or 5 days to get the bank accounts ready. So I wanted to limit, obviously remove frictions and limit the time of opening or closing the bank account, therefore create an autonomous financial platform to our consumers.
Does the open banking in Australia helps what you do? I know
Yeah, so open banking in Australia is super new. It's still like, I would say 2 years away from being as mature as the UK market. So there is open banking already regulations available in Australia, but it's 2 months old. So we obviously partner off with so we enter a strategic partnership with a API provider in Australia to help us connect all of these data in one place. And obviously we have this data enhancement as well to make sure the data coming in our platform has super high quality and has the information to help our optimization tool to understand our customers' behavioral and customers' financial data. So it's super important for us to find a really good API provider to be able to offer this. So yeah, and we're super lucky to find one. So yeah.
I wanted to touch on something else that at least I understood from the website. It seems like you're really putting yourself with your consumers, like with the customers. Like you want to grow with them, you want to be on their side, and it's also like a community aspect. So it's almost like, again, you said you're not a bank, but also you are growing. Their success is your success. If I understand, you want to grow it with them.
Correct.
So that's
because
community aspect.
Yeah, so that's the goals, because that is my vision, and this is why I'm doing this. Because being a qualified CPA, I see a lot of people actually struggle to understand pretty much what finance means. So I wanted to have this platform that educates our users and provide a community that you can connect, speak to financial advisors, a community that you can, get advices from, professionals, and asking questions anonymously. And the community is absolutely anonymous. So you can ask any questions anytime, and, without people knowing who you are. Because if you have like 50K credit card debt, you wouldn't know, like people, you wouldn't want people to know that. Or, if you post questions on Facebook groups and so this is why we wanted to build a community in our app. So I know Facebook groups and other platforms might offer the same thing, but they actually know who you are. So you post questions like, I wanted to move my credit cards debt into a new bank account that has less interest, etc. But someone in that group might know you. So they was like, okay, so this girl actually earns money from someone. So it's not actually a good idea to actually asking questions open unless you're willing to. So that's why the reason we wanted to build this anonymous community is for you to ask any questions without people actually know who you are. Therefore you have this comfort and you have this sort of strong belief that, okay, this is going to the right way, and I have to do it because it's helped with my financial situations. So I'm super exciting, and we already have a community of nearly 2,000 people on our waiting list, and we've been communicating with them on a daily basis. So we send, newsletter, we actually send blogs and like quality contents, because for me, to be able to grow the community, we have to provide a really good and really, really great quality content to engage our users, to engage the consumers, and provide content that actually resonates with what they actually want, so this is super, super important. And at Aircre, we are investing heavily into the content and, the tone of voice that we actually communicate with our consumers. So yeah.
Okay. I wanted to ask about funding stages. Are you raising money? Where is it going?
Yep. So it's so we already raised our pre-seed as we go into obviously when we started our platform. We are raising seed right now, and I already have investor meetings lining up. It's we're raising our seed round, and it's happening. So it's super exciting. So we have a lot of like people actually interested, investors, international and local, actually interested in our platform. And the way we're pitching our business to the investors is that obviously we're not a bank, so it's not going to have a lot of obviously competitive, like they will be competitive, but then the way we want us to communicate with the consumers, and I really want us to focus to grow this customer space instead of like getting our investors money into it, because we really need to grow the community. We really need to drive engagement and people downloading the app and provide real value to our consumers. So yeah, speaking of that, so we actually actively like pitching our business. I have like a lot of meetings lining up already, and hopefully we'll get we close our seed round soon. And then we obviously will definitely, because we already have a first version of the MVP. So we actually going to launch our private beta in a couple of weeks, with our community, with our waiting list. So then we'll raise our seed round, and we'll have the money to accelerate growth, obviously polishing the products a little bit more, and then, ready to, working on other things. So it's a super exciting time.
I can't wait to be to test it.
Yeah,
Start using it.
definitely.
So I mean, if we are a global summit here with, it's called FinTech Nation, obviously a lot from Australia, and I've done meetings with Australian neobanks, banks, fintechs.
Yeah, sure.
So it's still relevant, right? You are open for partnerships. We are open for we have investors here. We have all kinds of fintech players from all over the world.
Yeah.
How can they find out more and reach and connect with you?
Yeah, for sure. I'm available on Twitter. So Twitter is my place to go, and LinkedIn's as well. And I actually have, spoken to a lot of people, fintechs and startups, founders across the club. I actually on the like face-to-face video call like this with them, and learning their experience and learning more of the obviously the market and stuff like that. So yeah, definitely Twitter. Go connect with me on Twitter. I'd love to speak to everyone. And for us, for Aircre, we obviously we are still a new fintech startup, but we know we're going in the right directions by offering compelling financial solutions. So it's a matter of time for us to get the first product onto the market. So it's super exciting and super exciting for me and exciting for the team as well at the same time. So so we grew the team from obviously just me and my co-founder to a team of 8.
Wow.
Right now. Yeah, so we're literally working on this, and we have this same vision. So everyone in the team has this same vision, has this same commitment, and wanted to help people to really make this work. So it's I'm super lucky to have these guys in my team, and we're ready to execute and work on providing the product to the market.
Well, use the summit, of course, you and the whole team.
Yeah, I would love to connect with everyone.
It's a matchmaking summit, so it's all about business matchmaking. So people
awesome.
hear the talks and connect with each other. And I think you have a very appealing product. And as you said, at a very critical time right now that the audience needs it. People really need it, especially during these hard times. And I'm excited to start testing, or at least you can use the stage here and invite people to register to the beta or to the waiting list.
I'll definitely speaking. So I already booking in like I think 5 meetings with club umbrella. So it will be definitely interesting to hear about what they think of our products, and obviously our see tractions and invite people onto our platform, because we grew our community actually organically. It's all word of mouth. Like people just know about us and we're like, okay, this is super interesting. This is something different. You guys use different sort of like language to communicate with us. So this is great. So yeah, so I definitely would love to talk to everyone in the summit.
Amazing. So
Yeah.
I'll be here. I'll be around here during the day. Happy to connect you to people. I think it's a great idea, great product, and a team. And maybe you'll email me some deck or something, because a lot of people will be interested. I'm sure.
Yeah,
So,
definitely. I'll send you the information. I'll send you the deck that we actually sent out to people. Yeah.
Amazing.
Have a look.
Thank you very much, and
No, thank you. Thanks for having me.
and good luck with the product and everything.
Thank you, No. Thank you. Yeah, we'll definitely chat again soon.
Yes, yes. Bye-bye. Take care.
Yeah.
Hey, Michael, welcome.
Hello, thank you very much for having me.
Yes, that's great. We love Bunq, so we wanna know as much as you can tell us about first about yourself, but also about the product and the culture and the community. I have so many questions, so maybe we just start with a little bit about yourself and what led you to Bunq.
Sure. So as you can tell, I'm a Brit. Bunq is a Dutch founded company based out of Amsterdam. My background is in SaaS products, originally based in the UK, obviously, working for a company called Brandwatch and another really inspiring and interesting founder, CEO, Giles Palmer. Was there for 7 years and saw the company scale. And then about 12 months ago, started thinking about what might be next. And obviously, fintech is a very high profile sector in tech in the UK. And I happened upon Bunq, and the thing that was most compelling and interesting for me, and perhaps we can talk about this in a bit more detail, is the freedom of choice component of the Bunq offering, which is the ability for a user to decide where their deposits were held. And I thought this is a really interesting, challenging concept, and one that was completely different and kind of somewhat aligned to the kind of punky Brightoner in me. So that's originally how I first found Bunq and first wanted to meet with Ali and the rest of the team.
And how is it to work there? How is the culture? I'm seeing you have these once a couple of months, you have these community events when the CEO stands on the stage and he talks about the features. I don't see it in other neobanks or fintechs like that.
Yeah, so I think there are a couple of factors at play here. One, Ali almost religiously wants to have the company focused and structured on the end user, and this is how we're doing that structurally within the company, and the skills that we need obviously are changing as the company is becoming more mature, and we're targeting other sectors of the broader market. Culturally in the organization, it's an incredibly fast-paced company. And again, that cadence and that pace is set by Ali and his determination to really drive the company forward and obviously achieve his broader mission, which is, really delivering a product that enables our users to prosper ultimately and to become better every day. A core component of that, of course, being what they do with their money.
Yeah.
So, in terms of the updates, they're a great event. It's really useful to have, a couple of thousand people in a room that want to give us their time, and we should listen to them. So, there may well be something coming up soon that you can watch again.
Yeah. So there's so many features, and it's really hard for me right now to focus on each one. But what are the popular features, if you can say something that came out from maybe from the community, or lead us through the user journey? I mean, how fast is it to open an account? Let's say the onboarding.
Yeah. So we launched a new version of the app, V3, which was quite I think, a departure from the existing experience. We can get into that in a bit more detail if you want the backstory to that, because I think that's quite interesting. And the core component of it was what Bunq is an incredibly powerful set of tools that enable you to manage your money more effectively, right? So the key to that is a completely different information architecture for how the tooling works. So you can have multiple accounts that are completely sort of aligned to each other, and they're structured so that the user is able to really effectively route the money where they need it to go. There are a bunch of other automation features. So you can set it up, you get paid, your money X amount goes into this account, you've got money that goes into a bills account, you've got something that goes towards a savings goal, which is the thing that you want to achieve, and you don't have to touch it. It's super. But there were a couple of critical issues with that from a UX point of view. One is that in order to even get to the party, you have to go through 25 stages in some onboarding process, which is a big investment. You have to go and find your passport, you have to sit down and decide that you're going to do this, you have to answer a bunch of questions, and you have to do the weird selfie thing. And then you can get into the product, and then it's a question of, okay, is this for me? So what we wanted to do was basically open the door to people that just wanted to try the product, just to explore. So what we're doing now is a user simply downloads the Bunq app, and we lead with the experience first. This is us. This is what we're about. Come and explore the application. Figure out if it's for you, if it's something you want to be a part of. Take a look at the community components of it, and then we build the experience from there. We're still very on in that journey. There is a ton more work to do to optimize the experience. But the new philosophy is that, we know the power of the feature set that we have. We just need to make it more widely accessible to people. So this new kind of style of onboarding is I think really interesting, quite disruptive. And then we need to guide people to the feature sets and the propositions that will help them to achieve their goals, because that's the end state for us. We don't want you to necessarily just think of us as a bank. We want to enable you to be better with your money, to realize the bigger ambitions that you have, whether that's a trip to Tokyo or whether it's saving up for a deposit for your house. We don't want to be a passive bank in that sense. We want to be an enabler.
And this is all these notifications. When I land in a new country, then I get a notification, right? Saying here I can save on the fees, or that, like an advisor, right?
Yeah, so the idea is that we're constantly there to prompt you, and we're very transparent about the subscription pricing model. but we'll do everything that we can to basically drive out any of the kind of unclarity around fees, because that's where people get stung on exchange rate fees, on ATM withdrawals. There's no overdraft fees that's not possible within Bunq, and the idea is that we are constantly representing your interests in that sense, and that's not just from a fees point of view, but what we're really trying to do is enable the user with the feature set designed to incentivize the right types of healthy behavior for them. So that's where we see the things like a savings goal. So for us, savings is a behavior, right? It's something that you need to do and you need to be disciplined about. It's not just necessarily a classic banking product where you get interest. But the reality is that we should be helping you to become better at putting money away to achieve whatever future term objective it is that you have. So there are small things like the auto save feature, which is the roundup. They're the ways that the savings accounts are presented to the user as a goal rather than a total amount. We obviously keep notifying and prompting you to be better at that over time. And so for us, it's really about helping the user to get to where they need to do. So they decide, what prosperity means to them, and we want to give them a set of tools that enable them to get there.
And also the awareness, maybe the labeling. If I have these subscriptions, if I can label my expenses by category.
Yeah, so I think that there is a ton of opportunity for us to start to join up, not just what people tell us in terms of what their goals are, their spending pattern, and some insights that we have with that, with enabling them to be even more effective with how they spend their funds. There's a ton of stuff that is going to be incredibly interesting in that space. So instead of just having passive insights that tell you these are the categories of your spend, without too much creativity and too much trouble, I think we can start to push the value that we deliver to our users there. And of course, looking into the future, there are obviously other opportunities for us to deliver other products that, as we're enabling our users to become more prosperous over time, to look after their future selves as well. And of course, one of the other big initiatives that we are incredibly invested in is that people don't just want to become, in our view, better managers of their own money and their own finances, but they also want to be able to do that and have an impact on a better world. And so we see that with the tree planting super green for consumers and also for businesses. And there's a lot more that we can do there to really incentivize and help people to behave in environmentally conscious ways and to drive that behavior.
Also in the investment perspective, so I'll be able to understand if I invest, what is behind this, where is my money goes in the savings, right?
Yeah, so that's the freedom of choice feature, which I think is a really interesting concept. So within the Bunq app, a user can go to the freedom of choice settings. It's within the us component, which is where it represents this is the total number of deposits across all users. These are the categories that you can choose for us to hold your money. You can even choose if you don't want to receive interest, because we have some users who, either for ethical or religious reasons, don't want their money to earn money. But if you do, we also give you the choice to say, I only want it to be held in green funds. I only want it to be held in European companies. I only want it to be held in mortgages. And it's a great concept, but when you really think about what's going on, every user has the ability to effectively on a one-to-one basis decide where their money goes, but in aggregate really help to shape what the business model of the company is. And I think that's really, really interesting. And I think it aligns with how people are starting to view the world, right? Which is the choices that they make with their money are a reflection increasingly of the values that they hold. That's something I find personally incredibly interesting, and was one of the main reasons why I ended up at Bunq.
Yeah, very, very unique. Other markets or stuff that you're already are starting to do outside of the Netherlands?
Yeah, so we are obviously Dutch headquartered, based in Amsterdam. The vast majority of the team is based at HQ. But of course, we have the ability to operate right across Europe. So as we start to scale the company, we're looking at a number of European core markets that we want to expand quite aggressively into. I mean, there'll be no surprise. If you do some like research, you'll be able to figure that out fairly quickly. But of course, we've been in those markets for some time, and effectively, what we're trying to do is to, take our time, soft launch the products, gather a bunch of feedback. So there's a ton of user feedback on what we need to do from a localization point of view. By that we mean, is the experience consistent with the one that a Dutch user would experience in the Netherlands? Are we aligning ourselves correctly from a value proposition to what the banking culture in that market values? What are the product market fit gaps that we need to close? How do we deliver a service around the product itself that is aligned with the user's expectations? So we've been doing that for a while. We've got a bunch of core things that we think that we need to deliver in order to meet the expectations of our users. And we're just constantly chipping away doing that. So yeah, the big plans for other markets. And of course, over the course of this year, what's left of it as we're rapidly reaching 2021, is obviously looking at other opportunities to deliver value to our users, regardless of which market they're in.
Yes. We didn't talk about, of course, all the APIs, the Bunq API that you are taking third-party applications in terms of, let's say, invoicing, scanning an invoice, small businesses. And I also want to ask you about the open banking, if you're doing something around this space. But maybe we should start with the API. Yeah,
so I think Bunq was one of the first, if not the first, bank in the world to offer an open RESTful API. It's a core component, I think, of the kind of challenging ethos of Bunq that has been there since the very early days. I think it's a core component of the openness and transparency and those values within the company. And of course, what we're always looking to do is to understand how do we extend the value of what we offer with the adjacent things that our users want to do. So we see this particularly right now with the business customer base. So there are a number of annoying tasks in an entrepreneur's workflow, right? Where, they, as you say, they might have an invoice that they want to send out. Well, there's no reason why that can't be done in an automated fashion to save that person time and effort. There's a whole host of things around, let's say, capturing expenses with receipts, making sure that they're not in a box or in the cabinet somewhere and losing them. So you want to be able to make all of that stuff as simple as possible. And the one that I like the most is the ability for a bit like the consumer offering, which takes an auto save as a roundup on any purchase you make. We have a similar feature on the business side, but for VAT. So you never have to worry about spending your tax money. And it's just these little time-saving, effort-saving, hassle-saving things that mean that you can focus on doing what's important, which is running your business if you're a business user. So for us on the API side, what we want to be able to do is obviously extend that workflow out. So we work with a number of bookkeeping software companies, for example, on the B2B side. And I think there are a whole ton of interesting things that we can start to explore more creatively on the consumer side as well, both using Bunq to push data out to other applications that people use every day, and obviously also enriching the Bunq experience itself by connecting into and out of the other apps that consumers might use. So those relate to interesting things like how how they live their lives, some of the other behavioral things that they do. And there's a nice link there to rewarding behavior, right? So you could easily see, you know, I maintain my fitness regime. Well, why not use the ecosystem that we're starting to build to reward myself financially for that over time. So there's some really fun, cool stuff that we can start to do there as well.
Amazing. And regarding the open banking, are you checking possibilities?
Yes. So
aggregation of other accounts.
Yeah, again, you know, it fits very nicely with the Bunq ethos, right, of being open and being connected. I think that you'll definitely see some developments from us there. Our perspective is always to identify the spaces to make the user's life as easy as possible. So for us, that, you know, that might well mean that account aggregation makes complete sense. So you can have one overview, you have one interface. If this is your preference, then we'll save you effort and time there. But there are other ways that we can start to use it, and you'll see some of that. Don't want to be too cryptic, but some of that stuff coming up soon.
Amazing. So I asked so many questions in so little time because people are so interested, because every time you surprise everybody with new features, and you know, and your updates are exciting and really solving a lot of you know, possibilities and issues for a lot of people. One more thing before we finish. So you mentioned the Bunq Green and the card, this metal card, right?
Yeah.
So for people who don't know, what do they get when they apply to that program?
Sure. So the Super Green subscription is it's effectively what we think of as a power up on top of the premium subscription, right? Which Bunq is very well known for, which is all of the time and money saving features. And the Super Green subscription essentially plants a tree for every 100 euros that you spend on any Bunq card. You can choose to have a metal card if you want. But the idea is that to make it as simple as possible for users to be able to have an impact on the world. So they don't need to change their spending habits at all. They just use the card. Every 100 euros you spend on it will plant a tree in your name. And there is an in-app experience that shows your own little forest growing over time. And then we take the CO2 numbers saved from our partner, which is the Eden Forestation down in Madagascar. And then we tell you how long it will take you by planting trees to become CO2 neutral, so that you can start to have a wider impact on the world, right? So again, concept is you become better financially with your money. That enables you to achieve the things in your life that you want to. And whilst you're doing that, to also achieve those things in the world by making your own small impact. So again, it's aligning the change with the simplest behavior possible for the user.
Amazing. So thank you very much. Keep on doing the magic that you're doing. I don't know how many people are you guys, but you're launching a lot of new features and opportunities. A lot of people waiting for this talk today to hear you. How do they learn about you, your team?
So yeah, go to bunq.com, download the app. You can use the first month is free. Use it. Please tell us your feedback. People can reach me on LinkedIn if they want to talk. But yeah, I think the more we raise awareness of the challenging nature of Bunq and what we're trying to achieve, I think the better. And come and join us for the ride.
Amazing. Thank you very much.
Pleasure. Thank you for your time.
Good luck. All right, so we are here with Federico. Hi, Federico.
Hi, hello, how are you? How's everything?
I'm good. I'm so happy that we have all these fintech nations, you know, and neobanks, challenger banks, fintechs from all over the world, also from Argentina. And
Yeah.
I want to know about the company, obviously, and what are you trying to solve in the finance market. But first, maybe we should start about you and maybe your background, so people will get to understand and know you better.
Sure. So my background is industrial engineering. I've been working in the US for 7 years in a cargo airline company. I founded my first company, which I sold in 2017. It was a peer-to-peer logistic company. As you may know, in South America, products are extremely expensive compared to the US. So and logistics are poor, let's say. So what we did was we connected travelers from Argentina and South America going to the US for businesses or tourism, and get back with some products to the country. So both of them, it was a win-win situation. Mm-hmm. We then moved the entire team. I met my other 3 co-founders, and we founded in 2018 game in the crypto industry. It was a game for the World Cup. I would say it was really popular in the crypto community. And then it was kind of difficult to onboard non-crypto people into the game. So by 2019, last year, we built the biggest digital exchange in Argentina in order to exchange Argentine pesos into US dollars. As you may know, and the publics who are watching the interview, in Argentina, we have high inflation rate. And unfortunately, our national currency loses value every minute or every second, we can say. So as Argentines, we are used to exchange Argentine pesos into a hard currency, in this case, US dollars. So we built a digital one. Instead of doing it in the bank, you did it with us at a cheaper price and with a seamless experience. And from this experience, from our previous firm, we were working with 3 different bank accounts. This is very popular all around LATAM. An SMB and a small and medium company works with 3 to 5 different bank accounts because each of them is good doing business with a small thing. So that's why we need a lot of banks to run normal operations. So we built for our own a tool to connect our 3 banks together. And we started doing integrations with different platforms, just like Zapier does. With Telegram, with Slack, with Google Spreadsheets. And in 2020, because the rules change and the US dollar is not easy to sell, let's say, we decided to launch Plumo. Unfortunately, it's a big success.
Wow, what a journey. It's good that I asked you for the background, because now I understand what led you to here and all these aggregations, right?
Yeah, you know, besides Plumo, and hopefully it might become a gorgeous company and a biggest company all around Latin America, it's been, I would say, 6 and 7 years of doing like a tech entrepreneurship in order to get to the first successes and the most important, building the team, because the team is definitely the most important thing. We've been pivoting since 2018 and definitely the solution is the team.
And how ready are you now? What is the phase of the company right now?
So right now we have 4,000 end users using the company, I would say twice a day. Wow. And we have 100 companies in the wait list waiting for the businesses to start as a company. We decided at first to test it among individuals because it's easier. So we are finishing all the bank integrations and some extra integrations with other platforms, but it should be ready in a couple of weeks for SMBs.
So
which is the main
you said
part.
bank integrations. Like in Europe, of course, we have the start of open banking and all of these regulations, standardization. How is it over there to aggregate all the banks?
Okay, it's a tough work. Unfortunately, there's no regulation. I am not expecting a regulation at least for the next 3 to 5 years. But the worst thing, let's say, is that unfortunately the bank technologies are very old. So it's difficult for them, even if a regulation comes soon, to start providing the APIs like happens in Europe. So we have to build all this infrastructure. We are the owners of it.
So you have to go to the banks in Argentina. I don't know which one you're working with, but and really build that bridge together with a lot of effort.
Exactly. So the way we're doing it is, I mean, for now, we are talking with just a few banks, but with the other ones, I mean, we are just building it. We are doing all the, replicating, let's say, the user's behavior regarding the online banking, and we are doing it. Let's say that we built one bank integration every 10 or 12 days, approx.
Yeah. And there are other players who do that in Argentina or in the market?
So there are no other players doing it in Argentina. I mean, our market or our business revenue is not providing APIs to other businesses. Our business revenue is just offering Plumo to the SMBs and charge them a membership.
Yeah.
But we have to build these APIs. In other markets in LATAM, there are a few players providing the APIs. That's their business revenue. So, for example, in Mexico, we are talking to 2 or 3 different companies that provides APIs because there will be our providers for Plumo in Mexico, and we will accelerate our launching time or our launching period in other countries.
So Mexico is a target market.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, in LATAM, there are 2 big markets, Mexico and Brazil. Because of the language, Mexico is easier for us than Brazil. Brazil, I would say, is amazing, but it's among Latin America, but it's totally different. It's almost a huge continent. So, but yeah, at first should be Mexico and then Brazil.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at these markets, and we also have, by the way, Facebook on our summit, and they have they start with WhatsApp in Brazil, I think, and doing other stuff with Facebook payments. What can you tell me about the ecosystem in these markets? I mean, let's talk about the average consumer, and you're talking about SMEs, so we can talk about the SMEs. What is the struggle? What are you solving for them? What doesn't exist right now in the market?
Okay, so in LATAM, in the last 2 years and from now on to the future, fintechs are helping a lot the financial ecosystem. The thing is that unfortunately, traditional banks, obviously they are worried because in general, fintechs are taking their clients out of their banks, at least their money, not as an active users, but their money, their salary, and is moving out to other fintechs, which actually fintechs are bank clients. But yeah, so the problem is that banks in LATAM, they are very old in terms of tech. They are very outdated. So that's the main issue. And fintechs appears solving just one small thing, but they did it so much better than a bank that it's very organic for the user, even end user or SMB, to move on and start using them. And sometimes, unfortunately, it is difficult for the traditional banks to let them understand that some fintechs are not fighting against them, but helping them. For example, Plumo, I mean, we are not taking the money out of the traditional bank. We're just complementing them. But yeah, that's the problem. I mean, the financial ecosystem in Latam is so weak that whenever a player appears with a great tech and the way to scale is so fast, I mean, it makes a good disaster, let's say, in the entire country. That's what is happening. And what is more is that in Latam, at least in Argentina, but I can say that all around Latam, the financial education is very weak compared to other continents like Europe or the US, where it's extremely easy to invest in stocks, for example, or bonds or whatever. In Argentina, these fintechs are making it easy for us to start at least investing in some easy and let's say with a low interest rate, but at least we are investing our money. So that's why fintechs are growing so fast right now in Latin America.
And okay, let's say the 4,000 that you have right now on the platform, what kind of experience do they get? Like what are the main features that exist right now that you can describe to us, just as an example?
Yeah. Okay. So for example, in Argentina, as I said, there are the traditional banks. Now there are a few digital banks which are appearing and working well. You have big virtual wallets like Mercado Pago, which is Mercado Libre's main player all around Latam. He has his own virtual wallet. And then there are online brokers. So people have their money flying from one way to the other because fortunately in Argentina, bank transactions are free and immediate. So money is flying from one place to the other, and people are having 5, 7 different, let's say, entities account. It means banks, brokers, or virtual wallets. So what we are offering them, the way to connect all their bank accounts in just one place, being informed through email, through Telegram, through Slack, through WhatsApp, for every bank movements or every credit card expenses, or even sometimes the banks takes you money because of like they are charging you with something that you didn't even knew about it. So that's what they love about Plumo.
That's great. Yeah.
Yeah. And finally, as we are, let's say, developers or technical founders, we built webhooks. So you can connect Plumo, which means like your bank movements, to any other platform. So for example, if you have a CRM or an accounting software, or I mean, whatever you're using as an end user or as a company, you can connect it through the webhooks, which are the most popular, I would say.
Wow, that's great. Yeah. So, and by the way, the pricing for that, because I missed that part of.
Yeah. Okay. So for end user is totally free, as we are testing and it's not the main target. And for SMBs, there's different memberships, pretty similar as a SaaS business. So you have the basic one, which is 3 banks and 1,000 plans, and it costs $50 per month. Then the advanced one, let's say, 5 banks accounts and 3,000 plans, it's $100. And then there's a customized one, depending if your company is bigger than the average one, which happens. Some companies have 7 or 10 banks and many employees, so they need more plans as well.
Yeah. I wanted to ask you when we start about investment. Did you get any investment for the company? Where is the money coming? Self-funded or? Okay,
so fortunately, with our previous company, which was totally self-funded, I mean, we did great. So we have a great, let's say, decent amount of money to keep working. But we've been invested by Y Combinator this year. So they provide you $150K for the 7% of the company. That's the YC deal. And we are just now, really now, this the previous week, this week, and the upcoming weeks, doing our fundraising. I mean, as I said, fortunately, we are okay with the money, but that's why we are raising money now, because I mean, we are not in a hurry. We can keep growing the company with our own funds, and that's the best moment to raise money.
Mm-hmm. Amazing. And so the targeted markets are, of course, Mexico, Argentina.
Yeah, I mean, Argentina, Mexico, Colombia, and Brazil. I mean, you have the biggest markets all around LATAM, and it should be okay. But obviously, I mean, you always want more, and
Yeah.
Peru is a must as well. Chile is a must as well. But mainly these 4 countries should be okay. Then, I mean, who knows? There are a lot of funds that we have already talked to last week from the US, and they like the way we approach it as a Zapier for LATAM banking. And they say, I mean, this Zapier for banking is lacking all around the world. So, I mean, you should start watching as well other countries. But, you know, I mean, the team now, we are 9 people working.
I was about to ask.
Full time. Yeah. And obviously, at least we need to finish our work here in Argentina, then move out to Mexico, and then maybe we can start thinking about doing other businesses all around the world. But at least at first, you need to land in Mexico and finish the Argentinian job. Yeah,
I like the phrase that you mentioned, like the LATAM leader, you know.
Yeah.
And also I like the fact that the Y Combinator believed in you guys, right? You probably went through
that's a good thing, because I mean the thing I loved from YC, I've been following YC like for the last 8 years, been trying to get in a lot of times. So I mean, tech companies or tech ideas, you need to try, and sometimes it happens, like the good things happen. So that's the way to keep investing time and trying to build something interesting, and you need to be prepared to fail. But I mean, failure is just okay, and you learn some stuff, and then you need to keep building the new one. And the good thing from YC is that they invest in teams, not really in the idea. And that's the thing I love from YC and the way they explain to you this.
And they help more than the investment. They help you with advice.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the YC experience is fantastic. Not only because they provide you with great partners with experience, in our case in fintechs and in Latin America, but as well talking to the other the other founders as well, like they are in your batch in YC. Many of them are working or in the same stuff or something similar in a different part of the world, and you can understand their problems, they can understand my problems, and both of us working together, we can solve them. We are not competition, as they are approaching, let's say, the Japanese market, and we are approaching the Latin American market. So, I mean, the whole experience is a must if you can get in. I mean, it's fantastic, and it's a boost for the team as well.
Yeah. Amazing. I'm very excited about the market. I'm very excited about the mission of the company, and I'm sure lots of people are watching you. And I have been contacted by other neobanks or fintechs from Mexico, from Argentina, from these, of course, from Brazil, that we know. And how do people find out more about you, connect to you?
Okay, so well, my email is federico@plunzo.com. So you can send me an email in there. There's a chat as well in the webpage. We have LinkedIn. We have Twitter as well. The way we started the company Plunzo, the way we started getting users in Plunzo is from our previous company, which I said it was pretty successful, more than 50K users, more than 500 SMBs. So, I mean, we've been doing a hard job with our previous users to get new ones in here. But in case someone wants to talk to me and do a video call, I'm happy to do it. He or she can write me to federico@plunzo.com.
Amazing. And people can join the beta that you, the
Okay,
waiting list?
the platform right now is totally open as an end user. So you can get in, sign up, and start linking your bank accounts. As a company, there's once you get in as an end user and you're an owner of a company, or you are an executive in there, you can sign up your company and we will get in touch with you.
Amazing. Good luck to you and the whole team. And maybe we're going to do another interview in a couple of months to see what about the other market that we mentioned. And I think it's a great opportunity, huge opportunity in these markets. So thank you very, very much, and we'll see you soon.
Thank you very much, Nir, and congrats for this summit. Congrats for doing it in this period of time we are living, and hopefully the next one can be in Israel maybe and physically.
That's
Would love to
you're
cover
always
it.
invited, and I also hope to visit your area and see around the fintech ecosystem there.
Amazing, and you can do a bit of tourism in La Patagonia, in the south of the country. That is amazing.
That's great. All right, we'll keep in touch. Take care.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
All right, we are here with Saad. Hi, Saad.
Hey, how's it going there?
Good to have you on the Global Finance Summit here. I'm excited. A lot of people are excited to hear about your business, about you, about the Emirates. Like, so many questions already, and we haven't even started. So first, maybe a little bit about the background about yourself, and then we'll dive into Expanse and the company.
Sure thing. So I'm based in Dubai in the United Arab Emirates. I've been here for almost 5 years. Before that was in Bahrain and in Saudi Arabia, and I've run various different ventures over the last sort of 12 years in the Gulf. And on my latest venture, which is Expanse, a neobank for excuse me, for freelancers and SMEs, or for entrepreneurs.
I was reading all kinds of press about that. You have a co-founder, or I don't remember who's on the team.
Yeah, so today the team keeps growing. We're at just over 20 at the moment. I founded the business. We're a bunch of co-founders. So my CTO, Constantine, and then we've got our COO, Hassan Al-Hirz, who started one of the first digital banks in the region. Also got some family involved. My younger brother is our sort of Mr. Network. So we've got a really good team. Very, we're from the region. We understand what happens over here. how it works. So yeah, it's and the team's growing day by day.
And how is the potential in terms of the region? You talk about the region. How is it filling into the need of the SMEs, the small businesses, the freelancers in the region?
Yeah, well, look, I mean, I grew up in Saudi Arabia, and I would say pretty much all of my friends are involved in some business. I mean, everyone has a side hustle, right? You might have a 9-to-5 job, but then everyone also has a business on the side. And it's, I think throughout, we're quite an entrepreneurial, as a region, people are quite entrepreneurial. Perhaps less like the kind of tech startups that we think of in the West, but you know, small trading companies, there might be people doing freelance work, but there are a lot of businesses people are running on the side, and it's there, it's ingrained in people's DNA. So you know, the opportunity here is great. I mean, like any nation, SMEs make up the backbone. They are the biggest employers, and there is a definite need within the region of where the countries have plans of how to wean the economy off of oil and make the, you know, the GDP contribution from SMEs much bigger. So there is a push. You see it everywhere. In Saudi Arabia, you've got the fund of funds in Bahrain as well. And we see the same thing here with Hub 71 in Abu Dhabi and Area 2071 in Dubai. This real push for entrepreneurship across the region.
And in this ecosystem, you're building a new brand. How new is it? How long are you operating?
So expenses as a concept about 2 years old now. So I mean, obviously it's taken, you know, the regulations, you know, fintech really is in the very early stages in our region, and so you know, it's taken a bit longer than people would have expected to come to market, but generally speaking, we're seeing things really open up now, and I think that end of this year and next year we're going to see a boom in fintech across the region. In SAMA, the Central Bank of Saudi Arabia, or the Central Bank of Bahrain, Kuwait, UAE, everyone is pushing regulations to make it fintech friendly, and we're going to see the fruits of this very soon.
That's good to hear for fintech. So I'm looking at, I mean, I'm seeing that on your website, people can join the waiting list. So I'm curious, how ready, when is it ready for the market? Are you on a beta phase? What's going on?
Yeah, good question. So we're actually going to start alpha testing before the end of this month. So in a couple of weeks, we should be doing that, and then beta testing to follow shortly after that. The way that we've set things up at Expense is that it's going to be a multi-market rollout. So even though I'm talking to you from Dubai today, alpha testing is taking place in Bahrain. We have, you know, things set up to roll out in Saudi Arabia as well. So we have our banking partner there. We're going through our licensing process in the kingdom and here in the UAE as well. So the idea is that Bahrain has Bahrain is one of the smaller Gulf states, but it's got a very open regulator. It's very friendly. It's a great place to set up and experiment from. And then bring it into the sort of the larger Gulf states, the UAE and Saudi Arabia. So that's what we're planning to do. So hopefully, you know, the first live expense accounts, but by the early next year is when our plan.
Do you, in that space, do you have any, like, let's say, I don't know, competitors, other players that are in that space? Because I was reading about you a lot. Like, I was reading a lot of press about the big promise of this, and I don't know enough about other players in the region that serve and in a unique way, serve that segment in a unique way.
Yeah, it's a good question. I think, what we've seen, let's say from the fintech players and from the incumbents, that there's been a lot of focus on creating digital products for the retail sector, for consumers. Very little focus on our customer segment, the micro and the small enterprises. Although there are a couple of products out now in the market. So one of the larger banks in the UAE, Mashreq, they released a product about a year ago called Mashreq Neo Biz. Emirates MBD, which is arguably one of the largest banks in the region, has a product coming out soon called E20. I'm not sure what stage they're at, but earlier this year, late last year, they were talking about going into beta. So we do know, and then there's probably other players, smaller players. There might be people in stealth mode at the moment, but we haven't seen another fintech coming out with a similar solution to ours. But that's not to say that perhaps someone is working on it. We just don't know about it.
Yes, and what's maybe we walk me through the user journey. I mean, just as an example of a need of a small, let's say, solo entrepreneur or small business on a day-to-day basis that you can solve. Even one feature that you think it's necessary in the market today.
I think, I think I don't know how it's like where you are, but when we went into this COVID in the lockdown in late March, the only thing that was working were deliveries. So I mean, it was the startups. I don't know if you heard InstaShop, which was recently bought for $360 million. We lived off these guys. We lived off these deliveries. Now, if you don't have a card, if you don't have a way to pay online, if you don't have a way to accept payments online, during that sort of lockdown period, your business would be dead, right? I think from sort of end of March up until probably around August, I don't think I touched cash once, right? And that's a big thing, particularly in our region where we're so cash dependent. Or where cash dominates payments so much. And I think that one of the things that we're really focusing on at expense is what we're calling the contactless commerce. How can I do business with someone without actually physically meeting them? So from issuing an invoice to getting paid without ever having to actually, meet or exchange or do any physical kind of contact. So I think that's one of the things that we're working quite hard on over at expense, and we want to see people be able to accept digital payments.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, even in this summit, I mean, we talked to neobanks like that in Australia. We talked, of course, in the UK. You have Coconut. You have other services. Of course, in the US, you have Lily Bank and others that are going to the gig economy. Even in our summit, there are a few. I mean, things like taxes, things like invoicing, things like real pain of small
exactly.
business.
Exactly. And for us, tax is a very new thing. So one of the beauties of living in the Gulf has always been that it's tax free. But a year or two ago, VAT was introduced, and these are things that we as businesses have not been used to. And then all of a sudden, we've got to deal with this. So, things like creating virtual jars to segregate tax and things like that. Those are what we're trying to do is basically allow the business owner, the entrepreneur, to focus on building their business, focus on doing what matters, and sort of automating and taking these kind of issues away from them and let them happen automatically. rather than spending, at the end of the week or at the end of the day, I got to spend 2-3 hours doing administration work, which I'll tell you, 15 years ago when I started my first business in Saudi Arabia, that's what my weekends would be like, going through receipts and issuing invoices. I remember not even knowing what an invoice was. I came straight out of uni and started a business. I remember at the time, Googling what an invoice looks like so that I could make a template. We didn't have Xero at the time or QuickBooks or anything like that. And I even remember that first invoice we issued actually got rejected by the customer because the customer said, oh, well, you're missing this from the invoice and you're missing that from the invoice. So what went from should have been paid in 45 days ended up being 90 plus because you've missed the invoicing cycles. So these are things like sending reminders to your customers, ensuring that purchase order numbers are in the invoices so that you do get paid quicker. These are all things that are built directly into expense. So you don't need to, we're not at this stage relying on a third party to connect and to do the invoicing. It's all built there directly in expense itself.
I was about to ask if you're connecting to a third party for. Yeah,
it's obviously that's in the plans. You will be able to export statements and things too if you are, say, using a Zoho Books or QuickBooks or Xero or something like that. But at this stage, we want them to be able to do as much as they can from within the application.
Yes. Tell me about investments. Did you get an investment? Are you raising? Like, what's the status?
Yeah, so so to date we've raised about just under $2 million in 2 rounds. Money from locally and internationally. Majority of it coming from Saudi Arabia. Is it interesting? We're still, in the early stages of the whole startup scene and the idea of investing into startups, and we're very real estate dominated over here. People would invest into real estate, and now we're starting to see things change. And I think one of the big things that made a difference for us was when Uber bought Kareem last year. And I think that for everyone, that was a real sort of turning point in the market, that people believed that, yes, local homegrown startups can become unicorns, can get acquired. And at the same time, you had Souq getting acquired by Amazon, Payfort becoming, Amazon as well. So there have been some really interesting things. And like I mentioned earlier in about InstaShop, for example. So we're now starting to see some really nice exits that homegrown startups are doing. And so I think that, there is that faith or that confidence in startups now. So it's been, and then raising funds during COVID has been fun as well. It's been challenging.
But I'm just completely in love with what you do, with the big vision here. I understand the numbers, I understand the economy is going there. As you mentioned COVID, even before COVID, that the numbers are there, and you're able to serve these people with a real good offering, product offering here. And I totally understand. I mean, we didn't discuss numbers of the potential in the markets, but it's obvious. I mean, and that's why the big banks that you mentioned are also trying to get into this space. And I guess one of the options was from the beginning for you maybe to start with a bank, with a big bank, or start by your own.
That it's an interesting point. I mean, look, So we are very much following the neobank model, where we are relying on an existing financial institution to use their licenses. So very much like if you look at the early days, 5 years ago, when the Revoluts of the world were launching, you know, they were piggybacking on someone else's EMI license, and you know, they had a bin sponsor. So imagine we are where Western European neobanks were 5 years ago, and that's the model that we have to use to get up, because digital banking licenses have only just started in the market, and you know, the capital requirements are huge. We want to be quick, we want to be nimble, and one of the ways of being able to scale rapidly across this market is to partner with financial institutions in each country. So you have to remember, unlike the European Union, we don't have the beauty of passporting. We need to go to each regulator. We need to, you know, then there are issues of on-soil data processing and all these kind of things, you know, that we have to deal with. So we do have to work with them. And now what we're seeing, you know, compared to, I would say, this time last year, that banks are much more open to work with us. It has been a slow process, but we're now starting to see more and more that, you know, what banks are seeing as less as competitors, but more as potential, you know, partners.
Amazing. Before we are finishing, of course, I have to maybe end up with a more personal question. In these days, we are hearing a lot about banks from my country. Of course, we're talking about FinTech Nations, and a lot of bank delegations are flying from Israel to the Emirates to form these FinTech bridges, as we call them, the FinTech Nation bridges.
Yeah.
How is like the perspective from there on those economic delegations? I mean, what is the interest of the Emirates side?
Well, look, I think it's an interesting question. Today we had a call with one of the largest, I think the largest bank from Israel, and we spoke to the head of FinTech and FinTech investment at the bank, and at the beginning of the call, you know, it was a bit surreal. I mean, people from other parts of the world might not understand, you know, what it means for having this call between us today, because this is unimaginable. This would have been unimaginable a few days ago, right? So, you know, whereas if you were sitting in London and you're having a call with Tel Aviv, it's not a big deal, right? So that definitely has been I think really like I don't know how to explain it, but it's been historical for us. You know, we took some screenshots and stuff, and we said, you know, this is something, we don't know where it's going to go, whether there's something further from this, but at least, you know, we did this. And that, you know, from a personal perspective, a big milestone. But what interest is there? I think that, you know, one, you know, the tech scene in Israel and the quality of tech coming out of there is amazing. I think that you know, you know, that I'm sure what we're gonna see is investment going both sides. I think that, you know, we're opening up the opportunity for VCs to come from the UAE and invest into Israeli startups and vice versa. That was one of our conversations today about possible, you know, investments into our into our venture. But I think that's what I think that, you know, that's one of the things we're going to see. I think there's, you know, I'm looking at it from a startup perspective, and then obviously, you know, it just opens up more doors, more opportunities for commerce between the two countries, and you need to have that banking. The banking channels need to be open between the two countries. I remember a few years ago, I think it was on Fiverr, I was trying to do some work through Fiverr, and I couldn't pay using my Emirati card, right?
I was about to mention Fiverr. It's unbelievable. We just thought about the same thing because,
yeah,
of course, because of the gig economy, the freelance, but because I'm hiring right now a person from your region on Fiverr, and yeah, we didn't discuss the fact that I'm Israeli, but Fiverr is Israeli. Again, the platform allows somebody like the one I just hired to get paid. He doesn't have a PayPal account. He doesn't have any other way of paying him. And I'm paying him for Fiverr. I'm hiring.
Yeah.
Fiverr. But sorry, I just, yeah.
No, it's fine. The point I was making was that, you know, then a few years ago, I was working on something and I'd selected a freelancer on Fiverr that was based in Israel, and it just would not take my payment. I then had to use one of my non-Emirati cards to be able to fulfill the payment. So I mean, these are some of the opportunities that are going to open up. And you know, I was reading today that there are already, you know, tourists on their way from Israel to the UAE. So let's see how it all pans out. I mean, I think the important thing is that it can't solely be, we need to see it spread across the region, not just because, you know, what effect does this have, you know, in the other Gulf states, within the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia? Right. How will it affect things? You know, if you talk about, you know, the market, Pakistan, right, which is next door to us, 250 million people. It's a huge market. It's a market to go into. You know, what are their thoughts on all of this? So I think it's great for the two nations, for the UAE and Israel. But I think that especially for us, we just need to look at it in the broader context of our region as well. And you know, inshallah, it's time. You know, it will be. We'll see how things turn out. Yes.
Wow. Thank you so much. A lot of people waiting to hear your story. Of course, they can join, right? They can join the waitlist on the website. How can they follow you?
So, I mean, we're they can go to our website at expense.co and join the waiting list. We're most active on Instagram, so please feel free to follow us on Instagram at @expense. And yeah, just keep a lookout for us, and we'll be up and running in no time.
Amazing. I will follow all the partnerships, all the roadmap that you have, and good luck from all my heart. It's amazing, and I can't wait to see people start using it and you know, bringing value to those businesses. It's amazing.
Yeah, thank you very much, Nir. It's been a great pleasure to be on your panel today, and thanks a lot.
Thank you. Hey, Olivia, how are you?
Hi, I'm well, thank you. Thanks for having me. How are you?
Thank you. Thank you for coming. I'm great. A lot of people are looking forward to hear about you, about the Alliance, everything that you do. But maybe first start to tell us a little bit about yourself, even before, so people will get the background about you.
Sure. So my name's Olivia. I'm editor at FinTech Alliance. I come from a kind of business writing and content background. I worked in B2B magazines for a couple of years and just got really interested in FinTech as a whole and all the changes it was bringing and the potential to build products that work for everyone around the world. And so about a year ago when FinTech Alliance launched, I joined as editor. And it's been, you know, a really busy year, lots of changes, obviously working for a startup, but I really enjoy it. And some of the things I do are looking after content on our website, so keeping the whole community up to date with what's going on, helping them to promote what they're doing. Also lately, because of COVID, been running a lot of kind of webinars and different things like that So yeah, just really enjoying things at the moment, but it's been a hectic few months, as I'm sure it has for everyone.
Yes, yes. I see you as a resource, as a power knowledge for all these, trends in fintechs, everything that's going on around the world, not even in the UK, also outside, yeah, let's, dive in of what you were saying. I mean, I want to talk to you about so many topics like open banking and open API of banks and stuff like that. So what do you see in the potential? Because we had some fintechs in open banking. So what do you see in that aspect?
I think the interesting part around open banking and around API capabilities is in allowing banks to kind of add different features to serve customers. So it's allowing those technology platforms to speak to each other and enabling that collaboration. I guess the beauty of allowing people to plug things in really quickly means you can try things out. If they don't work, which we often find in fintech, we're not afraid to say, we failed and we try something else. And I think that's been really enabled by API adoption. I think if you can organize your capabilities into that network, you can plug in existing features and you don't have to kind of start from scratch. And I think a lot of banks, when they try to obviously change what they're doing, they're faced with these legacy systems they have to overhaul. But I think with neobanks as well, they aren't yet becoming a true competitor, I would say, to the incumbents. They're kind of working alongside them. So it's important for them to make their mark by, I guess, adding in and plugging in new features. So we hear from the likes of Revolut are kind of developing a super app and trying to add in all these different things to attract new customers. And I think that's where the API and open banking come in, where you can merge the more traditional bank and the neobank together.
What can you say about open banking in general in the UK? Like what phase is it at?
I think it probably hasn't been adopted to the potential it can be yet. I think we've recognized its purpose now, but I think there's still a lot more we can do. And I think most people I speak to are saying, particularly the banks haven't really adopted it to its highest potential yet. But I think there's a lot of interesting conversations I've heard around it. I think now I think while people move even closer to digital solutions now because of obviously COVID and everything that's been going on recently, I'm hoping that people will see that potential a bit more. But I think particularly we have seen a lot of adoption with companies that work to provide services for financial institutions, and it enables them to really plug in the right way and create things that are bespoke and that can be put into practice very quickly.
And in general about neobanks and neobanks during COVID, you're doing so many reports, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of research going on there. I think COVID has made everyone stop and think from a consumer perspective, how do they manage their finances? No one wants to really go into a branch anymore. A lot of people are turning to digital. And I think also just with people either being, unfortunately, having lost their jobs or even being furloughed, people are at home and they're really putting thought into what they do with their money. Some people have extra disposable income they want to save. So all of that has really driven this adoption. But I think there was a new report that we are working with a company called EPAM to kind of promote, and it's come out today, and it really shows neobanking adoption's still quite slow around the world, and while lots of people are interested, there's very, very few people who will actually switch their account to a neobank still. I think they found about 82% are happy, or at least slightly happy with their current bank. And I think it's probably, you probably feel the same way where, I'm not entirely happy with my bank, but even if I'm not really going to switch over because it's a lot of hassle and things. So it's for neobanks, again, as I said, to add in those features that are quite specific and that people will use alongside their bank. And I think also making that adoption and onboarding really easy. I've heard a lot of stories recently about digital ID and digital verification services because people want to just be able to set up their bank account without having to go into a branch. Over the past few years, that's been increasing due to people just not wanting to bother, but now it's a real, fear of going into a branch for some people.
So on the one side, you're saying that a lot of people still are not moving that fast to the neobanks, but then you're also saying that COVID and digital identity, as you said. So for people who don't know, what does it mean?
Digital identity. So these are kind of the ways that we verify who somebody is without actually, I suppose, having to see them and have that conversation with them. So there's lots of companies that work on things like perhaps being able to scan your passport or driver's license in, and the way that you can now, you know, if you wanted to be with Monzo or Revolut or whoever, you can just take a selfie and upload it, and they'll show who you are. So it just makes it a lot easier for people, and I think that's where people will start trying out new challenges and seeing which one suits them, because the application process isn't going to take, you know, weeks and weeks, because I think that's when people really lose interest.
Yes. Do you see the struggle of these neobanks, you know, with their financials, you know, their situation? Maybe a lot of them will not survive, right? There's a neobank for everything. There are niche neobanks for the freelancers, for the SMEs. We have so many even here in this summit, you know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I think it's a really difficult time at the moment. We're seeing kind of decrease in investment, although it's kind of picked up again a little bit now. But I think it's the chance really now for fintechs to prove their resilience, because I think it's their first big challenge, I guess, that they've come across. You know, they came out kind of after a lot of fintechs came out, you know, after we had the recession and the financial crisis, and now this is their first big crisis they've had to deal with. So I think what will happen is we'll see which ones were more resilient, but I think what will also happen will be a lot of partnering, and those with a really innovative solution that the banks and consumers see value in, they will probably partner with a larger and more resilient company to kind of take that forward.
So how do you see the role of your organization? Because I know you're doing a lot during these times. Like, what is your voice, your unique voice? What is the focus?
Sure. Well, I think we were reasonably well equipped because we are a fully digital ecosystem. We had been running some physical events, but thankfully we weren't an organization that relied on physical events, which would have been obviously a different story. But yeah, we're basically, just to give you a bit of background on Fintech Alliance, we're a government-backed digital ecosystem, and we aim to promote the whole UK fintech sector. So anyone who's involved in fintech, whether that's a large bank or a technology company or these fintech unicorns, or even, you know, a small startup who's just kind of at their kind of pre-seed stage. We have a massive kind of, I think we're about 200 strong now, and we have a big ecosystem with all these different companies. We see our role as really bringing them together. It's a very interactive platform, so companies can go on there, they can talk to each other. Our goal is that at the moment, we're obviously nurturing them, but we really want them to kind of build their own relationships as well, and we can kind of take a step back from that, I suppose. And we provide access to education. We're developing a mentoring hub. We also have a diversity hub to help companies become more inclusive. We have news and insights, which is kind of my baby, I guess, in a way. I send out the newsletter every day and once a week, whether people like it or not. So they see me pop up all the time, but it's just to kind of give an easily digestible view of what's going on, you know, in the UK and around the world. So we've been live for about a year now. Since
a year? I thought more.
Yeah, exactly.
You're everywhere. That's what I'm saying. Like.
Yeah, it's been a really quick kind of period of growth, I guess, especially the last few months as everything's gone online. And we're also there for individuals as well, just to, I guess, learn more about fintech. So, but that's been, you know, it's been a challenge with COVID to kind of feel we have a big responsibility to our community, and it's kind of identifying what they need at the moment and how we can help them.
Amazing. Yeah, what do they need exactly, like during these times? I mean, of course, even the hub is the information, as the communication, you know, everything that you're providing them, and even the small thing, you know, like the newsletter, you know, a lot of these fintechs, they need to be educated, you know, about features, about trends, where is it going? You know, there's so much to learn. That's why we have the FinTech Nations Summit, because you can find things in other nations. You know, we interviewed so many right today, and like, you know, from Singapore, from Hong Kong. By the way, they're all looking at the UK. So I mean, when I asked about open banking, everybody gives me the examples of the UK, you know, because the UK created it, right? So what can you tell me about the industry, the diverse industry that you have in the UK that we can learn from you?
Sure. Well, I think the UK has a lot of great points in terms of fintech. We've a supportive regulator. We've obviously always been a leader in financial services, which, you know, is becoming fintech, I guess. But I think it's also a very collaborative environment, and that's one thing that I personally really enjoy about working in this space. People are very happy to kind of share ideas, and whereas traditional tech and traditional financial services maybe wouldn't be so collaborative. So I think that's really important. And I think, like you say, there's so many new things happening all the time. I was speaking on a panel this week with Newfound Market Missions about kind of what should people do if they're looking to come in the UK. And my main kind of advice I gave was just get involved in that community, reach out to people, do your networking, because you're never going to kind of learn everything about fintech from reading a book or taking a course, you know, because it's changing like so quick. As you say, there's so many different things coming out. And so the best way is really to be engaged in that platform. I think that's been kind of my main role throughout all of this. From my point of view, we've really been busier than ever from lockdown. You know, I've connected with more and more people, but it's about making that content accessible to everyone. There's also maybe a little bit of fatigue around content because there's so much out there, isn't there? So I think you have to make it easy for people to really cut through the noise and find what they need to know. And kind of network in that creative way, which I suppose like you guys are doing here as well.
Yeah, because it's also a matchmaking summit. People are being matched by their needs. They're seeing us right now, but some of us are not seeing us, and they have a one-on-one meeting right now, which is totally okay because of their needs, and that's I think what's unique here. And I want to say something about you, that you were super approachable. Like when you heard about us and I approached you immediately, how can I help? How can I, you know, bring more content? How can I, and I don't know if it's in general about the UK, but I'm so happy that people like you are sharing the knowledge, sharing the information, collaborating. You did so many panels. I don't know. I'm seeing you all over.
Oh yeah, I mean you've caught me at the end of a week of different panels, so I'm well into the swing of it now. Yeah, I mean I think it's important. I think, like you say, you get the newsletter and things like that, and people just, when we were doing physical events, people say, "Oh, I know you," kind of through emails and things like that. And it's really important. I think one thing that has surprised me actually working in kind of the London fintech space is, even though we have all this technology and things like that, people still want to get to know you as a person. So whether you're the founder or like me, you're kind of working in an ecosystem, people want to know the person behind it, and they want to know you on a kind of human level, I think. So yeah, you have to be kind of approachable. But I think in my job as well, I definitely see myself as a facilitator. This is one of the only times I've actually been interviewed myself, you know, because normally I'm the one who's saying, well, these 4 people are all smarter than me and they know more than me, so how can I get them to share their knowledge? So yeah, it's important to make it as easy as possible.
Now we're getting the knowledge from you, from all these panels. So if you can think for one thing about the future trends, stuff that you heard recently that you want to share with our audience that I didn't think of, something new.
Sure, I think there's a big opportunity here to think about underserved markets. That's something that I've always been very interested in. I think when we look around the world, we look at kind of developing markets and how we're dealing with the different kind of levels of technology that everyone's at. But I think even here in the UK, there's some people who are underserved. I think when we think about, we talked about digital onboarding and all that, and that's amazing. But then you think about maybe older people who aren't comfortable with that. I think and I think you've got many people being underserved due to kind of poor credit history. They don't really trust the mainstream banks. They haven't had a good experience in the past, and a lot of people not being tech savvy. So I think there's still a lot we need to do in terms of developing these solutions that really work for everyone and not leaving anyone behind. And I think that's where fintech has a really big opportunity. And we mentioned with neobanks being able to plug in solutions really quickly and stuff can help with that. Even throughout COVID, we had some examples of companies bringing out kind of carers cards so that people can go and shop on behalf of vulnerable people and things like that. And I think it's just an example of something that probably could have been done quickly a while ago, but wasn't. But it's now kind of been fast tracked. So for me, that's really interesting to see that we take a more more holistic view of financial services in general. And maybe we've shown we're capable of introducing all these bells and whistles, but actually which ones will help people that really need it.
Some known buzzwords or terms like from open banking to open finance. Educate our audience here for some who don't know. Bank as a service, a lot of, you know, buzzwords that we are hearing here and there. You can explain to us?
Yeah, I think you're talking about, I guess, the future models, what banks will look like in the future. And I mean, I don't know. None of us, I think, know yet, but there's a lot of interesting ideas, as you say. Will it be banking as a service, where banking is allowing other companies to kind of create these different products and services for people? I think I'm quite interested in kind of banking as a marketplace as well, which kind of would involve plugging in these different features and allowing people to choose, you know, their different financial products from one platform.
I forgot embedded finance, which is another term.
Embedded finance, yeah, of course. So, and again, like, with embedded finance, you know, what will banking look like in a few years? Everything seems to be moving onto the same platforms now. So will it be we'll use Facebook or WhatsApp or anything like that to do banking? And I think that's what a lot of people want. You know, a lot of studies I've read and just people I've spoken to want to be able to, they want choice, basically. You know, they want to be able to say, oh, well, this is my preferred platform. I like using WhatsApp. I like using maybe voice technology. So that's how I want to bank. And I think that's what we're moving towards, having to give those options to people, which I think will be a real challenge because, you know, everyone's going to want something different, as always happens. So you need to allow people to feel like they're talking to a human, but maybe they don't want to talk to a human, as none of us Generation Z and millennials seem to want to do, so they don't want to pick up the phone. So I think that's really interesting. But where you talk about these kind of different banking models, and particularly like banking kind of marketplace and things like that, I think it'll be interesting to see how consumers respond to those and what consumers actually want, because I don't think we're fully clear on that yet.
Yeah, maybe we should have the next year's interview with you and see where
we were right.
Yeah. See where all these trends and how did we shift to more of these services. I mean, COVID is a big shift, but there will be other waves and shifts. And we are both, you know, so passionate about all these things. We are reading it and learning every second, every day on LinkedIn, right? And collecting the data. Yeah, curiosity, basically, because there's so much out there all over the world. Also in other markets. You know, all these super apps, right?
Yeah. No, I think it's really interesting, and I think there's, you know, the UK has this great place of London's being a fintech hub, and we're top in financial services and all these lists. But you know, you begin to see other countries kind of creeping up there and other cities. So I think it just shows that, you know, we can't kind of rest on our laurels and we can't be relaxed about this. And then something like the pandemic happens and you kind of realize that you can't predict anything that's going to go on in the next few years. So yeah, I just think it's important that we continue to kind of learn from other markets and stuff. FinTech Alliance is hoping to go live in some other markets around the world soon.
Wow, okay.
I can't kind of announce which ones they are yet, but they will be in line with the Department of International Trade's FinTech Bridges. So just allowing the UK to build up those relationships and collaborate, and allow, you know, UK companies to expand and also other companies to come into the UK, which I think will help in terms of the ideas and the way people look at different challenges too.
You see, this is exactly why we did this summit. This is exactly the segment, the point, the focus, and the voice of the summit is to create these fintech bridges between the fintech nation and share the knowledge and, you know, come together. How do people connect to you, follow you, learn about you?
Well, I mean, as you mentioned, I'm everywhere. You can, so companies can join FinTech Alliance, obviously, but also individuals can join FinTech Alliance. So if you're someone who even just wants to learn a bit more about FinTech and find out what we do, you're very welcome to join our platform. Obviously, I'm all over LinkedIn. You can connect with me, and on Twitter, I'm quite active as well, where I talk a lot about what FinTech Alliance are doing, but also some subjects such as financial inclusion and education and
That's
stuff that
super important. By the way, we forgot. Yeah, you can say something about that. I wanted to ask you.
Yeah, in terms of education, definitely. I think that's really important. I'm very passionate that everyone should feel empowered with their finances and feel educated and know what they're doing, because I think that's the key to kind of, you know, building your own self-esteem and just feeling confident in everything you do is how you manage money. You know, they say money can't buy you happiness, but if you have a good handle on it, then you're on your way to resolving some other problems, I guess, as well. So we actually have a company just yesterday who's announced some funding, Smart Purse, who offer financial education toolkit for women specifically. And they've just recently raised some funding to properly launch their platform. So that's really exciting. I talk a lot about that.
Wow.
Also inclusion in terms of the fintech industry, because I think we mentioned kind of building the right products, but I feel like you can't build the right products if everyone on your team looks the same and is kind of a similar person, right? So we've recently launched the FinTech for All Charter with a company called Inchorus. We did some research with Level 39, Revolut, and Innovate Finance as well, to kind of find out where there were kind of issues in UK FinTech of bias and harassment and microaggressions. And we kind of discovered that a lot of it was gender-based in the industry, and a lot of people didn't report incidents because they didn't really know how to, they didn't know what would happen and things like that. So we've put together a charter that fintechs of all shapes and sizes can sign. And it's basically a commitment to, you know, taking responsibility over that and building that into your organization to make sure it is inclusive. Because obviously we talk a lot about diversity in fintech and having more women and more people from different backgrounds and ethnicities. But when they actually get there, you also need to make sure they're included in the environment, right? Because otherwise there's no point in hiring them. So yeah, those are some things we're kind of working on at the moment. And it all kind of just comes down to, I think, necessity really in helping financial services, you know, build the right products for everyone.
I think, yeah, even, you know, there's so much to say about that. And how you see it's really growing, the awareness, the change of the mindset. You see that it really works with more organizations maybe, and you mentioned other, you know, alliances, other partners, right? So maybe that's the key to do it, to collaborate.
Yeah, I think it is a necessity now. It's not, you know, it's not just a nice to have anymore, where it's like, oh, it'd be nice to have a diversity initiative that one person looks after or whatever. I think it needs to be built into companies, and people are recognizing that now. And I think where it's working is we're just seeing more examples of diverse groups of people, not huge amounts yet, but, you know, seeing someone, I think for everyone, you know, seeing someone like you doing something in fintech, you think, oh yeah, I could do that, you know. So I think that's what we're trying to achieve really. And from my point of view as an editor, I'm able to kind of promote that, and just to make sure that when we have our panels, we do have that little bit of diversity on there and try and increase that.
Okay, I want to learn. I want to be involved. I think it's super important, and I'm sure that other nations, other people here from other countries can learn about that. You know, it's important everywhere, right? Thank you very much for this very interesting conversation. I learned a lot. I'm sure other people also here. And guys, feel free to reach out. I mean, I reached out and I got you to the summit. So
exactly, yeah. I will reply eventually, even if it takes me a few days.
I don't.
Yeah, no, thank you so much for having me. I think I'm really looking forward to hearing from the other speakers.
Great, great. Enjoy the summit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
So we have seen lots of changes in the UK retail banking for years. So today what I'm going to do is I'm going to talk you through how retail banks actually make money, and then talk a little bit about what started those changes, what's continued to drive those changes, where we are now, and a little bit of insight into where we might be going next. So first things first, I'm going to explain how banks make money, and that's by a system called fractional reserve banking. So let's start off with bank number one. Here we go. This is not a pretty picture, but you get the picture. So there's bank one. We also need bank two, because none of this works in isolation. You also need some people. So let's have person A over here. Now, what do you do when you go to the bank? Well, you can do two things. One thing is to take your money to the bank and to deposit your money there. So this person A, is going to put £1,000 in the bank. The person A walks away. They're very happy. The bank is holding their money safe as far as they're concerned. But the bank isn't necessarily holding its money, because sitting on that money doesn't do much good for the bank. It's going to use it. It's going to use it to make some revenue. And the way it does that is by lending it. So it's going to give it to person B. But it's not going to give it all to person B, because there's something else which is put in place as a safeguard by central institutions, by central banks, by governments, and that's called a reserve. So that's the reserve part of the fractional reserve system. So we have our reserve up here. And how much that reserve is really depends on the country in question, the governing bodies, the economy. It can change, totally depending on what's happening elsewhere. Coronavirus probably having an impact on fractional reserve banking at this point. But this £1,000 will be lent out to person B. And as I said, they won't give them the whole amount. So let's say they give them £900. And £100 goes into the reserve. Great. So at this point, we've got money going in, money coming out, two of the most central functions of banking, but you might have spotted that nobody's actually making any money on this yet. Well, that comes in the next bit. So person B is going to go down and they're going to put their money in their own bank, down here. They're going to pay that £900 in. And then, bank number two is going to do the same thing. It's going to put some money to its reserve. Oops, if I can spell reserve, that is. And then it's probably going to lend some more money to a different person. So this is how money is moving through the system. And this is important because what you have here is the movement of money. So whilst we started off with £1,000, by this point you've actually got £2,710 in the system. So we're actually making money at this point, but that's making money for the system. The banks themselves aren't making any money yet. That comes in from the interest income bit. So fractional reserve banking works like this, and then building on top of that system, the banks make money, which is called interest income. So this is where we have to introduce more people into the system. But let's say this person has put £1,000 in, and the bank has lent £900 to person B. Now, at some point, person B is going to have to pay that money back. They don't just get to walk away, put it in the bank down here and forget about it, happy days. So when it comes to paying that money back, they withdraw it from this bank and they pay it back to bank number one, but they're going to have to pay that back with interest. We all know about interest. So let's say that we've got a borrowing interest rate of 25%. So this person is going to be paying back to the bank £1,225. It would help if I could do my maths. So that's with an interest rate of 25% down here. And then the bank is going to give this person a little bit of a reward for putting their money in the bank, for choosing bank one rather than bank two. They want you to come to their bank, because if you don't come to their bank and give them your money, they can't then lend it to somebody else and make any money on top of that. So they're going to give person A their money back with a little bit more when person A wants to come to take it out. But they're certainly not going to give them all of that, because that's their cut. So what they're going to do is pay person A probably more like, although this is quite optimistic in the current environment as I'm recording this, 2.5%. So let's say we've got a savings rate of 2.5%. And the bit in the middle is held by the bank. So the bank has made £200 off this transaction, basically by doing very little, basically just by facilitating this movement of money. So this is how fractional reserve banking works. This is how retail banks make money. It can be a lot more banks in the system than this, obviously, but that's the basic premise.
Hey, Sagi.
Hi, great.
Sagi, before we dive into your role in the Israel Innovation Authority, I want our audience to understand a little bit about yourself. Like, what did you do before? A little bit of a background about you.
Well, on my background is an economist, finance, with great passion, starting the academic one, but also the one on the field of doing technology and working a lot on technological change in terms of macroeconomic and finance. Been working in Bank of Israel and National Economic Council, the Prime Minister's Office, and now in the Innovation Authority.
And your specific role right now in the Innovation Authority?
I'm heading the growth division, which is heading most of the direct investment of the Innovation Authority within high-tech companies.
Amazing. So we are a global FinTech Nations Summit. We have all the nations that are leading in FinTech, they're all creating all these FinTech bridges. And I want to start with, we have so many topics during this summit, open banking and opportunities like that. And I know Israel, of course, I'm from Israel, is like the innovation nation. Like there's so much innovation here and so many great companies, if it's FinTech, if it's InsurTech and many other segments. How is this innovation, like why do we need an innovation authority in Israel? What is the role of the innovation authority in Israel? How does it help these startups?
The innovation authority actually, with having the office of the chief scientist before it, is almost 50 years old. We have started before there were any innovation agency globally, and Israel was probably one of the last countries on the list of how much R&D is being performed in the country. We are now in the first place in the world, so it took us 50 years of a lot of effort. And the way we work is that we have like two legs. One is within the industry, and the second one is within the government. And we know how to do the connection, how to put the right government money within the industry as good investments, and on the other side, how to take the understanding of the industry and the knowledge coming from the technology and bringing it to the government in order to create the right policies.
So, because people are hearing about Israel as the startup nation and all kinds of talks like that, and they're asking themselves, I mean, why do we need like the government, like your role in actually helping these startups? Like how are you helping? Maybe you can give us examples of things that you initiated when FinTech was just born in Israel. What were the moves that you guys did and other players to come up with the FinTech industry in Israel?
So first of all, regardless to FinTech, we're investing in all technologies. We are the biggest early stage investor in Israel. We are giving conditional loans, so we're not getting into equity, and we are not diluting the entrepreneurs and the investors. So we are giving a lot of a lot of money that is purely to growth in the very early stages in very high risk companies. But we're also looking and creating the ecosystem. So if you look back on the early 1990s, then the Office of the Chief Scientist basically initiated the Yozma program that have created the Israeli venture capital industry. And if you look to this millennium, then in 2010, 2011, we actually formed with the Ministry of Finance two large R&D centers of Citibank and of Barclays. And back then, I remember it wasn't even called FinTech. I think that the word, at least in Israel, wasn't really FinTech, but it actually exposed the ecosystem here and the entrepreneurs and the investors to global banking and to global markets of the financial sector and to the technologies and regulation that are being used within this sector. And it actually created a lot of the infrastructure that was needed for the entrepreneurs to create companies, fintech companies. So, you know, those centers, we put our money, they were built, we went out and the market actually came in, and that's for us a success to see how we get inside and how we get out, and then the money is keeping on flowing with very large amounts of money after the government money is gone. So the government is taking the high risk in the beginning in the same way we do with early stage startups.
Yeah, because you know, I've been hearing all kinds of players even during this summit talking about Israel, and I want to actually share with you a little bit of a fact that I learned. So something interesting. The Ministry of Finance from the Netherlands issued a manifesto saying that the Netherlands needs to come up and focus in fintech because that's growing. And they want the Netherlands to create these fintech bridges to two nations, two markets. And he mentioned Israel and Singapore. Israel and Singapore as the fintech bridges that the Netherlands needs to reach. So why is Israel, and not only there, like why is Israel so interesting? Because I know that Israel is a small market, and the banks here are, you know, they're not that innovative. I mean, the consumer doesn't feel the innovation here. So how come like this is so attractive to so many other markets? And we can also talk about, you know, cyber and other things that are connected to fintech, right?
So our domestic market is small, and that is the main reason why the Israeli high-tech is so successful. Because every startup that is born in Israel is born as a global company aiming for the global market. And when you start something small and you're aiming to the huge global market, you need two things. One is to have a very innovative idea, because if you're like everybody else, then all odds are against you, right? So you need to be very unique and very efficient. So that's one. The other thing is that from the very beginning, as you do the market validation, you look to the global market. And if the market validation is, and your plans are to the global market, and you're very nimble, fast, agile, efficient, also capital efficient, then you have a lot of advantages that together with a lot of capabilities of the ecosystem and of our culture that exists here around us, we managed to build companies. In the past, we used to build startups that were technological, but those were the 90s. When you look these days, you know, we had JFrog doing an IPO this week. You know, it's not, and it's something that we see, okay, that's great, but you know, it's not the first company doing huge IPO in the last few years. And you see a whole bunch of companies just, you know, waiting on the list. So some of them it will take a year or two, for some, you know, 4 or 5, but we've managed to actually build very large companies coming from Israel. And because the world is becoming very connected and digital, and the economy is becoming, the internet economy in many places, then the location, which in the past used to be a minus for Israel, today doesn't matter much. You can sit in Austria, Switzerland, Israel. If you go to the US, it's the same. It's only the difference of the hours.
Yeah.
Besides that, there's no other difference.
Very interesting. I also wanted to ask you about, we're hearing a lot of the recent weeks about the Emirates. These markets and like of course the peace process, the peace with Israel, and now opening up new markets. And I'm seeing that the first delegations that are flying both ways are the fintechs or the banks. So what is the opportunity you see over there? I mean, for both nations, let's say.
I think that in many aspects, the UAE is actually completing Israel. We are familiar with our colleagues on their government, very efficient government, very professional. A little bit like Israel, they were under the British mandate before, which also makes the law very very advanced. In some ways, even parts of it are similar. But while Israelis are very good in innovation and technology and scaling, let's call it bottom up, then the UAE is, with its very efficient government and a lot of state strategy, is actually like a great first adapter, making regulation agile much faster, making, doing business very fast. So that's one place where they are completing us. The other place is that, they have resources, and they also have some centers of banking and financial sector players. So they are actually a place where if you go and you start scaling up, you have an advantage going to Asia, Africa, and also to our region, which is not that small. And if we're talking on fintech, then the markets are also quite large.
Amazing. So there is a lot of opportunity. That's what you're saying for these collaborations.
Yes, there are a lot of opportunities. Of course, that business need to be done in the right manner, and according to culture, and it's very important to do everything as planned and to do it right. But I think that at the end, it's a country with a lot of spirit of entrepreneurship and capabilities, and it's also a Western economy. Mm-hmm. If you look on the GDP per capita, it's much closer to Israel. The gaps are not that large like with other countries that we are neighboring, where the market is very small. Over there, the market is large, and it's also a very big hub. So there are a lot of opportunities. I think that the economic opportunities are much larger than in previous peace accords.
Amazing. I wanted to ask you about, of course, open banking in Israel, sandbox program, stuff that you guys are launching, of course, with other players. If you can mention what's going on, because a lot of people here in the summit, they're hearing about open banking in Australia, open banking, of course, in the UK. Other markets are just starting, and every market call it in a different name, I guess. So what's the situation in Israel?
So in terms of regulation, we have regulation of open and the security authority. We had some delays because there were some changes in government and too many elections, some say. But things are advancing, and what we're going to see is the open banking regulation getting in. Data will start flowing and be more open, and then competition will kick in, and the startups and the tech companies will have much more opportunities. Together with this regulation, there is also a regulation that is waiting for the parliament of building like a legislation sandbox, which will give the capabilities for the regulators to give waivers for both big pilots, and for initiation of new markets and bringing in new business model and new technologies. We are also working with the regulators to bring them the knowledge and the technological understanding of smaller companies, of unique technologies, in order to help them give the waivers or build the regulation that will be suitable also for very innovative ideas. And there's also a regulation of the security authority that will enable much more innovative technology and marketplaces to be created here in Israel. We're also working very closely with the security authority on both building regulations and opening markets on one side, on the side of investments, which is also important because financial organizations are investing more in fintech. That's their own business with understanding. But also we're working with the security authority to finance pilots, technological pilots that are very innovative and can be very risky on the side of the regulators. So we're helping them, getting them in and taking much more risk on the side of the government and giving much more opportunities for the industry.
I can tell you from the outside perspective, I'm seeing a lot of programs that you guys are launching, a lot of pushing. I mean, maybe you guys just got funding from the government, because I'm seeing a lot of new openings and new programs. And I guess this is the right time to do it, right?
Yes, well, I think that under the Corona crisis, the government of Israel actually made some smart decisions in giving the Innovation Authority funds for investment, because during this period, with some crunch, at least in the beginning, money was very, very effective. We also made some very smart programs. One is very fast, we call it the fast track investment within early stage startups. We actually injected capital inside, and then the market followed us, and many startups got funding and basically are over the distress. So that was one key element that the government basically managed through our capabilities of investment to kick in and impact the market. And if we go to the later stages where companies are scaling, so what we were doing there, or what we are doing there, is actually connecting the institutional investors. Until now, in the last 20 years, there was what is globally, it's called the investment home bias, where institutional investors are investing within their own country more. In the high-tech sector in Israel, we had an anti-home bias. So we are now managing to break this anti-home bias and connect the institutional investors, being the large banks, the large insurance companies, the investment houses, to come in and build capabilities to invest in scale-ups, in growth companies, in more mature startups. But as they do that, and they must do that because the economy is changing and they are moving from real estate to digital economy and technology, so they are not only investing more, they also understand more, but they have their own capabilities because they are very big financial players. So as they come into the market more and more and invest more in technology, they will invest much more in fintech, both as investors in terms of money, but also as strategic partners or strategic investors, opening their capabilities or using their resources to scale up with companies, not only locally, but also globally. So actually, it's something that is really changing or going to change and changing the local ecosystem, connecting with the financial sector, and also the stock exchange is starting to kick in, and we're going to see a lot of IPOs, domestic IPOs, which is something we haven't seen for many years. So the market is starting to kick in and becoming much more the local market, and becoming much more of a strong player within the ecosystem of the high tech.
Amazing. Sagi, we are running out of time. This is super interesting. I could have talked with you for much longer, and I'm sure a lot of people who are watching us right now want to connect with you, with the Innovation Authority, to learn about the sandbox programs. Other international players are looking to work with an Israeli company. In our summit, it's not just about the talks, it's also about the matchmaking capabilities. So I invite all of you guys to network during the summit, and of course to visit Israel's Innovation Authority and read more about these programs, right?
Yeah, and there's more to come in many fields, and we're just pushing more and more, because these days, you know, that the global economy is changing. We need to look at the new equilibrium, and you know how the new economy will be formed, and help the high tech to achieve the new goals.
Amazing, amazing. Thank you very much, Sagi. Lots of new opportunities and bridges, and I hope to talk to you soon about more programs. Thank you, and enjoy the summit.
Thank you, Nir.
Okay, Yuval, how are you?
This meeting is recorded. Thank you very much, Nir, for having me.
Yes,
Great.
yes.
How are you?
We are very excited to have you. A lot of people are looking forward for this talk. And before we talk about Team8 Fintech, which is the topic of the call, I want them to understand about you. What did you do before? Who are you? So the people who don't know you here will get to know you.
So I have a very classic story of, I guess, entrepreneurship. And I think it's important that for people that are looking at entrepreneurship in general, then I think that the story makes sense. So I like anyone in Israel, I was in the army, and I was in the elite in it. And then I went and studied engineering, bachelor's and master's degree. While I was studying, I started to work in startups. So I was QA, and later joined R&D in a high-tech company. And then I did most of the position that I later managed. So I started with QA, then R&D, then product, then the marketing, sales, business development, and then I was a hired CEO, you know, in one of the first internet startups. And only then I started the first company that I ran, a company called Border Free. I started in 20 years ago, and it took quite a while for this to mature. It was almost the case of the internet, and we took it public eventually in NASDAQ. I was already out of this company. I replaced myself with head of sales, or a guy named Mike DeSimone led the company by the time of the IPO. But it was very, very emotional and powerful moment to take it public. Later, it was sold to Brittany Bose, and it's still operational many years after. So, and then once I was out of order free, I started Payoneer. It's a company that I still involved in, and Payoneer I ran for the first 6 years. And Payoneer, and maybe I'll start into FinTech. And Payoneer, what we do is we, part of the e-commerce economy, we do the payout for those companies. So when there are merchants at Amazon and those merchants needs to get paid by Amazon, then it creates a whole series of complexity, and we outsource it. We do it for those merchants, whether it's Airbnb, Amazon, Facebook, Google, I mean, you name it. And it's a problem and a solution that was created and evolved as part of the e-commerce. That's who I am.
I just want to say, Payoneer, I mean, everybody who's watching us, of course, know it's a huge player. I mean, you're just saying you're saying it like this, but everybody here on FinTech knows the company, knows the markets. I mean, it's huge, right?
I would focus on the quality, you know. So yeah, it's a I think it's really the thing we're proud of, and in many ways we carved the way for many companies that later followed. So we created some kind of industry. But for the most part, if you like, what we thought at Payoneer is we become a layer of part of the e-commerce, which we thought we were going to do from the get-go. So if you look at FinTech servicing e-commerce, Payoneer and company like it are one of the layers over there. Yeah, Payoneer, we employ about 1,500 people globally. It's a genuine, true global company in the sense that we actually have physical location in many, many countries. And those people in those locations makes a huge difference to understand the markets, the culture, the nuance, the compliance, regulatory compliance, and so many more that only local culture can predict.
Amazing. So now diving into the new Team8 Fintech, of course, I'm curious. A lot of people are tuning in right now and they want to know, what is it all about? Who is involved? How are you serving these fintechs?
So I think the reason I joined Team8, and I genuinely believe in it, whether it's going to be with Team8 be successful or someone else, but I really think that there is a gap in the market, huge gap. So once there's a company with a valid idea and a semi-customer that somehow pays something for the service, from that point on, you have a whole industry that will take this company and push it forward. So you would have, I mean, VCs, early stage VCs, later stage VCs, mezzanine VCs, etc. But the beginning is still, even though there's so much money involved, is confused, chaotic, unstructured, and without any guidance. So everybody's waiting for those 3 engineers to come up with a brilliant idea from the garage, but nobody tells them what ideas are relevant. And I think if you like, many of the people who would watch this video, well, watching it now, I guess, they have ideas and think in their companies that they know if there was some hungry startup that would actually solve this problem for me, I can actually get much more out of my company as it is now. IT, R&D is so overwhelmed that I need to make priority, and there's so many things that didn't get in. But many of those things that didn't get in can feed many, many families. So there's almost like a gap. There is a lot of needs and a lot of talent and a lot of drive, but there's somehow they don't need. So I would say the following, and that's what Team8 think believe will do, is to identify those ideas, identify the founders, identify companies who would say, if you give me this, I want it, I will use it. Go ahead and build it for me. And then if you combine this, then you can theoretically have much better predictability of success for early stage companies, right? So if you think as an entrepreneur now, and you're sitting in your living room and say, I want to be an entrepreneur, I want to be able to see this company go public, I want to make a difference. I want to be really relevant. I want to work with people I appreciate. What's next? What do they do? And they struggle in the kitchen, and they can't connect the dots and figure out how to take a risk. And I think there's a lot to be done to reduce that risk and increase the probability of a company to be successful from the get-go.
Who is behind the Team8 Fintech? Because we know Team8 is a strong group, and now there's something new. So who is leading this?
So it's four of us who are basically the 14, whatever. And it's Aircre is the energy driver, and she came from running Bunq, which is the largest bank in Israel. So she's been there from the banking hat, and she has made thousands of decisions from a bank perspective. And she's been in the bank for many years, so she climbed the ladder to become CEO from the ground up. So it's not like she was parachuted. And then we have Onen Asya, who was co-founder of eToro, and he built a fintech company also from the ground up. He was employee number one. So, and that's a B2C, that's like the consumer, the largest global trading platform. So we have a lot of between, and then there's Galia, who came from PayPal, and she was in charge of the Middle East or Africa, sorry. And between the four of us, you have accumulated knowledge of many years of trial and error. So if you look at an idea in our space, then even if we don't have a good intuition right away, we know how to pick the phone and get not only intuition but also get into a potential design partner very quickly, and it's unfair advantage. So what you need at this point is you want to have right, competent, driven, smart entrepreneur who want to say at this point, okay, I want to build my company, I want to increase the chance of success. Here's a team that I can assume will avoid a lot of mistakes that I don't even know that they exist. And that's kind of the combination.
So this is Team8 Fintech, because I'm familiar with Team8 in the cyber. For people who don't know, maybe you can give a little bit of a view about Team8 and how big, how influential it is.
So Team8 initially started from, in Israel you have the hierarchy of the brain, and I think the number one in this pyramid is units 80 to 100. That's where they take all the kids and screen them by IQ and push them to the army. It's not very to go to the army, so they can have the privilege of picking the smart ones. And over there, train them mostly on cyber and data and the latest and greatest technologies. So it's a hub for a lot of wisdom and smart, and they have a government budget to run research. So it's a very powerful group, and the CTO of this group and the head of this group are the one who started Team8. So now you have people who have experience from very high budget projects. I mean, many. This is like a huge group, and with phenomenal budget. So you have people who run many projects with a lot of complexity. Plus, you have access to the talent, which is a big issue. So it's like, how do you get the top-notch technologies right out of the army? And so over there, it's kind of circles of people who know people. So that combination allowed the Team8 to build, I don't know, a bunch of companies by now. I think like 12. I think by now it's only a 6-year project, but by now almost all of those companies have already exceeded around A or B, meaning that way beyond the concept, way beyond the proof of concept or design partner, is already in commercial revenue. And the round A are from it's kind of a validation from a later stage VC. It's around A and B.
Yeah.
So far, it looks very good.
Yeah, a lot of people are watching us. We are a the FinTech Nations Summit. So we have nations here, you know, we have Singapore and we have Hong Kong and we have the UK and we have even the Emirates. You know, what can you say a little bit about, you know, we just saw the news that a lot of Israeli FinTech delegations flew from Israel, of course, to to Dubai, and from Dubai, delegations are starting to come here. What is the FinTech angle here?
So yet to be seen, right? It's yet to be seen. What we saw, it is not only Dubai, what we saw, and I think we saw it in Egypt. This is, if you look at Payoneer angle, so Payoneer is a US company, therefore it's operational in many of those countries already. And we saw in many of the crises, for example, in Egypt, when everything was really bad, you saw more and more freelancers starting to work from Egypt and doing projects, and sometimes for Israeli companies. So sometimes you have Egyptian people doing projects for Fiverr, which is Israeli, and then they get paid into Egypt through Payoneer. So we saw that, we saw a huge spike. I think that you have to be seen how it's going to work out. But those are really clever, financially wise, clever, rich, competent countries, and I mean we'll see how it's going to play out. Actually, it's a good question. I'm curious, and maybe I think about it a little bit. Maybe I'll bring it up later in the discussion today.
Yeah. I know that your company is doing great, and of course the fintech space is so hot right now. I mean, we see these, you know, banks, neobanks, fintech, financial services from, you know, even from all kinds of spectrum, from freelancers, like a niche bank for the freelancers, a niche bank for the SMEs. There's so much opportunity around the world, and you started the you know, this fintech arm right now during COVID. How was it to form this group together during COVID?
So I think you said two things. So I'll break it down. There's a lot of hype on fintech, and I think it brings good and bad. The good thing is that there's some kind of a collegial relationship between the different groups, right? So if when we got Amazon as a customer, if you would go to Amazon 2 years before that, and there was not enough fintech, they wouldn't use a fintech company. They would prefer to work with a bank. So there's almost like the more fintech exists, the more it's legitimate for companies to use fintech companies and not banks. It's kind of a more collegial than competition. That's first thing. Second, you know, when there's a lot of hype, a lot of companies, I'm worried about that many of those companies don't have a right justification to exist, right? So if you look at those companies, many of them will clearly die. And can you avoid the one that people are going to waste their time? Can you avoid the financing that will be lost? And I think this is the challenge. I think this is what Team8 comes to play. Basically, okay, let's do more validation with more professionals before we just give few energetic young kids the green light and the money, because they're going to spend 2 years. The risk is very high. Yeah.
And for the second question that I asked, how was it to form this group together during COVID?
Well, on the good side, you know, it saved us a lot of flights. Many of the meetings and discussions happened on Zoom, so that's you know, saved a lot of fuel and sleeping on the church. But so it's fine. I think there's something about the world continue to go on, and it's beautiful to see how, I mean, business continues, and for the most part, it's the same intensity, less office time, same intensity, same. I think fintech in general is really the merits. There's no, you know, ideological agenda in fintech. I mean, this is, you know, a financial service.
Yeah.
And you can provide a better financial service. There's nothing, you know, you don't cure cancer. You provide better payment services. So it's going kind of a, I guess in the COVID, it's just the same to the merits.
Okay, so we are reaching to the end, and I understand that that you guys are open. You are open for you just launched, right? Basically.
We launched, I think what we can use in this forum, right? So I would say, you know, obviously entrepreneurs, it's fine, but if people that large companies are watching this and they have, you know, things that they wish they could do, but they just not getting there because of the priority and the pipeline and all this stuff, I really want them to reach out to us, right? So we're looking for ideas that actually have a customer, not to change the future based on what we think going to be the future, but what actually is needed in the market. And I'm very curious to know whether things that those companies need can be broken down to become a company that provide those services for them and give it a kick start.
Great. So all of you guys or fintechs who are watching, feel free to reach, of course, on the site, on LinkedIn, on all the channels, right?
You know, there was a question, you asked me a question about, you know, the opportunity with this new piece with the Emirates.
Yeah.
And I think that one of the things that Israel excelled, right? So in Israel, you have years of startup nation and stuff. So you've accumulated knowledge, you know, in different types of skills that can help build stuff. So the skill set of the people in Israel can potentially be very, very instrumental in doing something together with the Gulf. And if anything in fintech that they're open to, then potentially Israel can develop it with kind of how the product and the data and the machine learning and everything that is related to the new fintech. So I would say this combination with their banking system and access to so many communities that we never had access to is probably the benefit, right? So you can service all of the Muslim world through those Gulf countries, and that's huge. I mean, it's like it was out of reach for Israeli companies for 60 years.
Yes, and by the way, just so you know, the idea for the summit actually came. You know, the Ministry of Finance in the Netherlands, he wrote in a manifesto, in a memo, that they want the Netherlands like to refocus on fintech, and they want the Netherlands to create these fintech bridges, and they only mentioned two countries. They mentioned Israel and they mentioned Singapore. So these are the markets that how they look at us.
Yeah, I think also we need a very brave central bank and regulatory environment to allow fintech to take risks. So many countries fail because you need real risk as a regulator to allow this sandbox to operate and try things that never been tried before.
Yes. Thank you very much, Yuval. And we'll catch up soon, right?
Thank you very much, Nir.
Bye. Take care. All right. Hey, Ned.
Hey, Nir, how are you doing?
Super cool to have you. I've been watching you on other conferences, so I have a little bit of a background, but I want our viewers, everybody here, to first know about you. Then we're going to discuss some about the market and the company. So give us a little bit of a context about you. What have you been doing in the last years?
Excellent. Thank you. Well, look, thank you for getting me on this. I know I was on another kind of show and you messaged me right afterwards. So thank you so much. Really appreciate it. So, you know, I'm a 53-year-old startup guy. Actually, when I started Bamboo at 49, I thought, wow, that's really late for a startup. But then I Googled what's the average age of a successful startup founder, and it turns out it's 44. So maybe I'm not too late, right? Maybe it's okay. So you know, originally from the UK, lived in Asia for 30 years, and my relevance to fintech is that I joined a company called E-Trade. E-Trade was one of the first online brokers. Joined them in the 90s. And you know, in the 90s, the idea of trading online seemed wild and wacky. And you know, I joined a company that was doing that. I was lucky enough to go through the dot-com. Well, I was lucky to go into the dot-com boom, ride it down, with a company up in the GFC, come down. So been through a few ups and downs. And then living in Singapore for a long time, had the opportunity to start Bamboo. We design and build savings apps. And yeah, it's been a great adventure. So now I run Bamboo, a B2B software firm in Singapore.
And how big is the company? I understood that you have different locations that you're active on.
Yeah, we have 70 people now, mostly in Singapore, but we have offices and people in London, San Fran, Johannesburg, and we've been very lucky. So we've got clients in the US, we've got clients in Europe, clients in Asia. And, you know, we design and build what's known as robo-advisors or, you know, automated investment tools. And we do everything from like designing the application to the portfolio, financial planning, algorithms, to integrating to make it transactional. You know, we've been lucky to work with some of the world's largest firms, HSBC, Standard Chartered, Franklin Templeton, who's an investor. And I always summarize it. My wife jokes with me. She said, "How was your day at work today at Bamboo?" And I say, "This is the most fun I've ever had in my career." And she says, "Well, I'm glad, because it's the least you've ever been paid." And as a startup guy, that's the reality, right? Love it to pieces, but still got a way to go. But it's been really good fun.
And how does your personal network, I mean, you were a network before launching the company. How does it help, like your relationship with other banks around the world? How does it help you, like as a CEO?
You know, look, I'm a B2B guy, right? So if I'd been B2C, I don't think it would have helped, because that's really about, you know, cost per acquisition, like Robinhood, viral marketing. But, you know, we're selling to some of the world's largest banks. And here's the reality. I'm 53. People who run banks are generally older in their 50s. I've been selling in Asia for 30 years. So I've sold to a lot of these people. If I don't know somebody, I know somebody who knows somebody. So certainly don't know everybody. But I think as a B2B player in finance, particularly in Asia, and also when I ran E-Trade, I reported into Palo Alto and their head office in the Valley. So I used to go to the Valley all the time. So I think I had a pretty good connection. And yeah, I used to have a Rolodex of business cards, you know, thousands of cards, and I would rifle through, and I still got them. I can't bear to throw them away, but of course now it's all digital. But yeah, I think networks probably helped us for sure.
And what are these clients are looking for when they come to Bamboo? Where is the innovation? What can you provide them to jump them like few steps up, more than few steps?
Yeah, look, it's a great question. So everybody saves and invests, right? You do, I do, but we do it in different ways, right? You have your own financial goals, I have mine, whatever. But we've done it through financial institutions, right? You have an advisor, you buy a fund. And I say this with all great respect to all of our clients. It's never been the most fun, right? You don't think, oh, great, I'm going to see my financial advisor. Or, oh, great, I'm going to have a manual experience filling in forms to buy a fund. So I actually think it's partly innovation, but it's partly about just digitizing wealth, making it obvious and seamless. So it's a two-step process. It's not like we have to be Elon Musk and build a better autonomous driving car. We have to build beat a process that was offline, kind of bureaucratic, expensive, and slow. So we design and build great savings journeys. So, hey, it would be like, hey, Nir, we try to understand a bit about you. How seamlessly can we understand your financial goals, get you the right product, get your money in? So a lot of the work is talking to the banks, probably in this way. You know, banks want to sell you a fund, but you probably don't wake up in the morning and think, oh, I want to buy a balanced equity portfolio today.
Exactly.
Like, you want a better financial life, and the bank's products help you. So partly it's talking to the clients and go, you need to give them a better digital wealth experience. They don't actually want to buy your product. They have to buy your product. So we talk about that. We've been very lucky. My father has been in AI for almost 50 years. So when we started the company, we used his knowledge to build great financial planning goals. Our own team took it on. So we talked to them about doing data-driven financial planning. And yeah, like I think it's a bit of it. And very luckily, wealth is probably one of the least digitized. It's catching up very quickly now. So yeah, let's put it this way. We're not taking on Elon every day. We're taking on an industry that has a long way to go.
Wow, amazing. And so how is the business going now on COVID? Like you're doing from home and building this relationship with these banks?
You know, look, nobody wants COVID. I get that, right? And and I hope that as we, history proves that as humans, we're pretty resilient, right? The world's been through some tough times. The world comes back, and it will, right? That's how life works, right? But COVID's done two things, I would say, just speaking personally, is, work from home will become more prevalent. I do not think it is the only answer. Companies that have said everybody work from home forever, me personally, I think we need to be together to innovate, right? If I said to you, hey, Nir, let's innovate 5 p.m. next Wednesday on a Zoom call, this is not how it works, right? Like you do it. So I think an office is important. And the other thing is, we build saving and investment journeys. Financial advice, meeting people. Banks don't have a choice now. Like, it doesn't have to be 100% digitization of their wealth journey, but if they stay at 0%, that's not a strategy. And we talked to we have our own podcast at Bamboo called Wealth Tech Unwrapped, and we talked to a lady called April Rudin, who's one of the great wealth tech marketing people. And she wrote a paper called ROI of Wealth Tech. And you're thinking return on investment. She said return on inertia, the negative impact of doing nothing. How much will it cost you if you do nothing? Don't think about how much you spend to do something. If you do nothing, your customers will leave you in droves. So we're seeing a huge amount of incoming requests. Obviously, is it easy to sign deals right now in this virtual world? Is it easy for banks to spend money? No. But overall, it's been, I hate to say a net positive. It feels bad to say positive and COVID in the same sentence. That's not the right way to say it. But has it increased demand for what we do? It's a natural yes.
Yeah. So yeah, I wanted to talk to you about the ecosystem in Singapore. What are you seeing in terms of the innovation coming from there a little bit? Also Hong Kong, if you can share with us the banks, the neobanks, the newest fintechs. What do you feel about the innovation? Because we've been talking about FinTech Nations in this summit, and everybody knows that that Singapore and Hong Kong and all these markets have the best super apps and robo advisors and stuff. So what do you see over there that we don't see in other parts of the world?
Yeah, it's a great question. Again, I'm biased, right? Like I've been in Asia 30 years, so it's kind of the lens I see things through. And I worked for a Silicon Valley company in the 90s, so I kind of get best of both. And you talk about super apps. Clearly, China with Tencent and Ali have stepped above the rest of the world in that concept of super apps. I love this phrase. I was talking to someone the other day in China, and we were on a Zoom call, right? And I was like, oh, where do you live in China? He said, oh, I live in Alipay. And what he meant was, he said, and I sometimes move to WeChat. His whole life is in WeChat. His food, his finance, his insurance, his education, like every single, of course, he goes out and exercises, not on his app, but although you can exercise through the app anyway. I would say in Singapore and Hong Kong, clearly we have smaller populations, so we have to outsize on innovation, and particularly Singapore. The government, the MAS here have been clear. I don't know, have you been to the Singapore FinTech Festival?
No, not yet, but actually now we're collaborating with them. I mean, them and the Invest Hong Kong FinTech Week on the summit.
Exactly. So last year, 60,000 people came.
Wow.
You know, if you told somebody 60,000 people were going to come to like a finance or a tech conference, it doesn't make sense. But it was, it's like, and then you turn up and companies like Razer. So Razer, which is a gaming hardware company out of Singapore, amazing job with gaming hardware. But then they got into payments and now they're getting into banking, and, you know, Grab and Gojek, two super apps that were ride hailing companies, but are now fully fledged lenders, wealth. Grab just launched a wealth product. And this is what's happening, I think, in Asia. This concept that one application can drive so much, and the regulators support it, the ecosystem support it. And, you know, even for us as Bamboo, you know, we've been lucky. When we started, we thought, okay, who are we going to pitch wealth to? The banks, a few insurers. Now I can pitch Razer and Grab and Gojek and digital bank.
Unbelievable.
Every financial institution wants to copy. Then we've got new robo-advisors like Stashaway, and the ecosystem has sped up. And, you know, look, you work in conferences, you work in content. Content builds on content, right? Belief builds on belief. And I think we really see it here. And clearly, look, it's a stable economy. It's a well-run economy. It's got a lot of, you know, even I think in the government speech last year, they talked to fintech as one of the new pillars of the economy. So, but I do notice, as you said, you're from Israel. I'm actually a very keen cycling fan. And I don't know if you saw, but in the Tour de France, the new sponsor of one of the cycling teams is Israel Startup Nation.
I saw. See, it came to you, and it does the job, the work done. Super interesting. I mean, what you just said, super interesting. I wanted to ask you, how do you keep up to date with all these, you know, fintechs over there? Because you mentioned so many players and so much going on, and this partnership and that new feature and this new card. Even for me, sometimes the speed is crazy. And I'm just, you know, let's say the US market and the European market, these are like the neobanks and the fintechs that I follow. So how do you keep up to date with all this?
Yeah, like I think it's essential. Like, so here's what we've learned, or here's what I'm learning in B2B. When you sell B2B tech, think about it. So let's say you run a large bank, right? And I come and tell you, and you want to buy some wealth tech, a robo-advisor, right? And you're like, oh, I'll talk to Ned. Ned turns up and goes, I have really good tech. And you're like, okay, great, thank you. I do a demo. The next company comes to the door and they say, I have really good tech. Nobody turns up and says, hi, Nir, I have crap tech. Do you want to buy it, right? It's not how life works, right? So how do you make that decision? And I read something really interesting. I don't watch a lot of kind of there was a Stanford workshop on startups. And I watched a guy, really good guy, and he talked about in B2B, create an audience, don't create a customer. And I really love that idea. And what I realized was, you know, wealth tech's new, right? And we've been going 4 years. It's not long, but relatively in wealth tech, it's quite long. Yeah. So people are going to ask us what we think. They are going to look at us as a certain amount of knowledge. So, you know, I try to go to every conference. I try to talk to people. I try to be up to date. I really try. I don't have all the answers, but I've really got to have some opinions, some thoughts, some guidance. And so that honestly, how do I do it? You know, I consume a lot. I go to every conference. I listen to podcasts. I try super hard. I always have a coffee. When somebody says, hey, do you want to chat fintech? 100%. Doesn't matter if it's not going to get me a deal. I don't care. And I really believe that's so crucial that we create an audience around Bamboo. And I have this ultimate dream that one day when somebody says wealth, oh yeah, I work in wealth tech. Oh, you mean Bamboo? i.e. we become synonymous. Maybe that's a big dream, but every startup should want to be that, right? I want to be the Uber or Uber of taxi, or the Salesforce's CRM, or I was going to say the McDonald's of fast food. I don't know if that's the correct analogy, but you know what I mean, right?
How did you came with the name?
I love this story. Thank you. So if anybody out there wants to name a company, don't ask me. I'm not very good at it. The reason I tell you this is that Bamboo was the third name of the company. And we almost didn't get launched because I couldn't choose a name. So the first name was Cash, C-A-C-H-E. You know, like a cash on the internet?
Yeah.
So I thought, pretty funny, cash, play. But quite often when somebody saw the word, they said, kaki? Sorry, what is the word? And it's not an easy word, right? So I still have a deck, and I keep it, that is cash. Like, it is our first company, right? So after about a month of everybody telling me it wasn't very good, I threw it away. Then we were called mangosteen. So the name mangosteen is an Asian fruit, very delicious, but on the inside, but on the outside, very confusing. It's hard to peel. So it's like finance. Finance is confusing on the outside, but once you get in and you use it, it's very beneficial. Anyway, after a month, everyone told me that didn't work. So I was scrambling to find a name because I had a start of a business, but we had no name. And the best robo-advisor in America was called Acorns. From little acorns grow big trees. The best robo-advisor in Europe was called Nutmeg. It was a plant. I was like, oh, I should be the plant-based robo-advisor of Asia. And who doesn't like bamboo? Grows fast, it's strong. And then I changed the OO to U, just to try and be fintech and cool, to be honest. And I showed 5 people bamboo. They were like,
It works, yeah.
Let's go. So it took me almost 3 months to come up with the name.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, I wanted to mention something about Singapore before that. We're talking about FinTech Nations, and actually the idea for the name, the FinTech Nations, summit and community and everything that we are building came to me because the finance minister in the Netherlands, he wrote a memo a month ago saying that the Netherlands needs to be a FinTech nation. As you said, they need to focus the economy on FinTech because that can grow, that can benefit them. And they need to connect these FinTech bridges to 2 nations that he decided to mention in the memo. One is Singapore and one is Israel. And this is where the idea came for, and this is how they perceive, their emerging markets and the FinTech world. So super interesting, very, very interesting. In Israel, we don't have the innovation inside of our country. We are exporting the innovation. So a lot of our FinTechs are going outside of Israel. And yes, you mentioned Startup Nation, but the average citizen in Israel doesn't feel the innovation enough in the banking, in the payment sector. We're just starting with open banking, making sure what do we want to open banking to include. By the way, how is open banking in Singapore like this?
Yeah, it's definitely, progressing very rapidly, but it's a great point. Like, what Startup Nation, FinTech Nation, the government believes in it. People start to believe in, sometimes people say, what is FinTech? And I say, do you remember the first time you got in an Uber and you got out and you didn't pay? You paid, but you didn't pay. That was FinTech. That was FinTech right there. Wasn't it magical? Like, you're like, I got out the taxi and I didn't pay. Like, I paid, but how crazy cool was that? So I try to make it real. Look, open banking in Singapore is progressing tremendously. In 2016, at the very first FinTech conference here, organized by the MAS, the chairman or the number 1 gentleman at the MAS called Ravi Menon stood up on stage, huge stage. You've done conferences, right? You know how big a stage can be with a great big sign. And he wrote behind it, it says, the MAS has no objection to the cloud whatsoever. And the important word was whatsoever. What it meant was cloud, and that's a starting point, right? You can't have open banking if you're all on premise, right? And I think what we've seen here is a continuous, Singapore then did MyInfo. MyInfo is a centralized database where we can all open accounts. And open banking has happened where you're moving along that. There's still some work to do there. But I think in Singapore, we've had that incredible enabler that the government, again, look, we're a small society. We are a society which, has the capital. Obviously Singapore's done amazingly well. So yeah, look, I think it's a real test bed. It doesn't have a lot of people, 6 million people, but it's a unique test bed. And cloud, open banking, APIs, centralized KYC, it's starting to really create everything you need. The only thing we don't have, obviously, is a huge audience here, but within, Indonesia, India, China, we are able to do that. And, for us, we're based in Singapore, but most of our clients are global.
Now, at least in Israel here, everybody's excited about the Emirates, Dubai, all these places in the region because of the peace process that is just going on right now. And there's a lot of delegations of these traditional banks who are flying from there, here, and from here, there. Like the banks and the fintechs are the first ones who are opening the gate for the relationship. So it's the fintechs we're going.
And we have a client in Dubai already that we've been building for. So we've been working there and we've ended up meeting other players there. And you're right. You can see across that region that, finance has been, kind of legacy and manual. It's been very expensive. And I think you're right. You're seeing an enormous appetite there. It's like everywhere, right? Like, like you say, Israel's still starting, but it's starting everywhere, right? Everywhere is.
Yeah. Also Australia, we had lots of neobanks and banks here on the summit from Australia. And I got, amazing speakers here from Australia, amazing innovation, amazing willingness to bring something new to the market over there. And I think that there are like 5 neobanks over there with new services. Each one has a different niche.
And each of, you're right, I think there's Jolt and there's 86,400 and, there's all these guys, right? But, the other bit that makes that Startup Nation, so there was a survey in Singapore, and I hope I don't get this number wrong, or maybe it was in the US, forgive me, but it was a number saying that 26% of university leavers would put working for a startup as their #1 choice. 10 years ago, that wasn't a thing. It was a consulting firm or an accountant or a bank. And I'm sure it's different in every country. Singapore was classically, let's get a safe job at a big bank or a big consultant, let's do that. But even now we get flooded with inquiries. And I think that's what drives the innovation. It's not the old guys like me, I'm 53, what am I gonna innovate, really? I can help by creating the business. But I think, in Australia and Israel and, America, and again, look, the world is changing right now. But, people want to work for startups and they understand it's risky, but they understand, wow, I get some purpose. I could do something amazing. Of course, I could be the next Facebook, probably not, but you never know. And I think that's really, I think it's quite often the narrative that's missing is that the talent available, not the experienced talent. It's not the people coming out of the big consultants or the banks. It's that people are coming out of university and going, I want to work in a startup right now. And because they don't know how to do it wrong, they just do it and stuff happens. And I think you're seeing that in so many nations.
Yeah, that's true. It's everywhere, like you said. Yes, we are reaching to the end of the interview, even though I could talk to you for hours, and I think it's one of the most interesting talks this summit with you. I think you're doing a great job because first people connect you as a person, as a storyteller, they love to understand your world and about, again, the ecosystem and the bigger perspective of what are we doing, not just the specific features, because if they want to learn about the specific features, I guess they can go to your website and see exactly.
Look, thank you so much. I really, really appreciate it. And I think, was what I've learned. I was very lucky when I met my co-founder. He's very focused on product and it's amazing and he builds great stuff. But I love people and I like talking. And I think, and like maybe this isn't exactly the right thing to say, but there's a lot of boring day-to-day stuff about fintech, right? Like, API integrations and writing code, and it can be exciting, but it's day to day. But I have a 20-year-old daughter. By the time her kids, or I have grandkids or great grandkids, they'll be like, "What was money? What did you actually? How did money work?" It'll be like an LP or a typewriter, and we are in the middle of change. So I feel as a 53-year-old to be running a startup and having fun. Look, I appreciate it to share. But yeah, I feel super lucky to be doing this for sure.
Amazing. How do people find out more about you, the company? How do they contact you?
Sure, thank you so much. So feel free to email me anytime, ned@bamboo.co, so NED@bamboo. Our website is bamboo.co. And you can see us on LinkedIn and Twitter, just, You know, my name's pretty straightforward, Ned Phillips, but also we have our own podcast, Wealth Tech Unwrapped, and it's myself and my colleague Danny. She's a real newbie to wealth tech. I know a little bit, and we try to unwrap it and talk about, you know, why would Danny use fintech, right? What is it to her? She works at Bamboo, but she's 26. She's a millennial. She's like, what are you guys actually doing? She knows from wealth tech. So yeah, if you get a chance, Wealth Tech Unwrapped, give it a listen. That would be great.
I will listen today, and I'm sure lots of people here will listen too. And let's be in touch. Great to hear from you. Great to hear your story, and I can't wait to visit and meet in person, as you said.
Please do. Leah, thank you so much for the opportunity. Really appreciate and hope to catch up soon. Thank you.
Great. Good luck. All right, so we are here with King. Hey, King, how are you?
Great, yeah, good to be talking to you.
Yes, good to have you on the summit. A lot of people, including me, I'm a fan of yours, and you are everywhere. You're really promoting the ecosystem in Hong Kong, and I think maybe first tell us a little bit about a background about yourself before Invest Hong Kong, stuff that you've been doing, and then we dive into your role in the ecosystem.
Well, I've been working in the private sector for over 2 decades before joining the government, working for Invest Hong Kong. I'm a curious person by nature, so I've been working in a lot of different disciplines, from consulting in the US, in UK. I did a little bit of venture capital, and then I started my own company. In fact, I started several companies, and then I also got a dip in the angel investment aspects before I joined the government. So I also serve in a number of associations and boards in marketing and technology. So I've been getting a lot of interesting experience from different places.
So you're curious, and you're curious about fintech. What is going on?
Oh,
in
absolutely.
fintech?
Yes. Well, basically, the fintech, as you know, has been around for literally 3-4 decades, even before the term has been used by folks since 2008. Now, but then if we really look at what's happening in fintech in Hong Kong, we've been coming a long way. I still remember several years ago when we read the fintech adoption on consumers, even dated back to I would say 2015, around that time. So the adoption was really low. We're talking about below the 30s, 30 percentile. Now, but now in a recent study from E&Y, the consumer adoption in Hong Kong has actually shot up to 67% in 2019. So definitely the Hong Kong has come a long way in the past few years.
Yeah, you know, we are a FinTech Nation Global Summit. There are many nations, there are many fintechs from all over the world. Why is everybody looking into Hong Kong? What's going on there in the ecosystem? Like, what's going on over there?
Well, again, I think that there are a lot of developments around fintech. Well, in the let's say the CB Insight study, they have basically categorized fintech into 10 different segments. Now, obviously, we are also a big fan of Israel. For a lot of great stuff, great innovation coming out of Israel in cybersecurity, insurtech. I mean, the list go on. Now, but then we look at the Hong Kong ecosystem. Now, just to be, I guess, a bit more focused, obviously there are a lot of things happening, but 2 things really stand out that I'd like to highlight or to share with the audience. Now, first of all, the HKMA, the Hong Kong Monetary Authority, has been working tirelessly in the past few years in a way fostering the ecosystem forward. And since they wear several hats, now on the one hand, the HKMA is the de facto central bank in Hong Kong. Now, so for projects like digital currency, which is a really hot topic around the world, the HMA has been playing a very instrumental role in providing leadership for Hong Kong, and also the bridge with mainland China and also with other ASEAN countries such as Thailand. Now, the other thing is about digital banking, because we look at other markets, more advanced market, such as, let's say, UK. So have been doing a great job in promoting, let's say, neobank, digital bank, and so on. And Hong Kong being a financial center, we also feel that this is a very good way to help, in a way, give the incumbent banks a nudge to speed up the innovation. So that's why, again, HMA has stepped forward, and they have issued the new regulation around virtual banking. So basically, I think the whole idea is that they would like to put forward an initiative to give out licenses to new players to come into Hong Kong to promote more innovation. So far, the HMA has given out 8 virtual banking licenses since last year. So that's why these two trends, in terms of digital currency and also the virtual banking, have been widely covered by a lot of media around the world.
So virtual banking, can you mention some of the players just that comes to mind? Virtual banks?
Now, absolutely. Now, the 8 licenses were given out end of last year. And essentially, when we look at the 8, actually 4 of them already become fully operational. So I just want to quickly say a few names. So ZA, which is the virtual bank where the parent is ZhongAn, the first virtual insurer in mainland China, an amazing company. Now, the second virtual bank that got the fully operational status is Airstar, which is a JV between AMTD, the largest private investment bank headquartered in Hong Kong, and also a client of theirs, Xiaomi, which is the cell phone manufacturer, and now they get into IoT, so being the JV partner. So the two of them put together Airstar. Now the third one that came online is WeLab, which is the unicorn from Hong Kong. We are very proud of them. In fact, I think in the Financial Times recent ranking for the fastest growing technology company across Asia Pacific. Now, not just fintech, across all technology segments. Wow. Now, WeLab actually ranked number 2 in that.
Yeah, WeLab is totally with us. They were one of the first to jump on the summit and just help and be a part of the ecosystem. So we love them. I mean, we love that attitude.
Yes. Yeah. So the culture is fabulous. They were very open-minded. CEO in Simon Leung, who is also a very major advocate of fintech of Hong Kong. So that's why we just love Simon and his team.
Wow.
So we got WeLab, and the fourth one that came online is Levy. So Levy is basically have several big names shareholders as well. From the Bank of China, to Jardines, right, to also the JDD, which is the Jingdong Digital. And so essentially they have the banking expertise. They have the retail channels, because Jardine owns many famous retail brands. The Bnext, which is the equivalent of Boots, in Europe. They got the supermarket. So they have a lot of ready-to-go lifestyle brands as the channels. And then you got JDD, which is the Jardine, JD.com, sort of like fintech arm. And JD.com, for those of you who are not familiar, they're kind of like the China Amazon. Wow. So it's a gigantic, enormous company. So again, so they provide the fintech expertise. So you got channels, you got banking expertise, you got the technology know-how. So it's another very formidable player. So these are the 4 that are operational. And then there are another 4 that are slowly coming online as well. From Marks, which is basically owned by Standard Chartered. So again, a lot of respect for Standard Chartered for taking a very bold move to create a digital bank to basically foster more innovation. And so sort of nudge the sister incumbent bank forward, right? And then you also got, of course, the Ant Bank of the Ant Financials, which a lot of you might have heard of the recent news about Ant Financials going public again in Hong Kong. And then you also have Fusion Bank. So Fusion Bank is is owned by Tencent, another technology giants, as well as a major shareholder. Okay, and then the fourth one, gosh, yes, you know what? Somehow my mind draw a blank, which I don't think that
we can fill a whole summit just with these. I mean, it's unbelievable. And you have these, of course, small fintechs, or I don't know if small, but fintech financial services that wants to work with these banks, and and fintechs, right? And play a big part of the ecosystem. It's not just the virtual banks and the banks, right?
Oh, absolutely. Now, when we look at the Hong Kong fintech ecosystem, we are looking at a very healthy base of over 600 fintechs. So obviously, they are representing different segments, from the insurtech, the wealth tech, the lending, the payments. I mean, the usual suspects that we also see in other parts of the world. Now, but if we were to really single out, so what's the sort of largest segments and also having a lot of traction? And I have to say the blockchain space, where the application is fintech, has been gaining a lot of traction. So these guys are getting the funding and they're doing all sorts of things. And if I were to just name one company to basically illustrate what this is all about, and I would like to mention the company called CryptoBlock. So CryptoBlock is a blockchain company basically headquartered in Hong Kong and then located at Hong Kong Science Park. And why I mention them as a kind of example to illustrate what Hong Kong is up to is that now Hong Kong has always been a hub, whether it is for trade or for finance. Now, and obviously as a hub, now we're talking about a lot of cross-border transactions. Mm-hmm. Now, of course, I think the blockchain has always been sort of mentioned by a lot of studies that this is a fabulous technology infrastructure to facilitate the kind of transactions in which you have a lot of players, but the players may not kind of trust each other to share all the data. So blockchain is a fabulous technology to do that. Now, so actually, I think if you look at the recent news, we talked about within the past 6 months, actually there's a very major, there's a big deal in which, again, mainland China, as many people know, has been a big importer of commodities from oil to iron ore, to soya beans. So just a big buyer. Now, and obviously with that in mind, so there's a lot of thoughts that go into how do you create more efficiency. So essentially there was a big news that Bao Steel, a major steel player in mainland China, they've been buying a lot of iron ores from, let's say Rio Tinto from Australia. Now, instead of doing it sort of the old-fashioned way, they decided to do it in a sort of innovative way. So they basically would like to do transactions on blockchain. And then over time, the settlement would be even on renminbi, as opposed to other currencies like euro, US dollar, and so on. So this is basically very transformative. The trade finance, where the banks are in the back, and then the transact on the blockchain, and then maybe over time settle in renminbi. And the blockchain company that basically bring this to life is CryptoBlock, a Hong Kong-based, the blockchain company. So, and we're very proud of them. Well.
I'm sure people right now are listening and writing notes about these companies. And you're like a database. I knew this talk is important because you have so much knowledge, and everybody knows you in the ecosystem, and you know a lot of the players in the ecosystem. So yeah, it's like a database, it's like a walking database. Tell me about the role that Invest Hong Kong plays. I know that you also have the FinTech Week, that we are also partnering with you, and we are happy to partner with you because we're creating, all of us are creating these FinTech bridges that you mentioned between the FinTech nations, right? So tell us about the role of Invest Hong Kong, maybe a little bit also about the FinTech Week and other stuff that you're doing.
Sure. Now, first of all, let me just talk a little bit about the role in Hong Kong before we get into the details of the Hong Kong FinTech Week. Now, the FinTech team at Invest Hong Kong is a relatively newer team within Invest Hong Kong, because Hong Kong has been contributing a lot, to the developments and evolution of many sectors, since actually 20 years ago. So Invest Hong Kong has always been there, and the aim is to attract and invite some of the greatest companies around the world to set up in Hong Kong, so that we can bring in more expertise, create jobs, investment, and so on. Now, but then in 2016, recognizing the need to give the fintech some extra push, some extra energy, if you will. So the fintech team was born. And then, so my predecessor has done a great job for the past few years. And I joined the team about 15, 16 months ago. So basically carry on the great work from our predecessor. So essentially, the one thing that would be easiest to understand what our team is doing is that we are kind of like the hub, or we are like the connector. So that obviously there are a lot of organizations within the Hong Kong from both the public sector side and private sector side that can offer help, from the regulators to the accelerators, right, to the VCs, universities, but there's just so many of them. So that's why for a new player trying to enter the Hong Kong market, it can be a bit of, I guess, puzzling, right? So who should I talk to first? So I think to basically make the life easier for the entrepreneurs coming in the Hong Kong market, I think they're welcome to just talk to us. And since we are plugged into majority of the stakeholders, so then they understand their needs, then afterwards we can basically point and connect the entrepreneurs, say from Israel, to talk to the right parties in Hong Kong. So this is a way to sort of accelerate and fast track the market entry. Now, so with that in mind, we also would actually wear a second hat. Is that now, in addition to helping overseas companies from Israel, from UK, the US, Singapore, mainland China, and so on, we also feel that it's important that we have a very healthy and vibrant ecosystem in Hong Kong, so that when folks come over to Hong Kong, there are all these supporting infrastructure. The clients are welcoming and everything, so that doing business is easier. So as a result, we will spend a lot of time working with our very good partners from Starport, the Science Park, the FinTech Association, to really understand, so what are the bottlenecks in the market? And when there are bottlenecks that might require some help, in which we would need to sort of pull in the government departments to offer help. So we will basically be the one liaising with the private sector, and then we will work with the different public sector partners to try to solve the problem. So this is another way for us to help foster, and basically push ahead the FinTech agenda.
Yeah, and the FinTech Week is another initiative with all these partners together. You partner up all the ecosystem to boost the FinTech industry.
Correct. Yes. Now, so the FinTech Week, again, is a flagship event for Hong Kong. In fact, the Hong Kong government put a lot of emphasis in it. So this is our 5th year anniversary, as a matter of fact. So started from 2016, and I wasn't there when my boss started this with my predecessor. But I was told that the first year we got something like 500 people, and then the next year we got like 3,000 or something. Third year 5,000. Fourth year, actually no, sorry, take it back. Third year we got 8,000, and last year actually we got like 12,000. Now, so that's why this year, since because of the pandemic, we felt that doing it virtually 100% is the way to go. So and because of that sort of like borderless arrangement, we feel that we want to reach out to more folks around the world. So at the moment, we are projecting that we get over 25,000 attendees, and also over 100,000 viewers, because there'll be a lot of contents that being broadcasted, even for those who are not registered, right? So that's why this year, the 50th anniversary, we're expecting something really big.
It's amazing. It's amazing how we have this pandemic, and you even do it bigger. You even provide it to everybody. That's amazing, and that's exactly how we operated. We never stopped. We just included as many partners as we could, and as many talks, as many content, and yeah, I mean, the idea is not to close an event. The idea is to open up, open up to even more audiences. Like the way that we connected is because I saw you in another webinar talking about, trends and payments and stuff. I wanted to ask you before, what do you see in other markets in the world? Are you going and see other, trends and, other neighbors, other nations that are growing? Open banking, I don't know what is the situation of open banking, or how is it called over there?
Mm-hmm. Well, again, a lot of respect to folks in UK for starting this whole open banking or open data basically revolution, right? It's just so impactful to the rest of the world. So obviously, the Hong Kong, again, because of historical reason, Hong Kong has been working very closely with our counterparts in UK. So HMA, for instance, work very closely with the FCA and all the other regulatory bodies. So we basically understand where this is heading. So as a result, we have basically Greening HMA has done a great job to lay out like a four-stage approach for promoting the open banking. So right now we just finished stage 2, so we are moving into stage 3. So I think it takes some time, because after all, one of the, I would say, core essence of open banking is open data. And of course, I think open data may get some people a bit, I guess, nervous about opening up data. So what's going to happen with privacy or data security? So even though technologically, there are a lot of technologies that can address this already, like federated data model and all that. However, I think there's a perception that, well, is it really safe? So it takes some time. So that's why the HMA has been taking a very prudent, but yet very progressive approach to promote it in a 4-stage process of this really enormous initiative.
Yeah. Before we end, I guess we have a couple of minutes. How do people connect to you? I mean, I said before, you are all over. How do they find more information? If they want to connect with Invest Hong Kong, they are watching us right now. They have a nice concept. They want to work with one of these banks that you mentioned or other fintechs. How do they do that?
Well, it's very easy. Actually, it's quite easy to find us. I mean, Invest Hong Kong Fintech. So the other way, actually, I do welcome folks to even connect me directly via LinkedIn, because I think it's just easy. And I think at the end of the day, we just love to talk to the smart people around the world. Again, we have a lot of respect for folks in Israel. In fact, there are a number of organizations that we work with in fact, we are still learning a lot every time we talk to the folks in Israel. So that's why we feel that the technology, in a way, in Israel in particular, are designed for export, almost by default. So that's why we also feel that the population size of Hong Kong and Israel are comparable. I think the country is somewhere around 10 million, whereas Hong Kong, 7.5. Again, Israel, very entrepreneurial, Hong Kong, the same. So in many ways, that we share a lot in common. So that's why, from a culture standpoint, and also the great respect the Hong Kong enterprises have of Israeli companies, we just welcome folks to contact us, and we'll be happy to assist you in your entry in the Hong Kong market. And one thing I want to emphasize, obviously, I think for those of you who have been sort of coming through Hong Kong, you probably will agree that Hong Kong has never short of capital. We have lots of money in the city, of course, because of this financial center position. And just to put in perspective, there's an association in Hong Kong called HKVCA, the Hong Kong Venture Capital and Private Equity Association, in which all the VC and PEs, firm offices, many of them belong to. So we talked to the general manager some time ago, actually just last year, and we were like, oh, well, by the way, we know that it's a very influential bunch, but then of the roughly 1,000 members, actually how much money are these guys managing? I mean, just as an aggregate. So the number we got from the general manager was $2 trillion US dollar. Okay, so now, again, these are VCs and PEs and the fund offices, where these folks actually sit in Hong Kong. Okay, so they live here. And so they're managing that $2 trillion US dollar of private capital ready to be deployed to innovative projects. So that's why we would highly encourage folks to contact us. And then after we understand what you're doing, we are very happy to connect you with the appropriate investors that have interest in particular areas.
I actually have one client here who really wants to connect. I wanted to say before, I'm thinking about what you've said and all these fintech nations and opportunities that we have these days. And even just recently, you have the UAE, right? Like Israel and the UAE, and now it opens up, and the first delegations are flying from Israel to the UAE are the banks, the fintechs. These are the first. we call it a peace, but first it's economy. And who are the first who are flying is the fintech delegations both ways. And that's amazing, you know, that opening up a whole new markets of innovation, of better fintech financial services. And we haven't even talked about, other places, with lack of payment and unbanked populations that we can tap in, right? Unbelievable, unbelievable.
Well, I can definitely, well, first of all, this is amazing news, and I can understand why, right? You think about just the nature of people working in fintech. You get the finance folks, you get the technology folks, and in both cases, these people are very highly intelligent, they're very aggressive, ambitious, adventurous. So that's why I'm not surprised that we are the first bunch that basically take on this adventurous journey.
Yes. I can't wait to collaborate more with you guys. You are amazing. You immediately, when I approached, you said, yes, of course we're going to do that interview. Of course we're going to be engaged and help you. And we are happy to help you. And all of us, all the people here are watching. I really encourage you to register to the FinTech Week. And it's going to be amazing. And the speakers, the lineup, and the opportunity here is amazing. So we are partners of the FinTech Week and of course of Invest Hong Kong. And very happy to also work with you on our follow-up event. So we'll be a FinTech Hackathon and the FinTech Week also here in Israel, but amazing opportunities for both of us, all of us.
Great. Now, I just want to add one thing because I don't want to miss out anything. When I just mentioned the names of the 8 virtual banks, I just mentioned 7. So I want to mention the 8th to make sure that I got a complete record. So the 8th, which is also a very important one, is the Ping An One Connect. So Ping An is a gigantic financial conglomerate in China. They're in banking, insurance, securities, they're everywhere. So again, they also have the Ping An technology, in which they have been exporting a lot of the banking, financial services sector, new technology from AI and all this great stuff. So the Ping An One Connect actually have also got the virtual banking license. So they're also in Hong Kong. So we are definitely also very excited to see how all these new technologies will be adopted in Hong Kong.
Good that you mentioned, and maybe we're gonna write up all the links to these banks and help people connect. And of course they can rewatch it because we're gonna have it on our YouTube.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Have a great day over there, and let's build these fintech bridges together. You're an amazing friend.
Yep. Yeah. Happy to do that.
Great. Bye. Take care.
Okay. All right. Take care.
All right, Michal, how are you?
Hi.
Good to see you.
Hi, Nir. How are you?
I'm very good. I'm super happy that you're here. A lot of people were expecting to hear from Pepper. You lead Pepper. But before we dive into Pepper, a little bit about yourself. What did you do before Pepper? Share us a little bit.
Okay, cool. So my name is Michal. I'm 41. I have 2 kids, wonderful husband, and I used to be a corporate lawyer actually when I just started my career, and moved into strategy, business development, innovation, and digital. Actually, I was one of the team groups that actually did the strategy for Leumi regarding building a digital bank. And now I'm running Pepper for almost 3 years. That's like less than 60 seconds.
Amazing, amazing. So what's exciting about Pepper? How do you do this, the magic that makes people stick to it? Because, you know, the stickiness, what do people love? What are the main features? Tell us a little bit.
Well, for those of you who are not familiar with Pepper, Pepper is a 100% mobile bank. It was established within an incumbent, Leumi, which is the biggest well-known bank in Israel. It was launched like around 3 years ago with 2 main reasons. First, we saw an opportunity in the banking industry in Israel in particular, that we thought that Pepper can actually bring value for customers that are not choosing Leumi anymore or any other incumbent. And the second thing is that we were the first to be launched in Israel as a digital bank, because we really wanted to initiate and be the one who are leading the market instead of just reacting to it. So I think those 2 reasons really influence the DNA of Pepper and are influencing the value proposition that we are offering now. And regarding why the customers are staying with us and choosing us every day, I think again it goes to our strategy that is really focusing on the customer and the customer needs and pain points. We really saw there is a friction when it comes to our users and money. We mean that we saw that our users sometimes feel undereducated when it comes to their personal finance. We actually did a lot of researches, and not only in Israel but also in England and such. And it seems that in the absence of a robust financial education, there was a growing expectation from our users that actually their bank can empower them and give them more tools to make better financial decisions. And that's what we are doing at Pepper when it comes to loans, deposits, credit cards, budget, stock exchange, actually. And so that was our opportunity, and I think that's what we are bringing to our customers, and they see value in it. Actually, I think also we're not doing it in a traditional way. We're doing it in a way that fits them and their life. We're not just looking at the traditional bank and saying, oh, how can we do that as well? We're looking at our customers and again what they want. Actually, the COVID actually made a lot of impact regarding that, but I'm sure you'll ask me about it.
Yeah, you mentioned COVID, so I know you have a very nice onboarding. So walk us through how much time does it take to open an account with Pepper, and how does it feel?
So we have onboarding, digital onboarding, end to end. We actually, a few months ago, you have to go through a banker via a video chat, and now you can actually do it by yourself. You don't need the banker anymore. So depends on your KYC and your answers and so on. It can take from 2 minutes up to 8 minutes. But that's just the onboarding. Pepper was the first bank in Israel that did onboarding in a digital way, end-to-end. No need to come to a branch. But now all the banks in Israel are actually doing so. So our aim now is to bring more new things, more value proposition, not just the onboarding that now is very common because of Pepper work that pushed everybody to be better.
Just for people who don't know the Israeli banking ecosystem, everything here. So Pepper is the only mobile like bank, no branches style.
For now, yes. Again, we're a subsidiary of Bank Leumi, but meaning that we are using Leumi license, but we have a totally different infrastructure, totally different employees, totally different brand. Everything is different in that way. But we do use the advantages of an incumbent, meaning we are using Leumi's knowledge and how to, when it comes to cyber, compliance, regulation. And I think, again, if you connect it to the COVID, I think today it's an advantage, because when Pepper was built, it was built when you have actually an investor who is not a regular investor as for like neobanks or any other fintech. So when we were built, we really put a solid foundation for a profitable business, and while we did the acquisition of customers, while understanding that we have to build trust and to use Leumi Trust, and even take the trust to a different kind of level, not just the traditional trust that we have because we are a subsidiary of an incumbent, but being more transparent, more helpful. Again, it comes back to the DNA and to the value proposition and to the advantages that we want to bring to our customers.
And you mentioned Pepper Invest. Is that how it's called?
Yeah. So we actually, it was almost a year ago, we launched Pepper Invest. Pepper Invest is actually a part of Pepper. You have to be a Pepper customer in order to enjoy enjoy the feature. It's a brokerage service. If you want to invest in a fraction of a share, meaning you want to buy Amazon, right? But Amazon costs today like around $3,000 almost, and you don't have the money, or you don't feel you have the knowledge to get into the stock exchange, but you really want to buy Amazon because you're a customer, or because you didn't get your salary the last months because of COVID, or because you don't have the same income that you had, and you're looking for something for new income or to try capital market. So you can actually use Invest for that. You can buy Amazon for a fractional of a share. You can buy $15 in Amazon, and you'll get a portion of it. And it really enables an inexperienced investors to really dip their toes in the stock market without, committing to a large sum or being afraid. And again, it goes to our why we're doing things, because in Israel, for example, 90% of the population is not taking any part in capital markets. They are not trying it at all. Yeah, it's really cool feature, very educational, and it helps you grow as a user.
Amazing. What about savings? Do you see like different behavior during this time? What do you learn from your users these days of COVID?
Oh, definitely. We saw, especially in the beginning, people use their credit card less. We saw some of them, the income stop, like no salary for a few months. And we saw more loans, more people trying to save, and a lot of activity on Pepper Invest, like huge, because people stayed at home, they looked for a different income. So we did see that a lot. Now we are seeing that people are going back to buying stuff. Salaries are coming back and so on, but they're buying differently, more online, less spending on travel, tourism, stuff like that. But luckily for us, we could adjust our infrastructure and our product to the new demands. For example, we had a lot of students that really needed the loans at this time, and we were the only bank giving loans digitally end to end. No, you don't have to go to the branch, stuff like that. So we were there for our users. So that was great.
What are the demographics, by the way, ages or something you could like? Is it a certain age or a certain for your users? I mean.
Yeah. The product is we don't, for example, we don't have mutual account yet, so it affects on the user's profile. Around 70% of our customers are beneath the age of 35 now, because of COVID. You know, overnight people had to go and become digital. You know, what estimation said that it will take the population to go into full digital like 5 years to 8 years, and now over time everybody are digital because we didn't have any choice. So we see the age of Pepper customers are actually going up, because now they're not afraid to use the digital platforms and so and so. So that is changing. But yeah, a lot of millennials.
Yeah, you started educating the market for a new product, a new kind of a bank in Israel, and now people are growing with you and understanding you a little bit better, and of course joining you. What are the next coming features, like whatever you can share with us that is coming, or focus?
Growing with our customers, you know, we have customers that they are 16 to 18, they are students, they have certain needs, we are there for them. Then students, then soldiers, students, you know, making a family. So we want to grow with them. So first of all, of course, I would like to see mutual account in Pepper and do that, and everything that elaborates our value proposition. I want more features that gives you an extra value that you don't have in a traditional bank, that maybe you would go to other places to take them, and I would like to put it in the same Pepper's house, if you'll call it. So I really look for we are really looking for fintechs that can help us grow our value proposition, and you know, that's if there are some in the crowd that are interested.
Exactly. I was about to say. I was waiting for you to say, but yes, of course, people are watching us right now. We are a FinTech Nations Summit. You have these fintechs from all over the world of course, from Israel, but you have Singapore here, Hong Kong, the UK, Australia, amazing fintechs from all over the world. So how do they reach to you? Just how do they contact you, Michal?
So I have my my email that it's published in Pepper's website. Also, you can reach me on LinkedIn. We are very approachable because we really want to grow, and we really want to grow fast because we grow really fast with our customers. We want to grow even faster with our product.
Amazing. So, Michal, let's schedule maybe a follow-up interview in a couple of months. And I can't wait for mutual accounts. I can't wait for other features. Already seeing that you're testing all kinds of amazing features. Amazing that you are leading this way in Israel. And also, you know, we can learn from every nation. That's the point of the summit. So, guys, enjoy the summit. Thank you, Michal. We can network, we can connect, you know, from all over the world. And see you soon, Michal. Thank you.
Keep safe.
All right, so we are here with Rune. Hi, Rune.
Hi.
Where are you calling from?
I'm calling in from the middle of Denmark, actually, an island called Funen, where I live.
I've been hearing a lot about the Nordic API Gateway, and I want to understand exactly how do you serve these banks and open banking and the whole, you know, ecosystem of these neobanks and traditional banks in your offering.
Yeah, so Nordic API Gateway is a name we took off the shelf a couple of years ago when we focused very much on the Nordics. And what we do is we aggregate all the bank's PSD2 APIs. And if they don't have a PSD2 API, or if the PSD2 API is not compliant with regulation, we also have our own fallback access to banks. Here in the Nordics, we have what we call dual access approach to the market. So we can either access to our own interfaces or to the bank's PSD2 interfaces. And what we offer our customers, which could be banks, but it's also accounting system providers or payment services, or even like fintechs and other startups, is the ability to connect their users' account to their platform, like retrieving account information and transaction data information, or even perform payments directly from the account. And we have like one API right now that kind of does that seamlessly for more than 1,000 banks across the Nordics, and it does for like both personal account access and business account access. So sometimes when people they ask, okay, so why is that important when we have PSD2? Isn't that a standard in itself? I often like does the analogy to electricity, where like if you want to plug in your power cord from your computer and you're sitting in UK, you have a different plug than if you're sitting in Denmark or if you're sitting in United States, right? And you should think that it would be very easy to just have the same plug. But in reality, you have to change factories, you have to change the whole like electricity net and how we work with all the appliances and so forth. And it's really, really hard to do so. And that's just in a simple world of a plug that gives you electricity. We still have a lot of different standards that actually enables companies to build adapters. And we are kind of that. We're in the business of building one big adapter for all European banks so that our customers don't have to do the same work that we're doing to kind of standardize the things, right?
So this is the bigger vision here. So
Yeah.
you want to serve more banks and all over Europe. That's what you mean.
Yes, of course. I think like the summer next year, we expect to be fully rolled out in Europe. And the reason why we say summer next year is actually the way we approach the market is by a focus on coverage on each of the markets. So we don't leave a market before we have full coverage. That means more than 95% of the population should be addressable through the services we build. That means almost all banks, all accounts, even like card companies that has an account, we kind of fetch those information as well, allowing our customers to actually build solution that works. Where like you could say that we're providing rails, and if you build like really poor rails, the trains that are built and should drive upon those will be like shaky. That means that the persons entering those trains will have like a poor experience, right? And the persons entering the trains is our customers' customers. And our customers are the ones building the trains, right? So we have to make sure that we build like really sturdy, really stellar rails for someone to build a nice and pleasant journey on top of to the trains they build, right? Which is the solutions that they focus on in every sector.
Maybe you can lead us through the opportunities here in terms of the customers, because you said that's who you serve in the end goal. So what are the opportunities of open banking? What are the possibilities with this data that is going on these rails?
Yeah. So first of all, I think like open banking is part of a major movement where like you say since like 2000 and moving forward, the data that we generate about the world has exploded. So IBM did this survey in 2016 that said like 80% of the world's data about the world has been generated within the last 12 months. That's insane, right? So the year before, we only had like 20% of data allowing us to access like some information about the world. A year later, 80% new data has been generated. And this goes on year after year. So it's an exponential thing. And what happens if you have a lot of data is that you end up being bombarded with this data, and you end in a situation where you have to make choices all the time as a consumer. So Google, when they envisioned that everyone would be doing like price comparison on the internet, it's not going to happen because you don't have the time to do so. If you want to buy like a fishing rod, you can sit forever on the internet, like finding that fishing rod, right? If you want to buy a car, you can sit forever on the internet, like trying to figure out what car you should be buying and which is cheapest compared to the cost of life, the lifetime cost of the car and so forth. And in the end, you just want to have something presented to you that makes it easy for you to make the choice, right? Because you have so many things that you do. You have to watch Netflix, you have to do sports, you have to be a nice family father, you have to work hard. So everyone is kind of competing against or for your attention. And in that world, data becomes increasingly important for us to provide, to help services give us back personalization. And one of the last data silos that we had, especially here in Europe, but actually all over the world, there's actually two big data silos that's still kind of like closed and are being opened up. One is financial data, the other is health data. So I think we're going to see a similar wave within health data pretty soon. Apple has already started it with Apple Watches and so forth, right? So in reality, what we do right now is we open up the world of banking in order to provide data that helps consumers and business owners make decisions faster and more easy and more conveniently, right? And then you can add to on top of that we also remove, you could say, intermediate from payment flows, because being able to pay directly with your account makes it much more transparent and a much more like singular thing to do than if you do it with a card from the classic card rails, where a lot of intermediaries is taking part of that journey and also taking a cut of the transaction itself. So I think that's probably the bigger kind of history here, that we're building APIs because in reality, we want to get to the point where AIs can use the data provided by those APIs. And in the end, the AIs are using that data to serve all the I's out there, right? So the movement is like from API to AI to I in the end. And we're just like partaking in that big movement, I would say.
And this is just the beginning.
Yeah, exactly. And if you look from like customers that we have, on the accounting space, it's a natural fit to kind of like work with open banking, because accounting systems, they always work with transactions and with the web banks. Either they had bookkeepers reiterate back and forth between web bank and accounting system to pay the bills, to retrieve the CSV files, to do the reconciliations and so forth. Today, all this can be automated and happen through one interface, either the bank fully, if they like did the accounting part, or through the accounting system itself. And so we see like a massive like transformation of that business area, and more accounting systems are becoming transaction focused more than bookkeeping focused, right? Providing companies with cash flow analytics instead of like just a backward view. And the same goes on for like PFM services. Instead of just like showing you how you spend your money, they're using data to predict how you're going to spend your money and how you can change your behaviors, right?
And this is very interesting for some of our viewers who are coming from, regulators, fintechs, traditional banks, neobanks. We even have today, we're going to have Lunar, right?
Yeah.
From the Nordics also. And I understand you had a partnership with them too, right?
Yeah, we recently launched a partnership with Lunar in all Nordic markets, serving them with the ability to do account aggregation and payment from any of those accounts. And you can say Lunar is a digital first bank, right? A neobank in the Nordics, trying to like become the strongest digital bank in all Nordic countries. And having a really great digital experience also means that they have a great chance of becoming like the user's primary choice of interface. So if they kind of like let the users aggregate all their accounts from different banks into Lunar, they become the primary interface because it's much easier to use their experience, and then they can start serving up the financial products that the users or the bank customers actually would require to live their lives, right? So if you want a loan or a line of credit, they can use the data from the aggregation part to actually serve you with that instantly in the app, which effectively means that the bank that you aggregate into Lunar, they don't get that chance because they kind of lost the relation with the customer down the line, right? And that's a movement we see very much in banking right now, that the banks, they are actually becoming the most active third-party providers within open banking. People, they always talk about like, okay, banks are serving up data that someone can fetch and then build like competitive services to banking. But in reality, what we see is that banks themselves are using this to get competitive edge within the market.
Sure.
So we have like a very big international bank. They're launching a service here in the Nordics. Actually, they launched it yesterday in a silent mode, but they're going to launch it over the next couple of weeks. That is very much a competitor to our own B2C offering. We have like a next level PFM app for young people that tries to automate the process of you becoming financially aware in a way where you don't notice, because people, they don't want to spend time on money in that segment, right? And they're building something that is very similar to that experience, but with the ability to lend you money if you need it to live the life you want. So it's not a bank, it's not a web bank interface, it's not a mobile banking interface. It's more like a companion. And this is coming from a bank, right? And it's built on top of open banking. Yeah. So I think it's exciting times right now.
So yeah, I see your company like all over. How old is the company? Tell me a little bit of a background about yourself. What did you do before?
Yeah, so if we start with me, before like building this company, I used to work for eBay, and I was like heading up the development product at the Danish classified site that eBay bought called the Blue Paper. So I spent a lot of years like within the classifieds industry, and I'm actually using much of the knowledge from that time to actually like base my analysis of the market of aggregators today. So like we are, for instance, in the horizontal business, right? We're serving up many categories right now. But what I envision is also there will be aggregators locally oriented with a very strong vertical offering. For instance, like in UK, serving up SMB customers, like business customers with solutions that does like cash flow prediction and so forth, can be very hard to compete against if you are spread over all of Europe, right?
Yeah.
Or doing a specific credit scoring engine for a specific market, for instance. So we will see some really strong aggregators that are vertically focused instead of horizontally. Right now, most of them are very horizontal like us. So I come from that business. Before that, I did a lot of like management consultancy and software consultancy, and used to be like a travel consultant. So I spent like most of my days around the world, actually, for more than 6 years. So I have like a very broad scope picture of like how to add technology, especially to bigger companies, without like spending years to do so. That was my primary purpose as a consultant in the older days. So in many ways, I use much of my background today. In 2010, I'd spent like more than a year like talking to friends and other colleagues about why didn't we have any tools to help us manage our money in a digital world. Money was moving at a faster pace towards digital in every sense, and your way of spending money was being virtualized. So you don't even have to have the cash that you're spending at hand anymore, right? You could just have a credit line and so forth. So how could we build something that could help us manage our money without actually becoming a tedious process or a manual process? And that's where I started Spear, which was the name of the company in the old days. Spear is a Danish slang word for money. So in 2010, I actually built the first account aggregator to appear in the Nordics, and one of the first to appear in Europe. In the beginning, it was actually a manual process of updating data. And the biggest request we got from our users was, can't you automate the process of like retrieving my account data from my bank and adding them to your system? And I thought, yeah, why not? So I started like talking to all the banks and realized that they saw the transaction data and the account data as theirs. And it kind of baffled me, because all our customers, they saw it as theirs, right? It's you that generated the data with your credit card by like swiping in stores and so forth. So we actually ended up in the middle of a larger discussion on a societal level, like who actually owned this data set. And we kind of like took the stance that this must be the individual that produced the data. The bank is actually only allowed to process this on my behalf, right?
Sure.
But we spent 2 years convincing banks about this, and in the end, at that time, the maturity curve wasn't there, like in terms of like opening up for these data sets. So we realized we had to do it ourselves. So in 2012, we built in Denmark the first automated system to retrieve data from any Danish bank. And this was kind of like the ground stone, you could say, or the foundation for Nordic API Gateway. Yeah.
Wow.
And then in 2016, I approached Danske Bank, which is one of the biggest banks in the Nordics, and said, hey, if we carve out that technology, wouldn't it be nice that you started using this? Because at that time, Spear had been like segmented more and more towards young people. And I realized, okay, we built technology that actually could help any segment out there. But we didn't have the time to build like a pension module or a business module and so forth. So I realized that we could actually start selling the service that kind of attached bank accounts through APIs automatically, right? And Danske Bank, they went live in all 4 markets here with account aggregation in their mobile banking offering in 2018, like 1.5 years before any PSD2 API was available on top of us. So at that time, we actually mapped out a network of our own interfaces to all banks in the Nordic countries. And that was, you could say, like the starting signal for Nordic API Gateway. So we launched Nordic API Gateway officially in January 2018. And today we have like the biggest Danish bank and one of the biggest Nordics, which is Danske. We have Jyske Bank, which is the second biggest bank in Denmark. We have like DNB, that is the biggest bank in Norway. We have OP Bank, the biggest bank in Finland. And we have like Ressourcebank, one of the biggest like lender banks in the Nordics on all their markets. And we have a bank called Sastobanki in Finland. We have a large international bank working in the Nordics and soon also in other countries. And then we have like a lot of accounting systems. I think we have like 14 accounting systems working on top of us. And we have fintechs like Luna and Pleo working with our services. And a lot of startups, more than 100 startups that are actually live with solutions on top of us.
Amazing. And before we finish, of course, I can talk with you for hours. I mean, it gives me perspective of how you build a company. What is the advantage that you have right now in the market with your knowledge and experience and all these clients? how do people find out about you? And I'm sure I already know about one client who actually wants to connect with you here. But how do people connect to you, find out more information?
I think normally they would go to our homepage if they can find that, right? So you would say like we do a lot of press. Most of the press is a mix of like international press to like fintech media, and then a lot of local press. Because the way we kind of approach the markets is that we don't want to go to Spain, France, and Italy at the same time, because if the rails is not able to be matured to the level we need for serving the quality we want, then we end up with a lot of customer requests on all the markets, and we need to talk to the FSAs, to the banks to help them improve their interfaces, and then we stretch too thin. Sure. And we end up in a situation where we can't provide the quality, and what happens then is we might get the contracts, but then we just leave behind a trail of churning customers, right? And I think that's the most important part here, is that this is not about APIs. It's not about like having access to, I don't know, 2,000 banks, because if they are spread over all the markets and effectively giving you access only to 60% of each of the markets from a coverage point of view, you end up in a situation where you stretch too thin too fast. So we don't do like a lot of press in Spain. It doesn't mean we don't want a customer there, because we actually travel to Spain the moment we have a customer request for that market, right? And normally we use our existing clientele, like the relations we get with those, to figure out what do they want to do next. So there's like a maturity curve going on for open banking. You typically, as a bank, you start with like, I want to do account aggregation. And once you do that, you realize that, okay, it doesn't really give much back to the users. What if I add payment initiation? And all of a sudden users understand that, hey, I don't need to use other banking apps than this one, because I can do all my payments, I can see all my accounts. And like the service grows, and they get like more and more interface and relation with customers, even perhaps customers that are not customers with them, but you're just using their services, right? And the next level is then that many banks realize, hey, we can use the PSD2 framework to actually internationalize some of our services without having to have a full banking license in all the markets. And then it grows fast. So we have banks that are taking us to Poland, to Baltics. We have a bank that takes us to UK and Ireland. And so every time we kind of lay out new rails, we do it together with large-scale banks typically, or it could be guys like Visma on the accounting side, so that we enter a market with a strong player and a strong kind of trust seal, and also someone that we know actively will be using the service from day one, so that we can use that to mature the market to the quality we need. So you can like get hold of us like by just going to the webpage and click the contact button, or you can write me directly on LinkedIn if you can find me there, or on Twitter. And we are like actively in discussion with customers all over the world right now. So it's not like we don't want to discuss. It's more like the roadmap of when we appear in a country.
Yes.
But again, having said that, summer next year is very early on. It's actually like less than 9 months now, right? At that time, we will be fully European, so customers can actually use our service all over Europe.
Thank you very much. I think it's super relevant for the summit. We're discussing a lot of APIs and open banking and opportunities all over the world. And I would love to continue this conversation also during the day today with the participants, and if they have questions, of course. And thank you for your time very much. We really appreciate it, and
thank you for
we want to
having
hear
me.
from you very, very soon.
Yeah, thanks.
Have a good
Enjoy.
day.
Yeah, you too.
Thank you. Hey, Anna, how are you?
Hi, Nir. I'm fine, thank you. And you, how are you doing?
I'm great. I'm so happy that you're joining us. I've seen you on LinkedIn. That's how we met. I saw that you gave a lot of speeches, a lot of engagement. I love it. You're sharing the knowledge. This is actually what we're trying to do in the FinTech Nations Summit, to include all the experts, all the knowledge from all over the world. So this is the purpose of the summit. And before we dive into a lot of topics that you are expert in, I want to know about you. I want the audience to learn about you. So give us a little bit of a background.
Yeah, so first of all, thank you, Nir, for your kind invitation. And I'm really happy to reconnect with FinTech Nations, but also with Israeli FinTech community. I have some friends there, and I know that some of them are also speakers at your event. So my special greetings come from Warsaw to Israel, and to the FinTech community there, to the FinTech Association, Israeli FinTech Association as well. And about myself, as you mentioned, so I'm just shifting towards sharing knowledge, because I've been 20 years in payments innovation, in financial services innovation, even before it was called FinTech. So this interrelation or combination of financial services and technology was there. And for example, I introduced one of the first online payment gateways in the CEMEA region, also mobile payment schemes and mobile payments, mobile banking. So just being 20 years in the industry, I've seen a lot of changes. The logic seems to be the same. So we wanted to create innovation. We wanted to create like a invisible payments, and of course just care about the customer experience, but definitely it shifted a lot in terms of the technology, which is now available for banks, but also for new entrants. And it changed a lot in terms of the approach, especially towards customer. So now I'm just having been with corporations like Citibank, or one of my recent roles includes being a FinTech leader for PwC when I was driving the entire FinTech agenda, but also working very closely with FinTech startups and banks, incumbent companies. So being so many years in the industry, now I'm shifting towards knowledge sharing, like naturally, and I'm more advising, mentoring, but also speaking and even lecturing. So we also launched like one of the first in the world open banking specialization, open banking and platforms in finance, together with Center for Finance, Technology and Entrepreneurship in London.
Wow, that's a lot of things. We'll try to dive into all the stuff, because you're at the forefront. You've been an expert, and you know the who's and who's in the industry. So for us, you are a resource here in the summit, and we just want to ask you as many questions as we can. What do you see like around the world in terms of open banking? Let's start with that, and then we'll dive into payments and other stuff.
Yeah, sure. So open banking is a very important trend all around the globe. And this is a global trend. So this is not only happening in Europe, that was really driven by PSD2, so by the regulatory framework, but there are markets all around the world, just to mention Singapore, when this is more industry driven, but also followed by the Monetary Authority Singapore, so MAS there, with some playbooks on open banking and some recommendations how it can be implemented and done. And of course, with Australia, that was very much in the forefront of building this market-driven approach, and also now in Latin America, for example. So we have Brazil, we have Mexico coming into this open banking play. But when we have the focus on Europe, this is what's happening. And this is quite a recent phenomenon. Of course, just the idea of open APIs, it was there in the market, but just being driven or being in a way enforced by regulatory framework, by PSD2, this is something that happened like last year. So definitely in terms of compliance, that there's a new regulation that banks should follow, and they should open up the APIs to the new entrants, to new players in this game. So sometimes called as TPPs, of course, if we stick to the regulatory frameworks or third-party providers. And we've seen a lot of this happening in Europe, but I would say that now we are more at the level of compliance. So banks have to open up the APIs, they have to make the data accessible for new entrants. And this is just the beginning of the entire journey. This is not what's, in my opinion, but not only in my humble opinion, this is not what open banking is about. Because open banking is about opening up the entire ecosystem and definitely including or absorbing new sectors, new verticals, and also new players. So we have like different stakeholders in the ecosystem, not only banks, but definitely we have new entrants like fintech startups, like tech startups, but also technology enablers. We have merchants, we have even public sector. So government, and also in terms of verticals, we have different verticals to be covered, not only banking. So having said that, we go beyond the open banking concept, building on the open finance and even open data ecosystem. So we open up data. And of course, we are not there yet. So this is a kind of concept, an idea, vision, which is very much attractive and a really powerful vision. And I'm really a strong believer and advocate for that. But we are still in Europe at the compliance level for many cases. And just to make, for example, APIs stable and reliable, just to deal with this technology level. But of course, there are some powerful use cases that are already going beyond account aggregation and beyond payment initiation. These are like these two key functions within open banking. But definitely we have something in the wealth management, we have something in the credit management, digital onboarding. So we have a lot of different use cases. And having said that, we also have a lot of examples of how banks can cooperate with new players, with incumbents. Even big banks like ING, they partnered with Mina Technologies. They'll also, this is one of the recent cooperations, but they also like come up with their own solution on the personal finance management with Yol. This is a spin-off of the ventures, internal ventures. And now it's a separate company, very successful one in the PFM. In France, in Spain, in the UK as well. So I can talk really just, I can tell you with a lot of examples, I can talk long about open banking, but this is just a kind of a sneak peek of what's going on here in Europe, but having in mind that it's a global phenomenon.
So you said it right, it's just really the start, the beginning of the beginning, the surface. What do you see in terms of new ways of payments? Of course, we have COVID and a lot of buzz around that because, you know, it's COVID. We are at home or we are contactless, or what do you see in terms of innovative payment abilities?
Yeah, so first of all, needless to say, so we keep repeating that we are in process of digital transformation, but COVID-19 is a catalyst for that. And some people say that's like, it's the best business sponsor for a change in a way. So we were forced to do that. So needless to say, and we keep repeating that COVID is a catalyst. So what we see in payments, and of course, this is also related to open banking, can be related to open banking, because when we talk about open banking and PSD2, there's also just the new perspective of payments is being unlocked. Because apart from very well-known card-based payments or even wallet-based payments, we have account-to-account, so bank account-based payments. And this is being used by the big players, acquirers, PSPs, but also merchants, ADI and KLM, so they're the airlines, but also other players. And one of the recent is Visa partnering with BIPs, so the mobile payment scheme in the Nordics. And there are also a lot of examples from the payment schemes, MasterCard and Visa coming into this area. So Visa in process of acquiring Plate, but also MasterCard have been partnering with Vocalink for a longer period of time. So that's one of the directions. And of course, this can be really valid for the e-commerce, definitely, because what we see is that shift in the e-commerce because of course, because of the social distancing. So a lot of commerce is being done in the online ecosystem, in the online environment right now. So we have the shift to the e-commerce, and the consumers are using that. Of course, we have a lot of changes in terms of the categories, because generally speaking, the retail consumption is being so it's decreasing, but definitely there is a shift towards online commerce, and then the digital payments are vital but also very important part of this e-commerce, including digital payments. And if we talk about the physical in-store environment, of course, we all as consumers, we see a lot of changes, because this is about social distancing, but this is also about the hygienic and safe way of interacting and also shopping and making payments, all this interrelated. So definitely, first of all, it's a shift towards cashless payments. So we are less and less cash oriented in many different geographies, including even cash heavy geographies like Germany, Italy, or Central Europe. So this is the first trend. And then the second one, so this is the contactless, and exactly we need like touch-free interaction. So this is towards either contactless card payments or any other wallet-based payment that can be executed at the POS or in store, also in-app payments. Yeah. So we've seen this trend as well, and I think it will be also enhanced, but value-added services, so VAS, that will be interrelated with payments, instant payments, for example, instant crediting, but also some of the other interactions that can be done digitally or contactless in a way, in a safe environment.
Amazing. And what's the role of the AI in all of this?
Oh, that's another powerful story and a very red hot topic in the industry. Of course, generally speaking, AI is a very, very broad field, and definitely there are some subfields. For example, conversational AI, that I'm a big fan again.
Yeah, that's why I'm
probably many people know that. And I'm just speaking about conversational AI. I also have the experience of introducing some of the voice bots and also text bots, chat bots in the banking organizations with fintech startups, with tech startups, with AI solutions providers. I also I'm co-author of the AI book as well, when I was exactly writing about the rise of the conversational AI platforms. So even we can talk about the platforms. And of course, this is a broader idea of conversational AI that can be introduced and applied to banking and finance, especially to payments as well. But definitely it's broader because it's a multi-sector and can be applied to any sector, retail, but also some utilities, airlines, and of course every interaction can be done with use of the voice. Because voice, of course, just to separate like two things, to structure them well, AI, as I said, is a broad field about automating processes, but also making analysis, including predictive analysis, and of course building the knowledge base. But conversational AI is this subfield of AI when you can recognize the voice, you can recognize the speech, but definitely when it's AI powered, you just the bots, the algorithm can understand the natural language. Yeah. So the language we human interact and we communicate. So this is a very important thing to understand. So as they can understand the way we communicate, not to going into some details right now, so of course they can conduct the conversations and they can lead the interactions with humans and with consumers, just replacing the human agents. And it can be done in text, it can be done using voice. So there are chatbots for the text-based solutions. They are also voice bots for voice-powered solutions. And of course, it automates a lot of processes. It can generate a lot of savings for banks, and it can reduce the wait times because bots can just lead simultaneous sessions. So people can interact using the messaging platforms. That's why we also call this platform like very, very known one and very popular in the world, WhatsApp, Facebook Messenger, but also Telegram and also WeChat, dependent on the geographies. This is the messaging, the text part. There are also some very important solutions and also examples of the applications in the voice field. So definitely voice bots that can lead the conversation. And voice, if we again see the COVID-19 perspective and post-pandemic perspective, this is a new interface because it's digital, it's touch-free, it's hands-free, because you can talk to the device, you can talk to the either mobile, smartphone, you can talk to the smart home device. at home, like smart speakers, Amazon Alexa, Echo, and some other Google assistants. You can use everything you want. And definitely, so, and sometimes it's even eye-free because you don't need the eye contact. So it's really a very easy and friendly for many users way of communicating. So we call it a new interface. And this new interface, especially in the social distancing situation, so we can just communicate instead of talking to person like we are talking right now. So definitely you can use the machine-based interface for that. So this is a powerful way to go, and probably one of the that's why we call it also voice economy, because it can just have a powerful impact on how people interact, how they communicate, but also generate a lot of savings due to the AI application.
I wanted to say that I was testing it with the Amazon PayPal integration, and yeah, you just ask it to send the money to a friend or check your balance or all kinds of disputes that you have with PayPal. It's still limited, but yeah, it's definitely there. You said it right. I mean, it's exciting. All these challenger banks, neobanks that we have also in the summit, we have niche banks, the banks for the freelancers, the banks for the SMEs. Like, what do you see in that space? And also, you know, we can talk about Singapore, we can talk about Hong Kong. We have WeLab here in the summit and others. Where do you see nice examples of innovations or innovative things around the world?
Yeah, so just commenting on what you said about PayPal and Alexa, Amazon Alexa, definitely. So this is the starting point. So we are just using the voice-powered interfaces, but this is again the beginning, almost similarly as with open banking. So first, there's a kind of vision standing behind it, and we should support this vision because it can bring a lot of benefits to all the stakeholders in the ecosystems, including banks, but also new entrants and again consumers. So if we take the perspective of the new interface, but definitely there's a long way to go still, because we reached like a very good accuracy in terms of the voice recognition, in terms of the natural language recognition or understanding. But there is still a lot to be done, and I'm just writing about that from time to time. I can also disclose and share with the audience, perhaps, although this is something that is not launched yet, but will be released at the beginning of October, because I'm also curating the conversational AI course. So definitely, I'm talking about all these applications of conversational AI, voice and chatbots in my course. And there's a lot of really powerful examples all over the world. So if you ask me about the innovation, so definitely in terms of payments, in terms of digital payments, and also in terms of conversational AI, we can look at the Asian giants, and not only banks, they're like HSBC or DBS. So DBS partner with some of the solutions providers, not like one, of course. So it's Casisto, it's Active.ai. So are like different AI solutions provider involved in the conversational AI journey. So they have the text bots, they also have voice bots. But there are also other banks. Standard Chartered is very active with just playing around with different fintech providers, different fintech startups. They have their ventures as well. And they provided a lot of solutions in terms of conversational AI, but also payments. So we can look at these companies, but we can't ignore, and we do not ignore, the big tech coming from Asia, especially from China. I mentioned WeChat. Definitely, there is also, they are just giants in terms of payments and payments related solutions. They are also just in the forefront of conversational AI. So they have their own conversational AI platforms like Xiaowei. This is coming from WeChat and Tencent, and there's also, of course, Alibaba and Alipay and financial as an entire holding. And what, in terms of payments, for example, what Alibaba is doing, they partner with Xiaomi, so another giant who is producing a lot of the devices, smartphones, starting from smartphones to smart devices, home devices, but also even electric scooters. And they come up with a new generation of the POS terminal for digital payments, and it's open system, it's Android based, and it's as in terms of open banking, you can just plug and play a lot of applications. So this is a similar solution for in-store, but it's also connected to mobile POS. It's also connected to cash register or digital register. So we can look at Asia, but definitely in Europe, we have a lot of very innovative companies. So definitely newer banks. We know Sterling Bank that is already a kind of incumbent, but they were very successful in implemented open banking concept, and they are still just using the open APIs, partnering with different stakeholders. They have the marketplace, but also the Nordics. If we look at the Nordics, there's a kind of specialty there in terms of the open banking. A lot of providers, not only AISPs, so account initiation service providers, so for account aggregation, but also payment initiation, and also companies providing like tech enablers, providing the bank as a platform or bank as a service solutions. So I can mention Infuse, I can mention Tink, I can mention Klarna. Of course, Klarna is out of just beyond competition, and they recently raised another huge like mega round. So they are the most valuable fintech in Europe, coming from or based in Stockholm. And I can't, so there are like really just powerful examples. I can't ignore, definitely I have to mention Israel as a hub for fintech, and especially in the AI field, in the cybersecurity field. So there is a lot of payments companies and payment startups from Israel that I'm aware of as well. So there are like certain hubs and of course in the UK, I mentioned Sterling Bank. There is also another example of Zelf. This is a very recent neobank. They launched in June. Yes, in June, I guess. And then what they are doing, they don't have a bank app or banking app, although we know that this is in-app payments or any other services that can be done from the app level. So they launched a bot. They launched a chatbot, and they integrated with 6 messaging platforms, and they will be also covering for other. So they will have like 10 main messaging platforms, and then they will come up with a voice bot. So you can basically bank with them, you can execute payments, but there is no banking app, but there is a bot for that. So I think there are also lots of interesting solutions all around the world.
Amazing. This is the FinTech Nations Summit. That's exactly what we're trying to do. I mean, we try to have as many as we can. It's a marathon. It's 48 hours, one after one after one after one. A lot of them you already know, and this is our way of learning from each other and seeing what's up there and up there. And this is why your talk is so important. I should have, we should have do like an hour of just mentioning and mentioning and mentioning, because you're like a database, a very good one.
Oh, thank you. Just fortunately, I'm not a bot. I'm a real person, live person. But yeah, you mentioned a lot of companies, and I think the Nordic API Gateway is also one of your guest speakers. I'm just Rune Maid, the CEO for Nordic API Gateways. They definitely they are also in this open banking stream, and of course in this trend.
And Visa that you mentioned, also in the Nordics, that are working with them, and Lunar from the Nordics.
Oh yeah, sure. And lots of other companies. And this is
we have Team8, which is the new. They have the new fintech arm, Team8 Fintech, which is just announced, and wow, and we can talk about other markets. I mean, we have the Emirates, the UAE with right now. They also have actually peace with Israel, and the first delegations who are flying are the fintechs, the banks. These are the first.
You touched a very good point. Also, Middle East is very active, and of course, I can talk about that as well, because I was speaking at some of the events. I know I also was very close to one of the implementations in the robo-advisory and wealth management. And of course, one of the leading banks in the Middle East is just implementing this solution. This is again AI powered with a new algorithm for advisory. And there's a lot of going on, because there is a fintech hub there, and also Qatar is establishing a new fintech hub, and even Saudi Arabia. So there is a lot of countries in the Middle East involved. And this is great what you are saying, and you managed to gather a lot of different stakeholders, a lot of different companies, innovative ones. And I like this FinTech Nations expression, because I said it's like FinTech Nations coming together, because really just people and like individuals, but also companies from different parts of the world, mostly Europe, but definitely it's not limited to Europe. So I'm really happy to be part of this event, and thank you once again for your invitation. And just and I'm really happy also to contribute in terms of my expertise, that I can share knowledge, which we can just exhaust the topic. But
I invite you to also stay also after, and we have people here who are watching you, and there are fintechs from all over the world wants to connect with you. And learn and collaborate. And how can they find you? More information about you? Where's the best channel to reach you?
Yeah, so the best channel is LinkedIn, and definitely if you can look up at my LinkedIn profile, you will find more details, more information. You can connect to me also on LinkedIn. So yeah, and I'm very open. Of course, probably I can't accommodate all of these requests, especially in a very short period of time. So sometimes there can be a delay in the response, but definitely I'm open to connect, because I'm working with fintech startups, and I also building cooperation or collaborations models with incumbents. So I'm very happy to hear from new entrants, and I'm really just having worked for both incumbents, but also fintech startups and players. I'm really happy to support new entrants and to see innovation being brought by them. So once again, thank you very much. Toda rabba. All the best to you in Israel as well.
Thank you. And I can't wait to collaborate with you even more and initiate. And yeah, we have so much to do, in this field. And you mentioned the AI and possibilities. I mean, it's a whole summit by itself, of course. I can't wait to collaborate even more personally. And I can tell it to everybody here, I'm very honest, very direct, like Israeli. This is one of my favorite talks in the summit, because to find somebody who can share, who loves to share and loves these examples, just like I do, and loves to test all these features like we do, it's for me a privilege. So I love it. And thank you very much. And we'll catch up soon.
Yeah, thank you, Nir. Once again, I'm really pleased to hear your kind words, and it's much appreciated, but I'm happy to share my knowledge. And thank you so much. Good luck.
Hello, Guillermo. How are you?
Hello, very nice to meet you.
Yes, I am excited about Bnext. A lot of people who are watching us right now are excited about the Bnext. You are an amazing player in the ecosystem. So I have a lot of questions today in the short time that we have.
Of course.
But maybe first tell us a little bit about your background before Bnext, things that you've done, and then we'll dive into the product and everything.
Of course. So look, I studied both laws and business here in Madrid, and then I did a master's in Paris. And I started working as a lawyer. I did litigation and international arbitration. So basically I was helping Spanish companies that had investment conflicts worldwide to try and solve those via arbitration. I spent there somewhere around 2 years, I think it is, 2-point-something years. And I pretty quickly realized that was not really my thing. So I then moved to investment banking, and I worked for BBVA. For those of you who don't know, it's a big Spanish bank. I was based in Madrid. I was mostly covering deals here in Spain and in Latin America. And I was doing investment banking. I did project finance, acquisition finance, things like that, right? Mostly focused in the energy sector. So although I have and then from there I moved to ING. I was doing more or less the same financial product from for a different asset class. So I would do project finance for real estate. So as you can see, I have kind of a banking background, but nothing exactly related to what we're building here at Bnext. However, it's true that this banking background, it's a bit kind of the inception or the sort of the first question we want to answer with Bnext is a bit related to my previous experience in banking, because I thought, so when we did this kind of acquisition finances and project finances, I could see that if you look at the P&L of those deals, they were very profitable, except when you included the regulatory costs around it, right? Which dragged a lot of the profitability of the bank. And it, not only that, but it complicated it operationally speaking, right? So the first thing that we were thinking, me and my co-founder, it was, is there a way to give banking services to our clients without being a bank, and therefore not being constrained by the banking regulation, therefore being a bit more flexible in what you want to do? No? Let me say that it's not that we have tried to contour regulation or we've tried to just avoid it. We're happy to be compliant, but it was, and we're a fully licensed entity, but sort of the initial thinking was trying to build a structure that doesn't have to rely on a full banking license, and therefore it's not sort of subordinated to such strict regulation as banks have got today, right? As you probably know, it's one of the problems that they have got is that this regulation leaves them very little headroom, very little flexibility, right? So that was a bit the inception. So even if I never did sort of retail banking myself, I never did consumer banking, consumer finance myself, it was my banking background a bit the sort of the inception of the project itself.
Yeah. So you went through that path without a license, or how did you start Bnext?
Look, the whole starting point, as I said, was trying to answer the question, is there a way to give banking services without being a bank, right? You have to think that at the same time, we were seeing in Spain a dramatic increase of fintech products, right? Fintech projects. Back in the day, the products that we would see here were very verticalized, right? So they were trying to solve a small part of the whole sort of retail banking relationships, right? So we were starting to see online lenders, we would see robo-advisors, stock trading, right? Those kind of things, but that are very vertical, right? So kind of our first thinking was, if we combine both ideas, right? The fact that there are a number of fintech players that are very vertical, but that they have got very nice products, and most of the cases very nice pricing as well, better pricing than banks have got, combined with the idea that we were trying to solve to see if we could give banking services without being a bank, is when we came with the idea of building a marketplace, right? So the way we thought of this was, okay, so what we do is we link in one single point of access, in one app, all of the different fintech products that are out there in a way that we can help our clients find a one-stop shop where they can find access to all of the different alternatives. We can facilitate the providers also having access to a wider audience, right? Because those projects were still quote unquote small in Spain, right? And therefore we could sort of canalize some of the traffic that we could collect to them, right? And that's basically the first thing we built, right? First thing ever we built at Bnext was exactly that. Was an app where we would connect other fintech providers. It had what we call PFM capabilities, personal finance management, right? So you could connect other bank accounts, so you could see your overall position in all of the banks that you were using, and then you could access and buy products from different providers, right? So purely a marketplace there. We launched that somewhere around April, if I remember correctly, April 2017. I gotta say that we were pretty successful with that product, successful in the context where we were back then, right? So we didn't have no money, right? No, a very small team, but we did see some traction in that product. We did see people downloading the app and accessing and buying things online. However, the problem that we faced back then is that people would download the app, look around, eventually buy some things in the marketplace and then never come back, right? And the reason we figured out it was because, to be very honest, I think that retail banking services, retail banking business is something that, except maybe for a few geeks like you and I that are into this industry, it's something that's not super interesting, right? It's something that people just won't wake up any given day and say, hey, what's the best pension plan out there, right? Or what's the best credit card out there, right? So that's when we thought, okay, so it looks like our offering makes sense. However, we need to build something that's more sticky, right? Or it's more recurrent use, right? And that's when we decided, of course, back then we already knew of projects or bigger neobanks such as Revolut or Monzo or sort of the first wave of UK neobanks, N26 in Germany and so on. So that's when we thought, okay, so it might make sense to build an account and a card on top of this so people can use it for the daily spending. And when the time comes that they are going to need this product, because it is through that retail banking services nobody cares about, but everybody needs, right? So we thought, okay, so we build an account and a card on top of the marketplace that we had already. And then so trying to sort of achieve that people would use the account and the app on a regular basis daily. So when the time comes and they need a financial product, they can access our marketplace and buy whatever's best for them, right? And that's exactly what we did. So basically what we, back then, again, we didn't have a lot of money or visibility as of how this was going to play out. So we basically did what every other player more or less has done in Europe, which is partner with a third party that would open the accounts and issue the card for us, right? We would use a Spanish company that's called Pecunia, probably haven't heard of, but it's basically an e-money institution that gave us those services, like bank as a service kind of thing, right? So we connected with them. That started getting traction pretty fast. It took us a few months to have everything ready. We launched a beta in September, if I remember correctly, and then in December, we launched like an open version of the app, right? And it started getting traction pretty fast. And at some point, we realized that our thinking around we need to build something that's more sticky, that's more recurrent, like the account on the card, and then upsell our customers or cross-sell different products via the marketplace. We were right. So we started the process of getting our own e-money license, right? Initially, we were not planning to do that because we thought that the card wouldn't be a core part of our business, or it might be a core part of our product offering, but it wouldn't be a core part of our business, and that we could make unit economics work without having our own license. We then realized that it made a lot of sense for us, financially speaking, both from the revenue and the cost perspective, and also to be able to control or to be owners of the full tech and regulatory stack. We decided it made sense to just obtain our own license. So we did that. We started the process in Spain. It took us quite some time to get it because when we started it in the first dossier we filed to Bank of Spain here was under PSD1. And then in the middle of the process, PSD2 came into full force in Spain. Spain was the last country in Europe to transpond the European regulation to national law. And therefore, it happened right in the middle of our process. So more or less, we had to like rebuild the entire dossier and reset conversations with Bank of Spain. We did that successfully and we obtained our e-money license.
So you had the money to apply for that? To be like,
we had the money, yeah, of course, in this process. Basically, what happened for us, and I'm assuming it's very similar for all the other players, right? But what happened for us is that working with this third-party provider allowed us to sort of grow the client base sufficiently and to prove that our product had a market fit here and that we were able to execute and deliver good enough, right? And that in that process, we were able to fundraise. And with that money, we were able to apply for the e-money institution, right? In the process of obtaining the e-money license, we fundraised several times, right? Because the process was pretty long. The project was growing very fast. So we were lucky enough to fundraise a few times. But yeah, the moment we decided to apply for the license was when we were able to close our seed round, which was around 1.5 million euros. That gave us enough money to sort of sustain the process.
So this is the background. And you a lot of lessons here, by the way. You know, I like keep on thinking about this whole process and how you build a product and meanwhile try to raise money, a lot of work. So where are you right now in your product offering? Tell me some data so I know like what's going on exactly right now.
So look, like I said, we launched in December 2017, an open version. From September to December, it was a beta. A lot of learnings there, but we didn't really grow the client base significantly. So I think we finished the beta with around 300 customers, so nothing very significant. I mean, for us back in the day, it was huge, right? But today we're doing that like daily or twice that daily, right? So we launched in December 2017. Our first year, we finished with 100,000 activated cards. For us, the KPI that we look internally, or what we think is relevant, it's people that have got a Bnext card in their wallet, right? Meaning we don't think it makes a lot of sense to be monitoring. Well, we do monitor everything, of course, but we don't think it makes a lot of sense to be reporting things such as downloads, sign-ups, open accounts, right? For us, what's relevant is someone that holds a Bnext card in their wallet, right? So year one, we got to almost 100,000 new activated users, we call them internally. By the end of 2019, so year two, we had around 350,000. And today we have got around 400. And in total, worldwide, we've got 500,000. The split is somewhere around 420 in Spain and 80,000 in Mexico. Okay.
So these are the markets?
What's that, sorry?
These are the markets that you're operating in right now?
Exactly. We've been present in Spain for somewhere around 3 years. In Mexico, we launched in March this year, I think it was March, April. So we've only been present for a few months in Mexico. So although the 80,000 customers that we have got in Mexico may seem a small number compared to the 400 and something thousand that we have got here in Spain, if you compare apples to apples, it took us a little under 1 year to get to those 80,000 customers that we now have in Mexico. And in Mexico, we were able to do that in somewhere around 3 or 4 months, right? So Mexico is really accelerating 3 times faster than what
and
we
now
saw.
the product is pretty mature, and you know your focus, you know what you're doing for the user. So lead me for, maybe let's talk about the popular features and things that makes the stickiness from your perspective, the community that you have. Are you learning from these users?
Mm-hmm. Of course. So look, let me go back to this beta testing process, right? Because it is a bit sort of the inception of what we're doing now, and a lot of the learnings that we had then we still apply today, right? You have to think that back then when we launched, we literally didn't have no money left, or very, very little money left, right? So that meant when we did the beta test, that meant that basically every single card that we gave someone needed to give us relevant information, right? That we could pivot around, that we can sort of try and analyze what was being interesting, what wasn't, what was working, what wasn't working, right? So at that point, we decided to sort of follow a beta testing process that's very similar to what Monzo did in the UK. We love how Monzo has built the product in the community and so on. So we tried to mirror a number of the things that they did, one of which was this beta testing process. So basically what we did is, instead of just putting the app in the app store and sending cards to whoever downloaded it and doing some online marketing, what we did was we would either invite people over to our office to explain them what is it that we were building and hand them, like in hand, a card that they could use, or we would go to, say, the tech departments of big 4 consultancy firms. We would go to the tech departments of banks, VC industry, other startups, right? So we would basically try to focus in the tech community in Madrid first. And we would go there and again explain them what is it that we were building, and for those who were interested, we would give them 1 card, right? That, of course, it's a very, so we cannot escalate a business very fast that way. However, it's very interesting because, first of all, someone that goes to an event that you call via Twitter, for a company like us that we were like literally no one, right? I mean, we're still working our way into the sort of the bigger players, right? But back then we were literally no one. Someone that comes to that kind of event, what you know for sure is that he's a fintech geek, right? And he's super into what you're doing, right? And therefore, the feedback that we're gonna collect from that kind of guy or that kind of girl it's super, super relevant, right? So what we saw that was very surprising that happened back then is that even if we were only able to talk, this beta testing period lasted somewhere around 2 months, right? 2-point-something months. We did this in Spain, then we moved this to Barcelona, we did it in Bilbao, Valencia, so like the biggest cities in Spain, right? It was very tiring, very fun, very tiring. And then what happened is that in those events, we talked to somewhere around 200 customers. However, we finished the process having somewhere around 600 users, right? Basically because people that came to those events would typically say, can I have not one card, but 2 or 3, because I want to give one to my friend, to my girlfriend, to my dad, whatever, right? So that helped us very quickly understand firsthand what is it that our customers like, what they were using it for, what we were missing that we needed to build, and it also helped us build a process via which, again, our initial thinking was every card we hand to someone needs to end up activated because we need to collect that data, right? Because otherwise it's just throwing money to the bin, and we didn't have a lot of money back then, right? That has helped us build a process that we still keep today, and that helps us have somewhere around 98% of the cards that we send end up being activated, right? And that's because of the onboarding process that we were able to sort of draft with those learnings and everything. After that, what we saw people were using us for, and to keep it a bit short, is the sort of the main use that people do of their Bnext account today. What we found out is that people find it easier to understand their personal finances and their daily spending with us than they do with the traditional bank, right? So the typical behavior of our customers is that they divide the money they make in 3 big blocks. First block being the mortgage or rent that you need to pay. The second block being the money they want to save and the money they use for their receipts, so the gym, phone, electricity, so on. And the third block is sort of their pocket money, right? The money they spend for the daily spending. So that's the money they move to our account and they use it for their daily spending, right? And a couple of data points here that I think are relevant to sort of illustrate this that I'm saying. For us, the number 1 online merchant where we see more transactions happening is Amazon. During the quarantine, it was overnight, it moved to AliExpress. We really don't know what happened there, but it moved to AliExpress overnight, but it has typically been Amazon. And number 1 offline merchant where we collect a bigger number of transactions is Mercadona. Mercadona is a big supermarket chain here in Spain. Okay, it's very, very big. However, being Amazon number 1 online, it only represents 2% of the total of the transactions that we have. It's only 2%. And Mercadona being number 1 offline, it only represents 3% of the total transactions. This basically gives you a high-level vision that what's happening for us is that people use us for their daily spending, right? So it's very heterogeneous, it's very fragmented, it happens in a lot of different places, right? So it's not a very clear use case like people would use us for online purchases or for traveling, or for people use us basically for their daily spending, right? And the reason why we were able to double down on that is because during our beta testing period, what we basically learned is that first question that people would ask is, why do I need another card, right? I already have one, right? So we needed to sort of double down in the fact that our app and our, the things that you do with your card more often, which is basically check your balance, pay, and send money to someone, it was easier, faster, and nicer with us than it was with the traditional bank, right? Then what happens is that after people use us for X amount of time, we sort of gain their trust, and then they would start buying things out in the marketplace, right? So today in our marketplace, we are selling 18 different products, everything going from, so all of the big verticals in the retail banking business, so lending, investments, insurance, and savings, right? So for instance, so to give you like a high level sense, lending, we are selling mortgages, consumer loans, payday loans. In the insurance, we're selling life insurance, health insurance, travel, mobile, purchase insurance, a number of different things. In the investment side, we're selling robo-advisors, crowd lending. We're now releasing crypto and stocks, so a number of different things, right? What we try to do, and you probably heard other players talk about the marketplace. I think that it's fair to say that we are the only ones that have got an actual marketplace. Because what we try to do is help our customers find the product that's best for them. So we have a number of different providers per every vertical, and we try and help them. This doesn't mean that we do active portfolio management. This doesn't mean that I would recommend you specifically, a product specifically for you, but rather something that we cluster customers, we understand their behavior, a lot of that analysis there, and then we offer them products that are relevant for them.
So these are,
that means,
third-party players that you connected with, and
Exactly.
then provide these services to the user.
Exactly. And what happens is that the marketplace is dynamic, meaning it shows different products to different customers depending on the clustering, right? So we don't show everything to everyone, because one learning that we had very early on is we thought that the more products you could put to the marketplace, the better. That very quickly turned out not to be true, because it makes a lot of noise in your decision-making process, especially for a retail banking product that's not super interesting, right, like we discussed. So basically what we try to do is we curate the offer upfront for our customers, and we only offer them what's relevant, right? So we
how do you stay focused? Because there's so many banks, traditional banks, so much noise. So somebody who goes and hear for the first time about Bnext, and I'm asking them, because it's a challenge, you can sell this thing and this thing. How do you focus? Like, what is your promise? What is the statement when I go to Bnext? What is the brand? What does it mean, Bnext?
So look, let me just share with you one data point that I think it's interesting. If you look at the entire period since we launched to today, 77% of the total customers that we have acquired to date have come to us either organic or referral, right? Which is basically organic is just accessing the App Store, referral is just people inviting each other, right? So the main reason why people use us is because someone else has recommended it, right? Which is, therefore, I really cannot tell you why is it that people are recommending it to each other, right? What we would typically do in the early days is try to find an entry point, right? Something that is relevant for our customers. So you can use us because you have got free ATM withdrawals, you have got better FX rates, you have got the account is free, right? So easy entry points, right? And then once we had sort of gained that customer, we would teach them all of the other things that they have got that they can use, right? What we try to do, or the promise, or sort of the vision that we try to share with our customers, is that we wanna, so it takes a lot of hard effort for you to earn money. We want to help you spend it as wise as possible, right? So be relaxed, and we can sort of help you find the product that's best for you. And we can do that by, instead of, look, what traditional banks would do is just charge you with 1,000 fees, right? And then sell them the products that they have got, which might not be the best one for you, right? So the way we market this to our customers is that we can help you optimize your spending, we can help you optimize your financial life, because we don't own our own products, so we can be neutral and help you find the one that's best for you, right? However, and to be very honest, this message, it is sometimes a bit difficult to put upfront, so it's easier to just tell our customers something simple, like use us for traveling. Well, there's no more traveling, right? But we use us for ATM withdrawals, or use us because it is going to be easier for you to budget if you just use our card to move the money that you're going to spend daily. And then after that, we sort of try to upsell them and cross-sell them the other sort of the bigger vision, right? Which is that we can help them in their sort of financial life by helping them find whatever is relevant for them.
Yeah. Future markets, plans, stuff that you're already launching these days that you can reveal, of course.
Of course. We're always very transparent. We're happy to share everything that we're doing with everyone. And one thing that you mentioned is that we've got an online community that helps us a lot in building the product, right? So everything that we would want to do, we would first do a sneak peek in the community so they can like let us know whether that makes sense or it doesn't. It is hard sometimes to have an online community as big as ours, because our clients are very demanding, right? And they would be very on top of things, right? And they would want to make sure that we are delivering. But it is a good pressure, and it helps us build the kind of product that they want, right? This being said, we launched in Spain because it's our home market and it's what we know better. And we saw a big opportunity here because when we launched, the bigger players like Revolut and N26 were already here, but still small, and the market is big. Spain's one of the bigger, the most banked countries worldwide. So there was a big opportunity here. We launched here. However, we always had the vision of becoming a leading player for the Spanish-speaking world, right? So Spanish-speaking Latin America. The reason being not only the language, of course, but you have to think that there are huge commercial relationships from Spain with Latin America. There are huge immigration flows from Spain and to Latin America, and from Latin America to Spain. So it makes a lot of sense for us to try to cover those corridors, right? It's not only the language helps, of course, but it's a different Spanish, what we talk here to what they talk in Mexico, whatever. So we, of course, understand each other, but it's not the language what's driving our decisions. It's a bit more the money flows, the people, and the companies, right? This being said, we had to decide when it was the right time, which was earlier this year. We needed to decide whether where do we start this international expansion, right? So at that point, we did, of course, very thorough analysis. Long story short, we decided to launch in Mexico, mostly for 3 reasons. First of all, Mexico is a very big market, and it is on a standalone very interesting, right? So even if we were not able to continue expanding internationally to other Latin American countries, Mexico would be a very good market per se, right? Second thing is that Mexico has got a pretty solid fintech regulation, right? So November 2018, I think it was, Mexico published a fintech law. It's pretty solid, right? And for us, even if the whole inception was trying to avoid banking regulation, we're not trying to avoid regulation as a whole, right? We'd rather have a clear set of rules that we could use, right? So Mexico was a good starting point because the regulation was very solid, and to some extent, Mexico was kind of mirroring how Spain had transponded the European regulation, right? So at some point, a lot of the things that we had built in Spain, we could recycle for Mexico, right? And then there was a third consideration that might seem a bit counterintuitive, but it wasn't for us, and I think we were right. It is very difficult to be the first player in a particular market, right? You either have hundreds of millions in the bank account, or it is very expensive to create the category, right? And in that regard, we didn't have that kind of money. So it makes more sense for us, or back then it made more sense to launch in a country where fintech was already a category, where there was some competition, which it was in Mexico. However, the opportunity was still pretty greenfield, right? So there was some competition, but not huge players. Still a good opportunity, but we are not gonna need to spend a lot of money in creating the category, right? Explaining people what is it, fintech, what's a neobank, and so on and so forth, right? So the combination of the 3 made us decide we would want to launch in Mexico first and use Mexico as sort of the headquarters for our Latin American expansion, right? So if it wasn't for COVID, that has made all of us a bit more cautious, we were planning to launch Colombia and Peru this second half of the year, right? We're still planning to do that. The only thing is that COVID has put like a big parenthesis on our plans, right? So it's not going to happen now. It's probably going to happen sometime in Q1, end of Q1, Q2 next year, right? That we will start deploying there. Because like I said, what we want to try to do is become a leading player in Spanish-speaking countries. And in order to do that, you have to think that for us from Spain, Latin America looks different than when you look at the region from the United States or when you look at the region from other European countries, right? In the sense that there are some countries that might not be interesting in a standalone basis because of their size, but they are very interesting for us from a Spanish perspective. For instance, Ecuador, it's a country that's 16 million people, right? So that probably means that there are somewhere around 7 to 8 million bank accounts, right? So it is really, it's a small country, right? And therefore, maybe not very interesting to launch that as a second or third market, right? You would want to cover that maybe at a later stage, right? However, when you look at Ecuador from Spain, there are 500,000 Ecuadorians that live here in Spain. I don't really have the number on top of my head, but I think it's somewhere around a couple of billion that flies from Spain to Ecuador yearly. You know that the second biggest polling station in the Ecuadorian presidential elections was in Spain. The second biggest was here in Madrid. Wow. So that gives a whole different perspective when you want to think of your international expansion, right? So we are starting Colombia and Peru because of this, and then we would need to sort of further analyze those corridors. Where is it that we want to position ourselves, right? Hold on a second, I'm running out of battery in my computer.
I wanted to ask, now we also have to finish, so of course I want to ask, how do people find out more? The website?
The easiest thing you can do is download the app and test it yourself. However, I understand that there's a lot of people here that do not have a Spanish IV or a Mexican IV. Yeah. So the easiest is you access our web and you can deep dive there, or feel free to reach out directly to me. I'm very happy to try and solve any questions that people might have or engage in conversations that might be relevant.
They might possibly ask, because a lot of people here were waiting to see this talk. Bnext is a very important player in the ecosystem. And I'm very, very happy that you found time to talk to us. We try to schedule and we made it. And that's it. Good luck. And maybe we're going to do another interview next year in a couple of months to check out your other markets, as you mentioned.
I'm very happy to do that whenever you want. We're fully available, of course.
Great. Thank you for the attitude and everything. An amazing, amazing company, amazing product. I am a fan. And we'll keep in touch. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Same. Bye-bye.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, hold on. All right, so Marcus, how are you?
Fine, thank you.
I'm
How are you?
interested to hear more about Mito. I've been following at least what I could see on the webpage. Tell us more about it.
Well, Mito is the intention of the creation of Mito is to help people to better understand what is the impact they have in the planet and the human family. That's what we're trying to do. And the way that we do it is through using a card, a payment system, that every time that you pay, you know which is the CO2 you are that production of that good has produced, and also which is the sustainable profile of the company you are buying from, or we give you cashback in order to better to help you to buy sustainable and to incentivize you to buy sustainable goods.
And tell me first a little bit about the ecosystem in Spain, just so I understand what's out there, what's missing, and what are you coming with a new product? What are you solving?
The ecosystem in Spain, you mean?
Like the overall environment of banking, you know, what do people have today?
Well, here in Spain, the players in the payment system are the regular banks, BBVA, Santander, all these companies. Presence of neobanks like the usual suspects like Revolut or N26 that landed, I think that was 2 years ago here in Spain. And also there is another company called Bnext, or small banks like Rebellion, this kind of is trying to emulate and be neobanks as well. That's what we have here. But yeah, we don't like, I mean, we don't think that we are competing with them. We think that you can have a Revolut card, you can have a Mito card as well. Our goal is we are more similar to an application that helps you to do the workouts every day, to change and improve your purchasing behaviors and make them more sustainable. So that's why we use a card for getting all the information from the users' purchasing behaviors over time. Yeah.
When it will be ready? I mean, you're in what phase right now of the company?
Well, we are at the beginning of this year, this amazing year, 2020. We were adding 1,000 users per day, but we are in the seed stage. It was very low cost acquisition, but it was a lot of users that were coming onto inside the application. So we decided to stop growing. We decided to start promoting and doing the member thing that we were doing, and focus on monetization. So since then, I think since March, we've been working on creating our cashback program and our premium account program for our users, and we are about to launch it. We are about to launch it. I think it's next week next week when you are watching this is already launched. So yeah, that's the situation where we are. Once we confirm the good numbers that we have from the waiting list of people that are willing to incorporate inside the premium program, and once we have all the partnerships that we want, we will start growing. That's the goal, is that to not to grow a lot and burn a lot of money, but create a sustainable business before start growing.
And what will be like will you have rewards or cashback, or like what's the premium like model?
Yeah, and the premium model, you have basically you have the cashbacks. That's where you have in the premium model. That's the first, like the main dish, and yes, you get between 5 and 50% of cashback on your sustainable brands purchases. So that's a very good thing, because one of the complaints about, one of the complaints of the excuses that people used not to buy more sustainable is that sustainable things are more expensive, but that's no longer true. There are a lot of brands that are producing goods in scale, and that are competing with regular brands. So we do think that we had to help them to reduce the cost. We can help the brands to reduce and create a riskless marketing channel towards the audience that is close to their values, and putting all this together, we are creating this cashback program. That's the main, but there are more functionalities like premium support. We have you can include your children inside the application. You are premium, that kind of stuff that we are good at. Yeah.
Amazing. And obviously you're gonna have probably a nice card.
Yeah.
Is that the premium has a different card, or?
Yeah, it's another. In the premium we have a different card with a different design. That's one of the things that we want to get rid of. We don't want to have we don't want to generate more pollution and create plastic and manufacture plastic cards. But in some countries, it's complicated. There are still, they are not, the adoption of contactless payments is not the same in every country that we want to launch. So we want induce the user to get the plastic card, and use the Apple Pay or Google Pay payment systems. But we have to have that.
Yeah. And one more question is that how you build the community? How do you listen to the users regarding feature requests, prioritizing? How do you deal the community aspect of Mito?
Yeah, well, basically is we have inside a company the customer success team that they are the people who are talking with our users. We do also research. We promote. We ask our users what they want. We propose them things. They vote those things. Basically, we are very, very close contact with our current users and the community, and the people who are listening to our users are sit down together. We are a small company. We are less than 20 people. Close to the engineers and the product guys. So it's like the line is very yeah, that's an advantage of being small. When you are small, you have to listen to the users, and when you are big, you have to listen to the people who listen to the users. So that's the whole trick. Yeah.
So it's like a family.
Yeah. 20 is a family. Yeah.
Wow.
It's a big family.
And tell me a little bit about you. Your background before Mito. What led you into this? Because that's very interesting to know.
Yeah, well, I'm a computer science engineer, and I started. I very early in my career started as an entrepreneur, mainly on the media environment. I did some exits on that market, the companies that I created. I also burned some of them, crashed and burned them. But but I have an interest all my life about social aspects, the impact, about how the works it was working, right? So it was, I think it was 2 or 3, I don't know, maybe it's already 3 years ago. I watched a documentary on Netflix called The True Cost, which is a documentary that explains that the fashion industry is the most polluting industry in the world after oil. So it was I mean, I knew about the laborers in Bangladesh and all these countries, Vietnam, about all the controversy about the fashion industry, but I didn't know the extent of that problem. So I was surprised, and I said, I mean, maybe there's a lot of things that I'm doing. I'm buying. I'm part of this. I'm buying these products. We all are part of this mechanism that is destroying the planet and also creating inequality in the world. So I thought maybe we can, if we have the opportunity to know, which is the impact, you can make a decision, an informed decision about that. Maybe you don't care. Maybe you basically don't care. You are good with the status quo. But if you care, you had to have the chance to know and have the power of choosing which is the real thing. And when you are voting a party in the elections, you know who are you voting for. When you are buying, you don't. That was my point. So that's where I started Mito.
You wanted people to be aware, you wanted to be transparent.
Yeah, I think the main problem we have currently is that we live in a fantasy. That this is a fantasy that we are living in, is the fantasy of being just individuals. That's not real. I mean, we kind of float in the space. We are human beings, and our bodies belong to this planet, and we belong to the society. That's where we are discovering with the COVID. I mean, is that the solution of our problems has to be collective, and a collective response. So the climate change and the global warming is also a collective problem. We had to solve this as a family, as a big family.
Yeah.
That we are. That's a reality. The reality is that we are dependent on the planet, dependent on all the people who are surround us. We are not individuals. Yes.
As we thought. Yeah.
As we feel.
Yeah. So you mentioned COVID, and a lot of these neobanks and services are on the rise right now because people cannot go to a regular branch, and they are opening accounts on the mobile.
Yeah.
How is your onboarding process coming along?
Yeah, well, onboarding process is very simple. I mean, this has become like a standard now that we ask for the ID card of the user, a photo, a selfie, and then we have an automatic system that tells us if the documentation is late, and it matches the photo with the documentation, and then there's another person, an individual, saying, okay, it's okay. So there's this human intervention in the process, but the process is very simple. I mean, it's
and fast.
It's all on the mobile. Yeah, like any other neobank or any other financial service today.
So if I had to focus and think about Mito serves which community? Who is Mito perfect for?
Yeah, I think that we have. I mean, people who cares. No, that's people who cares about all of this stuff, about who are worried about the future and the present. Now, I have friends in San Francisco these days, and it's crazy what's happening there with with all the atmosphere is red. It's like, seems like a science fiction movie, no? So basically, I think that people who cares about what's happening and who wants to do something, Mito is not for the. I mean, if you start using a bank account, it's useful for you. I mean, it is useful. Mito is useful in somehow, but it's a regular card from that perspective. What makes Mito different is that the user of Mito wants everybody to start using Mito, because the utility of this tool is it has an impact if everybody or a lot of people start using it. So it's more for activists, for people who care, who people who wants to but doesn't know how to, because we have a discovery section where you can learn a lot about how you can improve your sustainable habits, and or where you can buy in your neighborhood, or the brands you can start buying from, or not buying, because sometimes the best thing to be sustainable is not buying. Sure. So that's no, it's like a oxymoron, no, like a car that tells you not to buy. So this is the reality. This is what we are, and this is the kind of user that we are looking for. People who cares about the planet, who cares about the situation that we are living.
Yeah, I think it's a growing thing. I mean, our generation, you know, it's a great thing for people who are born today. This is the obvious, I think.
Yeah,
They want to grow in this. They want the transparency. They want to be a part of something bigger than them. And yeah, you're right there.
Absolutely. I mean, most of our users are from the age perspective are Generation Z or millennials. Most of our users are from that generation. So yeah, it's something that that we as the people we are here, we are the guys who had to solve this mess. Nobody will do it. It's not the next generation, the previous ones. It's this generation who has to solve it.
Yeah.
So the most information, the most and we have tools. We have a lot of data. We have a lot of. We are in an age that we had a lot of power in our hands, and what we are trying to do is to untap that power and give you information and awareness about that. And yeah, collectively we can do it. We need to start doing it.
Amazing. And it also connects to the previous question about the community and how you build that around your product. So it's much more than just you know, your payment, and sometimes it's, as you said, what not to buy, or you know, or saving money today. You know, due to COVID, people are more aware of that, these features of the savings.
Yeah.
At least put some money on the side.
Yeah, that's it. That's the spirit. That's the spirit of the whole thing. Yeah. Yeah. In fact, one of the things we want to do, we want to create inside Mito a social network.
Wow.
Of people telling other people, because it's impossible to know where all these local stores that are selling you whole food, no, like but the people know, so they can start sharing all these things inside the community, and people can start following them, and we can incentivize this kind of behavior. And in order to drive even money for these people, because they are doing marketing of these little stores, we can reward them as well. So this is something that we want to do, it like the next thing for us. Yeah, and also it will help us to grow. Yeah.
Yeah. So this is I think very, very unique. This is like, it explains me as somebody who's listening to you right now, what is the DNA of this company. And how do people reach out to you, know more about the product, get into product?
Sorry, the question.
Yeah, how do people find more information about the product, the company, you?
Yeah. Well, it's easy. I mean, you go to our website. We have a manifesto. We have how we calculate the CO2 impact or the purchases. You can be in touch with me. I have my email marcos.cuevas@mitocar.com. So you can make me questions. I'm LinkedIn. I'm part of the community, the sustainable community here in Spain. We have a WhatsApp group. I have a Slack group. I mean,
Everywhere.
if you are interested, you can reach me on the team as well. Yeah.
Amazing. So I can't wait to see how the product evolves. I think I'm very excited for what you're promising here. Yeah. And thank you very much for the time to spend time in the interview. And again, I want to touch base soon. I want to see this product. I want to see the premium accounts and everything you discussed coming to life. So I'm just going to have to wait, I guess, a few weeks, but then you'll announce it, and then
yeah, sure.
We'll be able to see.
Yeah. Thank you for having me here.
Great. So take care and good luck.
You too. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
All right, Arkady, how are you?
Great. Thanks for having me today.
Yeah, and you're doing amazing. I'm seeing you and your company everywhere. And I think this is a great opportunity to introduce you and your company to all the people who are watching us today. It was very important for me to interview you. So I'm very thankful that you joined us today in the FinTech Nations Summit. And maybe before we dive into Agora and the company, maybe tell us a little bit about yourself and your background before we start.
Thanks for having me. It's great to be here. It's like you're having such an amazing event with great people, and what a backing from the ministry, Foreign Ministry of Israel. That's an amazing backing. So I myself am based for a decade in New York. I'm in the banking and fintech industry for 2 decades. So I'm going to mention name. Everybody's talking about them by saying, wow, it's the revolution. It's Revolut, Chime, Monzo, N26. It's what I call them the new kids on the block. So I was myself a new kid on the block 2 decades ago. I was part of a team and management and funding team. We built an online bank at that time, Fortuneo, that was back in 2000. 20 years after, Fortuneo is still here. And all these new kids on the block, they have millions, 10 millions of customers, 1, 2, 3 billion deposit. When we sold Fortuneo to one of the largest European banks, Crédit Mutuel, we had $20 billion deposit, and we were profitable since 2004. So just as a background, I'm coming from this world. And I decided to revert to this world a year and a half ago by launching Agora. Basically, what we are a middleware platform that can power any banks with challenger bank technology. So we're not here to power the fintech, but the mass market or the incumbents.
Wow. And like, how many relationships like this you already have with banks? And
so that's a good question. So we're launching in the US. So right now we announced 2 great products, but we have amazing support and backing. So our technology was vetted by MasterCard. So we are part of MasterCard's Star Path. Revolut was one of the company also. We were also selected by the ICBA, which represent US community banks. So that means half of the US market. It's more than 4,000 community banks in the US. So I did the accelerator last year, and the ICBA is one of my first external investor. And right now we joined a third accelerator based in New York, which is backed by Fiserv, which is the #1 core banking platform. So we're excited by having a good support, and also super excited. We announced that a few months ago, Finastra, a leading core banking, is going to redistribute one of our platforms. So we're coming from another one more industry by saying, lay down the ground, the foundation of the company, having the good partners, come with the right product. And now we're going full steam. As you say, you see us everywhere because now we're doing some exciting marketing to go after the market, which is opening.
I see you everywhere and also in the right places, in the smart places. And I'm seeing that you have particular products on your website, features and products. Maybe you can lead me through the features. Let's say I'm a client, and what can I get as a white label list?
So first, we target only banks and financial institutions, not so mostly in the US. That means 8,000 potential clients. So what is our technology and what can we do with our technology? So we are a full next-gen core banking platform, challenger bank technology. But our position in the US is to be a middleware, because to replace existing core, it's a nightmare. And I was one of them 2 decades ago. We were ourselves a core banking in Europe, huge one. So you have to see us as a modular platform Lego box. So you can pick a feature, everything is API mode, microservices, and we can build a product for you. So you're a bank, you want to do onboarding for small, medium business, for merchant, for individuals, we can plug your customer, ledgering, account opening, we bundle them and we plug into your system. So it's like a Lego box. Option 2, as I built myself banks, one of the largest banks in Europe, and I was an advisor to several other big banks in Europe. After that, we have decided a few months ago, and right now that's we're launching, and we announced that we are launching 2 challenger bank, complete challenger bank, from the onboarding, from the ledgering, from card issuing, from reporting, from saving, budgeting, whatever you want, for 2 segments, which are super hot here in the US. It's the teenagers and the small medium business. So basically, and for that, we have chosen a bank to be our main sponsor. What does it mean? That means we can open, we can do everything in 1 minute, 2 minutes. We can do opening account with a QYC, your customer, and this bank, we're super excited. It's not a small bank. It's a regional New York bank, $30 billion asset, Sterling National Bank. So we have chosen them. So basically, what does it mean? I'm sure you heard about that Revolut has launched a kit product, Sterling Bank has launched a product, and in the US, Greenlight, which is the main player, they have 2 million end users. So basically, they're B2C model. And I'm telling all the banks, it's like you're in Israel, you're going to a bank to me or a Polim, you say, hey, I'm going to provide you with full white label product, like Paper is, but Paper is mass market in Israel. But it's with your logo and you have nothing to do. You just sign my contract, give me your logo, and that's it. That's exactly what we're launching. So we're launching that for SMB, small medium business, and teens. But one important thing, we're not just doing some, that's for the US people. It's like there's an ad on the TV from AT&T, the cell phone company, and the ad is saying, just okay is not okay. So what we provide is not just an okay challenger bank. We provide even a more advanced challenger bank than all the rest. How? Because it's our underlying technology. We're not just a user experience. We have the user experience, but we have all the backend and the knowledge. So that's what we do. Just to give you information, we're going to put like a loyalty program on cashback. There'll be cashback on transaction. There will be money pool, which is super common in Europe. PayPal has it, but there's no bank having it in the US. We're going to have a OCR matching receipt for expenses. We're going to have a real-time payment. We're going to have etc. It's like so many much features.
So basically, everything is possible. Like if I'm a bank and I have a certain feature that I want to get implemented in for the SMEs, like the invoicing you mentioned, you guys are going to build it for me.
So 2 things. Either it's in our platform. OCR is not just big. OCR is not on my platform. So that's why it's important to have an open platform. So we are a fully API platform and everything built in microservices. So we're trying to be smart. What is in-house, we'll do it. What we can develop, we'll do it. When there's a feature that is nice to have, and we find that it's better to partner, we'll partner. So OCR, we'll partner. Another example, on the SMB, we're going to add what is called a mobile point of sales, which is like the square dongle, exactly the square dongle. So, and when I'm saying I'm going to be smart, I have few hats. One of my hats, I'm a senior advisor of a very large private equity firm in Europe, and also a venture partner of a fintech fund. It's called Blackfin Capital Partners. Amazing guys. I'm sure you heard about them. So they own one of the leading hardware for mobile point of sales. It's called U-Transactor. So I'm aiming to bring this technology, which exists already. They already have clients, but I'm going to expand it in the US. So basically, it's like we have a huge platform with a lot of features, but when it needs to be more smart and flexible, I'm partnering.
Impressive, very impressive. And who on your team is on the lookout for these new features out there, or keep up with the trends and where is it going, you know?
So it's like we're not a 1,000 company per person. So in a small company like us, not to say me, but all this has to come from the management. So today I'm leading that because I'm in this industry for 2 decades. I advise large bank on the evolution, reshuffle business, launch business. So as of today, I'm in the coordination of all the roadmap of the features. But we have a product owner, which is great. And right now we're looking to onboard a chief product officer, which will be announced in the next few months. But as of today, till now, it's like I'm leading the charge initiatives because it's like I'm doing like a mix of what's evolution is coming from Europe, how is the US market, but I know I'm here for a decade, but my family was American, so I'm here like since the 80s, so I see the evolution. So I'm bringing the kind of mix of this world.
Amazing, amazing. And that's why we have this summit also. We want to see all these fintechs and neobanks and services. And we didn't even start to talk about open banking and possibilities right now in Europe, even Australia that was on the summit. How are you looking into Singapore, Hong Kong? I mean, just, you know, to learn from these markets and what's out there and implement it in your markets.
So I'm looking at it actively. Honestly, I'm not looking envisaging today to bring the solution, maybe the marketing, but not the solution, because all kind of technology is based on a certain culture. I'm giving an example which is closer to the US, which is Europe. Biometric opening of the KYC, it's becoming a standard in Europe. And Europe is close as a mentality and culture to the US, but no way in the US you will do biometric. So what I'm saying, it's like evolution is often based on a culture. So Asia is very far from here in the US. What I may consider right now, because it's becoming a trend in Asia, it's QR code, which is amazing. It's an old technology, but it's booming right now in Asia, Hong Kong and China. So I'm looking, like, for example, for the loyalty program, the cashback, to use QR code. So, but really, it's like there's one thing also. A lot of tech in Asia, I'm not saying a lot, but right now it will be the next few years, will be kind of connected to China. And here in the US, when you're mentioning today China, people get kind of scared. So there's just a little bit, it's not always good to say, look what's happening there, we're going to bring it here.
That's true. That's true. That's very true. We're seeing a lot of niche banking also in the US, of course, for freelancers, for the gig economy, for SMEs, for different communities. Even in this summit, we saw some. So all these new fintechs that are coming, I mean, what are they doing? They're looking for a bank license to work with in the US in order to start, you know, faster. Like, how do they start something new like that without the heritage, without the knowledge and the core?
So you mentioned like a certain niche. I have no partnership, no agreement, but I'm going to give a kudos to a new challenger bank that was launched recently in the US for the freelancer. And she's coming from Israel. It's Get Lily. She launched her paper, so kudos to her. Great work what she's doing. And a long time I didn't see her. I don't know if she would be part of his conference, which is great. Basically, the US, when you're fintech, first of all, to become a bank is super complicated in the US. It can be chartered, local, national, etc. It's super complicated. That's one. Two, it costs a lot. Three, all these fintech that are launching, indeed, they're looking for what is called BIN sponsor or partner bank. And today, a lot of them. It used to be complicated, but it's hard to finalize a deal. But today, a large list. You can have maybe like 20 or 30 BIN sponsor bank potentially. Some of them are great. Cross River Bank, New Jersey, you know them. They're just amazing. They have a great CEO, Gilles, which is amazing. Another one which is great is Sunrise Bank. One which is amazing is, of course, mine, the one that I've chosen, Sterling National Bank. So it's easier to leverage this kind of relationship because you're not in charge of compliance, you're not in charge of the rails, you're not in charge of a relationship with MasterCard, so you can launch fast. The issue that you have with that, you're very limited on your product offering because one, it will be mostly a prepaid card. Two, when it's talking about purely fintech for neobank, let's focus on that. It will be mostly a prepaid card. The cash won't be able to do lending or to leverage the cash. So basically, it's becoming complicated, the business model. So you need millions of end users, large deposits, and even with that, it's hard to make money. So interchange fee is higher here in the US than Europe, but still it's complicated. So, and that's why the one who are succeeding right now, they're going after a charter. So Varo was the first one, but I'm sure Stash, Moneylion, etc. They're looking in the same direction. That's the logic.
I saw also Point.
Which one?
The one that's called Point.
Yep.
And all of them have... Excuse me, what?
There's so many. Today it's the country of neobank, challenger bank, it's the US. Every week you have a new one announced or to be launched.
That's true. That's true. So tell me about I mean, you mentioned the Finextra, right? Tell me about the partnership over there. How long did it take? Because it's interesting, and I heard it from a few different people.
Okay, so it's like, I'm not going to use the word partnership. I don't know how to qualify it. So basically, what Finastra is doing. So Finastra is one of the leading core. And that's what I'm saying. It's like the way I see it, just to be clear, I'm not talking for Finastra, it's the way I see it. So the way I see it, it's like Finastra had a very smart move by saying, we can do everything. We need to leverage the best of the world. We have a good client. We have a good platform. We know the tech, but we want to be more agile. And that's why they launched Fusion Fabric, which is kind of Apple Store, where Apple is opening to developers to bring and to resell a solution. So that's exactly what Finastra did. And what Finastra is doing, they're looking for the good fintech, smart fintech, but also that can fit a need. It's not just, okay, everybody can go, and then you do your job. It's like Finastra is doing the filtering. So they're looking to filter the right solution, but the right fintech, the right people that fit also a need. And basically you integrate with this platform, with a Fusion Fabric, and you call Finastra API, and then you're live within the environment. So basically you're integrated with the core. So we are going to, we announced that a few months ago, we're going to integrate, and we'll see in the next few months how things are going, but they're great people. Very great people. There are people in Israel, which are leading open banking. If he's looking, he will recognize himself. A guy in Paris, which is the VP in charge of a platform, and Felix, which is a leading guy, and the chief innovation here in Israel, which is also in Atlanta, which is also an Israeli Shuki, which is amazing. So they are super good people, super smart, super business oriented.
Yes.
Yeah, we're excited. We're excited by that.
Amazing. Before we end, I want to let you share with us any improvement update. Of course, I can talk with you for hours. You have so much knowledge about the US market, about other markets. Anything that you want to share? That a lot is happening recently, but anything you want to share with the audience?
Sure, like what? The way I see the market, what's the new product, what's the new, in what way? Sorry.
Yeah,
I can talk hours too. I love FinTech.
And I still didn't ask you about the business during COVID that I wanted to ask you. It's on my list. How were your business during COVID? Because we know that a lot of people, you know, were not able to go to a physical branch, and they opened, you know, accounts on these mobile banks. So what does this do? What does this do to your business? Like, you know, does it have any impact?
So as I mentioned, we're launching in the US. So what we see, it's like before COVID, banks, mostly community bank region, were saying, "How we have time, there's no rush, challenger bank are not going to make it." So today, what happened with the COVID, it gives us a push in terms of presence. So as you say yourself, you see us in a lot of places in an interesting place. So it accelerated our presence and receptivity by this bank. So that's one. So right now we're excited to have a very good discussion with certain banks and credit union. Two, we leverage this period where everything was down to us accelerate in the product development. So the two challenger bank that I'm announcing, we built them in less than 2 months. And I'm not talking about the user experience. I'm talking everything. The platform, the platform was built, but just to do the Lego to reassembling, we did that everything in 2 months. And we partner with the right partner. So for us, it's like COVID was a good thing in terms, one, it's to focus on the key products that are needed today. Two, to accelerate our presence. And three, to get ready to deploy as soon as November.
Is the company, does the company get investments, or is it self-investment?
So today we're self-funded. We did a seed round that, to be clear, we didn't close because of COVID on purpose. So we closed 1.5 million in February, but it was mostly founders, self-funded. The platform is fully built already. Few millions were deployed to build this complete platform. And right now, we're going to announce in the next few weeks that we're going to do an extension of the seed round to go on a hiring spree, recruit the right people, accelerate the marketing, and to deploy.
I'm asking because I'm excited about everything that you do. I'm excited about the team that you developed. Of course, you can enlarge the team and have more. You have the relationships, you have the know-how. I mean, you're right into the point that these banks need you. So I'm very.
So you say excited. So I'm happy to announce a product that we're going to launch next year, which is a kind of reverse of the teen, which is for the elderly people. So today everybody's talking about the teenager. Let me tell you, the next big thing is for the elderly people, old people. So there will be more and more digital bank for elderly people because they have the money. They have the money, and there's nothing for them. So and I already did something like that 2 decades ago in Europe. For our main shareholders at that time was Aviva. The online bank in Europe was Aviva, the UK insurance company. So I built already something like that for them. So let me tell you, everybody's focusing on SMB, which is SMB is amazing. On the teenager, honestly, you don't make money on teenager. When I'm saying that, I'm not talking about me. I'm talking about all these banks that are launching. They hope one day to make money. So that's why our positioning is on the other side, because we're doing that for banks. It's to keep the parents in the same bank. So the strategy is different.
Wow, so much opportunity. Thank you very much, Arkady. I mean, I can't wait. Maybe we should do another interview with more developments in a couple of months, you know. And good luck to you and your amazing team. And I'm sure a lot of people will want to communicate with you. So how do they find out about you?
My website, the website, agoraservices.us. They can just put Agora and Arkady, and they will find me on Google. It's not complicated to find us. It's like there's one website. We're here.
One website with all the services and what you can provide Thank you very much, and see you soon.
Thank you, Nia. Thank you, and take care. All the best for your conferences.
Thank you. Hey, Maya.
Hi there.
Hey, good to have you. I see you're getting to be like a popular speaker. I saw you in some webinars. Yeah, I'm totally passionate. We are all here in this summit very passionate about all these fintechs and these banks and neobanks.
Yeah, I just love talking about fintech.
Yes. So the stage is yours, but before we talk about the Chime and these things, maybe you can tell us a little bit about yourself so people will get their perspective.
So to introduce myself a little bit, I actually have an engineering background, and I started my first company in 2012 as an e-commerce company, and I was a co-founder and CTO. And because I was an e-commerce company with this subscriptions component, that's how I tripped into the world of payments and fintech. And I got really intimately aware of our customers' financial situation and how unstable Americans' finances were. And I really wanted to work on that. So I started Pinch in order to use software to help Americans become more financially stable. We didn't know how we were going to do that. And so we explored a bunch of different things. We really thought it was going to be an insurance product to start. But where we found the biggest opportunity was building a financial inclusion company. And our core product offering was that we built credit scores with payments so people could build their credit just by paying a rent. This is a pretty US specific product based on the oligopoly of how we have these publicly endorsed but privately owned credit bureaus that dictate much of people's lives, not just their access to loans, but also apartments and employment eligibility. It even affects how much they pay for car insurance.
Wow.
So yeah, it's crazy. We built that. People loved it. It was a really, really popular product, but we didn't have a very good business model. And so we sold Pinch to Chime in the summer of 2018.
Wow.
And we're able to use like what we had learned in our resources and our connections and software so that we could build the credit building credit card at Chime, which is a novel product. It's a 100% secured credit card where the credit limit is dynamically based off of the deposit. And yeah, so that's me. Now I work at Chime. And yeah, I spend a lot of time tweeting about fintech and thinking about the future of the space.
What is your role specifically in Chime?
Yeah, so I work on the product team at Chime, and my role is, it's technically called Voice of the Member, and I'm starting this new organization that is all around making sure we get feedback from our members, whether that's through customer service tickets, app store reviews, social media, anywhere it might show up, Reddit forums, and feeding that into the product prioritization process so that we're building the right things for our members. I also get to run some cool things like our own employee testing program and things like that to sort of like inculcate a lot of empathy for Chime members.
Wow. And so this is like your community. That's how you build a community and the product around it, like the features or listening
I'm
to the
not
pain.
building any community. We do have a social media team, and we have a lot of people who work on that. I'm very specifically sort of looking at Chime members' complaints, doing some root cause analysis to find out what's actually going on, and then making sure that we can build a product that fits better in their lifestyle.
Tell me a little bit, how is like the onboarding? Because a lot of our users are, they're not from the US, so they cannot unfortunately use your product. How is the look and feel, the UI, the UX, the onboarding process? How many clicks? How many, like, how
So
innovative?
It's so fast. It's so easy. And it's crazy. I even sometimes forget how innovative it is, because we really have, until you go to a brick and mortar bank, and it's an hours-long process to sign up for a bank account, and you get a stack of paperwork, and you have to sign a million times. I mean, that's really crazy. But at Chime, it's very easy to sign up for a new account, and we also don't discriminate. So that's actually a really core part of the product offering, is that basically it's like any legitimate, identity verified, non-fraudulent American is allowed to sign up for a Chime account. And so we like to be very inclusive in that way.
Do you have a cool card also? You have a premium or a standard card, or how does it go? I mean,
We really don't. So we have 2 cards today. We have our Chime debit card, and then we have the secured credit card. We have, we look at Europe, and Europe, the neobanks there certainly have a lot of premium card offerings. They're hugely popular with people. People love having the metal cards like that. They love, and they're willing to pay a lot for that because it's a status symbol. We haven't quite decided. So there's a couple things. So first, we haven't had the need to introduce a premium product so far because we have an incredible business model even without it. And that's a relic of being in the United States. Interchange rates on debit cards are much higher than they are in Europe. So we get that luxury where we don't have to have sort of a freemium business model in the same way that the European challenger banks are kind of forced to. Now, that's not saying that we won't do it or we would never do it. But when we're designing products, like I said, we're trying to be really closely tied to our members' financial health and saving them bank fees and helping them live financially healthy lives. So if we were to introduce a product where our members are paying us money, we'd want to make sure that that's ultimately providing more value than they're paying, and really looking out for their finances.
so what are the popular features that you can mention, stuff that people love using from what you're hearing and seeing?
Yeah, so we think about it in 2 different ways. So I think about the features that cause people to sign up for Chime, and then we have the features that are why they stay with Chime and why they retain, and those are different. So why people sign up for Chime, people love, we have a feature where you can get paid up to 2 days early. That is just a relic of how we're interpreting the ACH system. So we're not actually taking a risk on them, but they do get paid as soon as we get it. We don't hold that. And so
You call it you have a specific name for that, like for the feature? Because it sounds amazing.
I wonder if we call it, I don't think we do, maybe early payday.
Yeah.
I think we just say get paid up to 2 days early.
That's amazing.
But yeah, that's one of the top reasons why people sign up. We also have a free overdraft feature where members can borrow up to $100 for free. They can choose to leave us a tip when they pay it back, but they don't have to. It doesn't affect their eligibility. And so that's if they run out of money before they get their next paycheck. So those are the top 2 reasons that people sign up for Chime. But when you think about why people stay with Chime, it's very different, right? So the reason they stay with us, because the novelty of those things, it kind of wears off quickly. But the reason they stay with us is there's a ton of transparency, right? Not just with the agreement you have with Chime, but where your money is. We send you a push notification every morning with your current balance. We send you a push notification every time a card transaction happens. We send you an email every time a direct deposit or an ACH direct debit happens. There's so much information, and you always know your current balance and what's happening with your transactions. And I think that provides this peace of mind that people really like. The other reason they say is, right, we have very low fees. We only have one fee, which is our out-of-network ATM fee. Everything, nothing else charges fees. So there's no minimum balance fee. There's no, I don't know, like we have free mobile check deposit. We have free, like a big free ATM network. And so I think people look at their bank accounts and they see that they're paying so much less in fees, and they really value that. And then there's also the ecosystem. So we have a feature called Pay Friends, which does instant payments to anyone else who has a Chime account. And it's like a little bit more powerful than some of the peer-to-peer payments apps, because the money is immediately available in your bank account. You can spend it, or you can pay your bills. You can do whatever you do with your bank account. You don't have to wait to transfer it. And so we find that people, you know, if their friends are using Chime and they're using Chime, it's just so fast and easy that they like to stay with us for a long time.
Wow. And I hear a lot about the US every time we talk about cashback and stuff like that, rewards. Anything around these two, or how is it like for you? Like,
we just thought, I mean, we could do that. We don't offer any cashback rewards today. We do, really what we've found is that there's like 1% of people who are real optimizers, and they really like these systems, and it's a hobby. I'm not like that right now, but I have been at times in my life where I'm really interested in like all the different credit cards and what are my spend categories and how do I get the sign up bonuses and all that type of thing. I think it's a fine hobby, frankly. And there's 1% of people who really like doing that, and they're really into that. 99% of people are not, they don't want to optimize their, like that, they just want it to work, right? They want to be able to buy the things they want in their life. They want their money to work for them instead of them working for their money. And so we've just found that we're more able to create the experience our customers want by providing them, right, all that clarity, the transparency, control over their money, where it's going, the low fees. These are the experiences that people really want with their money. They don't really care about like the gimmicks.
the customers that are getting in Chime, their demographics, their age group, is it a certain age? Is it like, because it's still like innovative and new and exciting. So I wonder like, what are the demographics here?
Yeah, so it's very average American. And when you look at, right, we have members in all 50 states. Really, it's following the population centers of the US. We do have a lot of millennials and younger people on our product. But one of the interesting things that we've seen with COVID is that it's been the start of really attracting a much older user base. So we see a lot of people who would have preferred an in-person bank, but now that they can't go anywhere in person, they're inclined to check us out. And when they do check us out, they find a product that they really love. I even think of, we talked about this on 11FS, right? My mom, who just started using Apple Pay because of COVID. And she could have been using Apple Pay for years. And in fact, I set it up on her phone. I really tried to get her to do it. I was like, it's fast, it's secure, you don't have to get your wallet out. But she never saw the reason to. And now with COVID, that she's looking to like make payments really quickly, not touch anything, be very safe. She's converted over to Apple Pay, and she's telling me, she says, Maya, this is such a great way to pay for things. And I'm like, Mom, I know, I've been trying to tell you that forever. And I think it's a permanent change, you know? So I really think that older Americans are permanently shifting to a more digital way of banking because they've kind of been forced to use it, but now that they're forced to use it, they see the advantages.
Yes, yes. I was about to ask you about COVID because now you can go to a branch. And did you see any like tons of users coming your ways, or like do you see any change?
Yeah, so like I said, right, we've seen a ton of growth from people who, right, it's like if you were going to sign up for a new bank account and you were going to go in person and now you can't, you're going to look for the best online bank and then you're going to find us. We've also seen different behavior in our existing customer base, right? Because, you know, we're not really an online bank. Like it works in the real world. You swipe your card, you get cash out of an ATM, you can do cash deposits, like you can do everything that you need to do in the world. But now that people are spending less time in the world, we certainly see the percentage of our transactions that happen in person, right? Like that's gone down. And there's been this huge shift over to e-commerce.
Any new features or stuff that are coming that you want to discuss? I mean, it's very clear. I mean, you have a good product. People get it and get what they need to do with it. Anything that came recently, like a new partnership, a new thing that you want to share with the audiences here?
Yeah, so we, you know, we're constantly like trying to serve our members better. I think the newest announced features, honestly, it's our credit building credit card. So we launched that in June. There's still a wait list, but we're taking people off the wait list as fast as we can. And we're really excited about, you know, we don't qualify people off of FICO or their existing credit score. We just use our internal data to qualify our members. And we think it could have a really big impact on people's lives. Like I started off the call, it's like, there's the stuff you think about, like a qualifying for credit card or having a lower mortgage rate. But then there's all the little insidious factors that you don't think about, like apartment eligibility and cheaper car insurance and employment eligibility that your credit score affects. And so I think improving people's credit score is a really important part of financial health.
Yeah, you know, even today at the summit, we had a talk with all kinds of niche banks that are starting in the US. I mean, you have the banks for the freelancers, the gig economy. You have even for the gay community. We interviewed the Black community. Like, what is your perspective, like, before we finish the interview, about the overall, where is it going in the US? What's the wave? What's the next thing?
Yeah, I think that we've really reduced the barriers to sign up, right? And like I said, Chime, it's super easy to sign up. You can do it really quickly within minutes. And then from that perspective, it makes sense that there's the whole flurry of bank accounts. I think a couple of different things. So some of these things, like the bank for gig economy and stuff like that, they're really, it's not a business, it's really just features, and they're features that could be built on top of Chime and potentially should be, and is a little more powerful if they are.
Yeah.
So I think that that's one thing to keep in mind is, and I also think, you know, I meet up with a lot of early stage banks, and everybody tells me they're like building a bank for X, a bank for Y. I think people really underestimate it's still quite hard to build a bank. And even like if you wanted to build just the basic features of Chime, right? You have a debit card, you know, and it works for transactions. You have ACH payments. That's it, just the most basics. I think that's a lot bigger lift than most people expect. And so when they want to build a basic bank and then some extra stuff on top, it's really going to be a pretty intense process that I think they underestimate. So a lot of them are features, but one of the things I'm excited about is I think it makes it really easy for people to manage their money if they have separate buckets. And so I like the existence of all these different free, easy to sign up for low maintenance bank accounts from that. And I really like tools like Astra, which automates money movement between all your different accounts, so that you can, it's easier to balance your finances.
Definitely, you have an interesting role over there, you know, overseeing and hearing the users, and that's amazing. And I can't wait, you know, to catch up with you and see what is next, what is coming for you, and Chime, of course. Thank you very much. We really, you know, a lot of people waited for this talk and super interested. Where can they learn more about you and Chime and everything?
Yeah, so honestly, I know this is going to sound funny, but my favorite place to direct people to for Chime is to follow us on Instagram. So it's just instagram.com/Chime. It's actually quite funny and quite useful information about personal finances. So I send people to Chime's Instagram. For me, my one and only place on the internet is my Twitter profile. So it's @MayaB. And I talk a lot about the latest fintech news there.
Yeah, that's how I found you. All right. Thank
so
you.
So great chatting with you today. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, and good luck, and I'll see you soon. Thanks.
Sounds good.
Bye-bye. All right, we are here with John. Hi, John.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm good. You're calling from the US, right?
Yes, sir. I'm in Florida.
Wow. So we had an exciting day. We're discovering all these neobanks from all over the world. And I was reading about you. First, tell us about yourself. How old are you?
Sure. So I'm 20 years old. A junior in college studying entrepreneurship, and just been super passionate about using technology for good, and having an impact. So I have a brother, Christian. He has Down syndrome, and combining that with like the technology, and I've spent 8 years developing mobile apps. So I set out to kind of combine him and my love for technology and see how I can use that to make a difference.
Mm-hmm. And what led you to this new initiative that of course you're gonna announce right now?
Yeah.
A lot of people don't know, but what led you to be in the fintech space, let's say?
So with You Belong, which is our social network for people with special needs, right? So I built that initially to allow my brother to connect with his friends after we moved. And we've grown that to a community of, people with special needs, their parents, family members from around the world who use it to connect in a way that's safe. And it's given us, some insights into the special needs community and other problems that they face, day to day. And one thing that comes up over and over again is how hard it is for them to manage their finances, allow their child to be independent and go out and spend money like you and I can. So, seeing a big opportunity, we decided to launch a new product that we're going to call Purple, and it's a digital bank for people with special needs.
Mm-hmm. And what is the stage that you're at right now? You raised money or development or?
Yeah, so we're just about pre-launch. We'll be launching real soon. We've raised a little bit of seed funding, like a couple $10,000. And we're just, getting ready to launch, our initial product just so we can validate it and test it with our community and make sure, before we commit fully to actually, bringing Purple to life.
Mm-hmm. And what is the feedback from the user that you tested?
Yeah, so we'll be rolling it out relatively soon, but essentially what we'll be launching right away will be, basic banking functionality. So we'll allow our users to, get paid 2 days early, instant transfers to other users who use Purple, a way to get notified every time you spend, things like that. And just to see, are they open to, signing up for a digital bank, right? Because with, a lot of these other big banks, the people with special needs have a hard time, getting approved for accounts and things like that. So we want to make sure that, are parents open to allowing their child to, put their finances on there and give parents, a little more oversight into, where the money's being spent.
As far as I know, I don't know a service like this in other banks. Do you?
Yeah, see, like the special needs community is really underserved because, they get there over here in the US. Many of them receive, disability benefits and things like that. And, for them to qualify for those, they have to, watch how much income they receive and where that money is spent. So our goal is to provide, parents with insights into, their cash flow to ensure that they stay within those rules so that they qualify, because this is money that they use for, education, medical bills, things like that. And in most cases, a lot of these parents, aren't sure, what the rules are, and ultimately end up, foregoing those benefits. So now they're missing out on money that, they need to survive.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and it sounds super, super important and very, very focused. Very focused on a community that you know the pain,
yeah,
and you know what you're solving. And how do you start like a fintech in the US? Like, do you need a banking license? How do you start this?
Yeah, so for us, we initially kind of announced the idea that what we were working on. This was about 16 months ago, right? And I was, I'm young, I'm new to this, right? So I was just getting diving into like, how does it work? What do you need to partner with to bring it to life? And, recently, I'm sure you're familiar with Galileo, which powers, some of the biggest, challenger banks out there.
Mm-hmm.
And they just released their instant product in May.
Mm-hmm.
So I reached out, and with their instant issuing, we're able to, launch cards in hand in like a few weeks, which has been amazing to, have them act as our program manager to handle, and we're partnered with their bank partner, the Bancor, who handles our deposit accounts. So we're able to, sort of just put our logo on it and get something out there, super quick and rule. And we're using, the technology that, some of the biggest players in the space use.
Yeah.
So to me, to be like a small, part of, the fintech space, to be using, the biggest, provider of the technology is like super exciting.
Yeah. And how many people are on your team when you say we?
Yeah, it's actually just me.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. I've been exposed to you by some articles and some LinkedIn and like I'm saying, like, how did he open like a banking service, or how did he operate? How did he start? Like it's crazy.
Yeah.
Like, would you have dreamed that one day you'll have a financial app, like you'll be the owner of a leader of a financial app and serve people? It's unbelievable, right?
Yeah, I don't think like a couple of years ago, even just starting Ubelong, I don't think I would have ever been like, oh, we're gonna launch a banking product, right? Like that was nowhere possible. And recently the way things are going in the space, I mean, it's still hard to pull off, but it's getting easier, and there's a lot more stuff out there to actually do it. And to be able to do it relatively quickly has been really cool to watch. And it's, as we launch, it's just the beginning, right? Like this is just the early stages of what we're doing. And we have a big vision of like what we actually want to build, and really encompass, making an inclusive mobile banking experience for people with special needs, and eventually, as many people as we can reach who are underserved by big banks. So I'm excited, and this is just the start.
Amazing. Yeah, I went to your website and I saw some features. I'm not sure that they are on right now, but the ability to block a transfer or transaction, is that true? How do you do that? Like,
yeah, so that won't be out right away, but the goal will be to, allow parents or their guardians of someone with special needs to kind of set limits on either the merchant, transaction amounts, things like that. So that, say, for example, my brother, if he's going out to lunch, right, with some friends, we can set it to, only be spent, at that merchant for, say, $20, right? And then if he were to go somewhere else, the transaction would get declined. Or if somebody else, took advantage of him, in some case like that, and somebody got a hold of the card, they wouldn't be able to spend it anywhere else. And, those transactions could be, approved or denied like in real time.
Amazing. Yeah, I mean, that's totally cool. And people are watching us right now. Like, if there are, I don't know, if they have all kinds of services, financial services that can plug into your, I mean, are you open to new partnerships and, I don't know, reward programs or other programs for your community?
Yeah, so our goal, long term would be to allow our users, to select a charity to give back to, right? So whether it's, a special needs organization or something, maybe like with the environment or something like that, right? Ideally, we could split some of that, interchange with a partner organization and, give back, because we want our mobile bank to, make a difference, right? Mm-hmm. So we want to serve a community that, is underserved, and then allow them to, every time they spend money, they're also having a bigger impact, like that's the real vision.
Yeah. Unbelievable. I mean, I'm so excited for this. I'm thinking while you're talking about the opportunities, once you found your target audience and you know them, I mean, you can do so much because you're focused. You have a mission, and you're focused. Yeah, and do you have like, will you have like a physical card, right? Like, you have like a demo, or like you made a card yet, or is like?
Yeah. So with our launch, we'll be able to launch a purple debit card. It's a MasterCard, and it's yeah, I'm really excited to have the first batch ship out. It's gonna be really cool.
Wow. And how did you come up with the name? Like, it has a meaning or some?
Yeah. So the name Purple. So initially, we kind of named the project You Belong Cash, right? That was tied to the You Belong brand and stuff like that. And as we were working through it and stuff like that, I kind of realized that we could have, you know, a much bigger impact if it was almost like a separate product, right? Where we can have a lot more flexibility to reach many more people. Plus, it's a lot cooler to say you bank with Purple, right?
Yeah.
But the name came from, so obviously my brother is the inspiration for everything that, you know, we do at You Belong and now Purple, right? And so purple is his favorite color. So, you know, I figured it was super fitting for us to just call the product Purple. And in doing research, you know, before changing the name and things like that, I looked into it. So purple in different cultures represents, wealth, inclusion, and creativity and things like that. So I figured, you know, the color aligns really well with what we're trying to do. And it's also really cool, what I found out was the color purple in nature, you know, it doesn't appear that much, right? In different flowers and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
But when it does, it appears in small amounts. So that means that when you see the color purple, you know, out and about, you know, it's a special opportunity, you know, to see something so rare. So with our market being people with special needs, you know, they're unique, and the color purple being out in nature is a unique thing to see. So I figured, you know, it's the perfect color to represent like what we're trying to do.
Wow, amazing. And during this time, you're working from home, you are still leading the product, you still have pushing the roadmap, everything is going as planned?
Yeah, so spent a lot of the summer, you know, in the house working through, you know, research on calls with banks and stuff like that. Also working on, you know, different mock-ups and designs for what we actually want to build, and just went back to school now. So, so that's interesting. But yeah, so I juggle, you know, working on Purple and classes. I mean, but I love it because this is what I love to do, and I have a blast.
Yeah. You know, today, after you, we're going to interview all kinds of niche target audience bank in the US.
Yeah.
Some of them raised a lot of money. And I think what you achieved, and you're still achieving because you're still developing, it's impressive, it's focused, I like it. I'm so happy that I met you, and I'm so happy that now other neobanks, other fintechs here are seeing you. And I'm sure they will get the same thing, the same reaction that I got, that this is something very focused, that has a potential globally, not just in the US, you know. And obviously you building it with the community, right?
Yeah. The key thing for us is to really, you know, we're small and our community is small as well. So we're able to kind of work really like one-on-one, hand in hand with them, to ensure that every step of the way, you know, we're making sure that everything is as perfect as it can be. Just because, you know, people with special needs, you know, it's a special group of people, and, you know, we have to take like extraordinary care in doing what we do. And so I'm excited to be able to, you know, work with, you know, parents and their kids to ensure that they're onboarded, you know, as best as possible onto our product.
Amazing. Thank you very much. I'm very happy to be one of the first who are hearing about the product, and I wish you all the best. I mean, it's amazing. I want to be involved. I want to see how it turns out. Like, you know, and I feel like you know, it's like who would have believed that you'll reach to that point, that you're serving that, you know, those people with that service. You know, it's unbelievable at your age and your time and our time. Like, you're running an operation to help, you know, the finance, the day-to-day finance of this community. It's unbelievable. So yeah, I'm so excited. And how do people follow you? Follow Purple, follow you?
Yeah, so you can learn more about what we're building at bankpurple.com. You can also learn more about YouBelong at youbelong.com. And you can follow us at Bank with Purple on, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, things like that. We're getting ready to roll out, and, it's still early, but this is just the start for us, and really excited to, announce what we're doing, and, and allow you guys to follow us and what we do.
Next time with the purple shirt.
You bet. Yeah.
I'm sure you have one.
Merch.
Yeah, merch. All right. So thank you very much, and enjoy the summit.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Dennis, how are you? Welcome to the Global Finance Summit.
Yeah, hi, Ni. I'm fine. I'm very happy to be here. It's a very great opportunity to really have this platform to really talk about what we are doing at Village. Thank you for this opportunity. I really appreciate it.
I'm really curious. And where are you calling from?
Nigeria, to be precise, Lagos, Nigeria.
Amazing. So yeah, before we start in talking about your company, if you could tell me about the ecosystem in Africa, about payment, what's out there? What's the user journey? Imagine us, we are coming from other countries, we don't know Africa. So explain to us, what is the challenge there in terms of the consumers in payments?
Sure. Okay, hi guys, my name is Dennis. I'm the CEO and the co-founder of Send Village. Send Village is a company built to help Africans within Africa to get paid. Currently right now, over 112 million Africans living within Africa remit around $14 billion within Africa every year. I'm talking about intra-African remittances, not inter-Africa. And as we stand as of 2019, over $1 billion was lost in fees and in spreads. And it's a very big problem. We are asking this money can be redirected to things like education and human development. So, and Africa has the highest rate of cryptocurrencies and blockchain adoption in the world right now. And Africa has a very good frontier to really leapfrog into one of the fastest growing fintech space in the world due to large sum of investments that have been coming into the fintech opportunity in Africa. Currently right now, as people might think, inter-Africa remittance payments have been solved. A lot of you guys in the Western Union are really experiencing that. But we inside Africa right now, the problem hasn't been solved for us. I can't send money to my sister living in Zimbabwe easily. I can't send money to my cousin brother living in South Africa easily. A couple of my friends are studying in Ghana right now. They are University of Ghana. I can't really maybe say help me with $50. For me to do that, they might be getting, at the end of the day, after the transaction, they might just be getting $45. So
$45 really and they send you 50?
Okay, yeah, so it's really a very big problem. Between Botswana and South Africa, it costs around 19.8% of the money we are sending as charges just to send money. And the distance between Botswana and South Africa, if you are taking a train, it's not up to 5 hours. So it's a very big issue right here in Africa that people are struggling. They are looking for ways, businesses, you might say, individuals, families are looking for ways to send money to their loved ones and their business partners. And at Send Village, personally, the problem is very personal to me because growing up, I saw the challenge around when my dad was trading outside different African countries and back home. So I saw the opportunity, I saw the challenge, and it's something that my years of building startups, with the experience we have, with the experience my team has and the rest of them, so we really think that we can actually crack this problem, which we are actually doing with Send Village. Choosing one of the fastest and the lightest and the cheapest way to send money across Africa to anybody within a split seconds, leveraging on the emerging technology of blockchain, which is doing a wonderful miracle in the African fintech space. So people might ask, why is this transaction not happening? Why is this transfer not happening? KYC is a very big challenge. Everybody.
I was about to ask about your challenges. How hard it is. Tell us about the struggles.
Yeah, sure. KYC is a very big challenge everybody is facing right now. Every financial institution around Africa is facing that challenge. Though some parts of Western developed nations is facing it actually. You can't really verify who is sending money from Malawi to Tanzania. You can't really verify who is sending money from Tanzania to Lesotho because of so many nations in Africa are still even struggling to even give food or light to people who, no matter what, financial transactions is a live stream of people and what makes businesses grow. So at Send Village, we know that before you actually give somebody a car, you have to fix the road. So we started by fixing the KYC infrastructure. We aggregated social data, which almost, if you according to reports, Africans dominated the social media mainstream in terms of Facebook, Twitter. We have many Africans on this platform. So we see that what the regulators are actually looking at is not just anything but the data of who is sending money. So we build a custom KYC infrastructure at Send Village using social data and available data from data partners to be able to aggregate solid information and data about who our users is, who is sending money and who is receiving money. So this has really helped our onboarding experience. I think literally against every other platform, it's one of the biggest competitive advantage we have. We can really onboard anybody anywhere in Africa within split seconds, and you can start sending money anywhere to anybody. So
because you're using sorry that I'm interrupting, but because you're using the aggregation of these services?
No, it's just not because we are using the aggregation of the services. We aggregated social data in terms of we build our own custom KYC infrastructure. Other people are using already built KYC systems that has limitations because they are just tapping into what is available in the government. But we went far beyond what they are doing to really reach out more, build our own KYC infrastructure. Other people are using things like existing platform like Truly or rest of them, but we are building our own customized for Africa, because most of these platforms don't really, because when you talk about financial services, there are challenges people are facing. So we went to the field, got those challenges directly from customers and came back to the drawing board. Even before building a payment network, the first thing we have to do was to solve KYC, because our KYC network is categorized into three. We have the KYC, the basic one, know your customer, and we have KYT, know your transaction, and we have KYE, know your ecosystem. So that has really, really helped us to like not just monitor transactions or know who is sending money, but that really enables us to have an end-to-end compliance, customer management, and transaction speed on our payment rails ASAP. There is no delays. We know who is sending money to, and everything makes sense. The regulators are happy. Everybody's chilling about it.
Amazing. And tell me, like, on the traditional way of doing it, not you, but the traditional banks or traditional ways, how long is the KYC? Like,
okay, for one of our competitors, right now, it takes almost 5 days to verify a customer. It takes almost 5 days to verify a customer. So, but at Send Village, within 2 minutes, got it. You don't need to snap the whole certificate in your house. Just within 2 minutes, we have verified you instantly without you having to struggle or doing anything. Leveraging on AI and data science to make sure that we are building the best experience for our customers.
Amazing. And what is this? When is it ready? When is it going to be ready? Like your service to the public?
Okay, cool. Sure. Okay, definitely. Right now, we have over 5,000 customers already baked up on our wait list, because we're not just a remittance platform. We believe that should be more to remittances, because versus people when other platforms charge people when they send money, but we don't do that. We charge people, we make money when people spend money. So that has really helped us to partner up with Visa to be able to introduce crypto cards for crypto exercise in Africa right now. The number is very, very growing, and it's very, very fast growing. So we've introduced crypto cards to be able to allow users not just be able to send money, but it's like a travel card. As a traveler, you can move around with your card anywhere, any ATM within Africa, any merchant, you can actually use the save cards to make payments to anybody. So we're really looking at launching our product into the market by October 28th. So we are looking at getting to our customers on our wait list. We're looking at launching the product at October 28th. So from there, I think the success story begins to count.
Yes. Yeah. I saw the card on the website. It looks very
sure.
If it's going to look like this, it looks good. It looks good.
It's actually a metal card. It's going to be a metal card, actually.
Wow. Amazing.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, I think it's super exciting because we have this summit with all the nations. You have all the neobanks and all the fintechs from all over around the world. And I think it's very important to hear what's going on in Africa. And of course, the opportunity, as you said, the opportunity of the unbanked and the KYC, like you said, and other processes.
Yeah.
It's very, very interesting. Who are the big?
If I want to add something right now, when we are talking on LinkedIn, I told you something. When people talk about the unbanked in Africa, people really rush to segment them as people that don't really have access to open a bank account, or people that don't really have money, or people that the banks is far. It's not the truth. The unbanked are people that, people say that the first step to financial inclusion is own account ownership, but at Send Village, we never believed that, and that has really been our standing point for success. The first step to financial inclusion is identity. And a lot of people don't have identity. Currently in our operating country, Nigeria, only 30%, if I'm not mistaken, 30% has national ID card. And it takes 4 solid years to get a national ID card. So imagine the number of 200 million people, and out of 200 million people, only 30% are in national database. Just imagine the disparity. So that is the reason why most people are not banked, because without an ID card, you can't get a bank verification number. Without a bank verification number, you can't own a bank account. So that is, and without even the ID cards or the bank verification number, you can't even access most fintech platforms. So we understood that problem at Send Village, and we believe that it is actually the first thing that should be solved. Instead of even building a very big, complex financial infrastructure, we say, let's solve the basic one before we actually get to that. So I think that's very, very important, and I think the world should really hear that. It's not just poverty, it's identity.
Definitely, definitely. And I'm very happy you said it. How old are you? Tell me a little bit about yourself.
Oh wow, I'm very young. I'm very young as well. I'm 23. I'm very 23. I schooled in Nigeria. I started building startup very early. I think this should be my 5th startup. Actually, I sold 2 of my first startup. Sold 2. Then I started Sutural. I have so many things that have failed, definitely. And in those failures are things that I've learned how to be a better leader, how to be a better product builder right now, which is currently what we are basically invested in right now. So I've been doing startup for a very long time. And I've had a couple of startup launch, so many in Nigeria here. So right now I'm working at Send Village full time. I was actually before at my former company, Sutural, where we help VCs and businesses and PEs run baseline analysis. Sutural is the first female research company in Africa. We are fully, I started that vision because I believe that financial feminism is not just about saying everybody should be the same. When I was talking to my early employees at Sutural, I told them that if you have the same money that Beyonce has, nobody will mess with you. And I think financial power is actually what should be a measure in this world of ours right now. So if you give a woman a reason to live, give her a source to earn, I think nobody will just come and really embarrass. And that's what we actually doing at Sutural. So that really, working at Sutural as a research company really exposed me to so many challenges, so many opportunities. So bringing it back as Send Village, I think is a time bomb.
Amazing. How do people find out more about you, about the company?
Okay, definitely. I'm very much available on LinkedIn. You can just search Dennis Mary, Agent Tony, Dennis Mary, and then my name, you guys can spell it. Or just go at sendvillage.com. Just type sendvillage.com. You can read everything about us, literally. We are all available all over the internet. Twitter, Instagram, LinkedIn, Medium. We are all everywhere. We are a global company and we just want to maintain a global presence.
Amazing. And I'm sure a lot of people here on this summit would love to connect with you, services, stuff happening in, even Facebook is on the summit, and Facebook in Israel, it has a big focus in Africa, in lots of their developments. So I'm sure a lot of people would love to connect, to learn about your product. And I wish you all the best. I'm very, very happy that you joined today. And I'm sure that we will hear from you very, very soon and your product.
Sure. That's very fine.
Thank you very much.
I heard Visa is also here as well. Visa is also part of the event as well. Yeah. So we actually partner up with Visa to make the card happen. So it's a very wonderful opportunity of working with a company like Visa for us at our earliest stages of our growth story. So working with Visa has been a very, very wonderful experience. So, and it's really, really amazing to actually do a lot of stuff with Visa, with their global presence and everything. It makes a lot of sense. I really appreciate your time, everything. It makes a lot of sense. I think you guys should do more of this every 2 months.
Yeah. Let's continue this relationship also on the hackathon, and Visa is also on the summit. Yeah. And I agree, they're doing a great job. And let's catch up soon. I mean, I think it was a great start, and I'm happy that we discovered you, and I wish you again all the best. And there's a lot of potential. I agree with you.
Sure.
Tons of potential.
Sure.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Hi, I'm Rebecca Iswara, and I am a financial journalist with an additional focus on technology. So previously I was a fintech journalist with Asian Private Banker, and currently now I'm a reporter with S&P Global Market Intelligence. And I've been working here in Hong Kong for 2 years. One of the most exciting parts of my job is to meet so many enthusiastic and innovative individuals. And I get to meet so many of these people at hallmark events such as RISE, Hong Kong's FinTech Week, Singapore's FinTech Festival. And that's where really I get to see all the conversations happen. And of course, as a journalist, I have the privilege, and also it's my job, to ask the hard questions. So I really have two favorite questions. First is, how do you make revenue? And how do you make it a sustainable revenue stream? So in a sense, how does a business earn money? And how do you make sure that money doesn't go away in a month? And the second question I like to ask is, how do you acquire your clients? And how do you make sure that they stay on your platform for a long time and it's not just a one-off project? Obviously, these are hard questions and not everyone can answer them. But I do believe that companies that do have a good answer to this and also a sound strategy to back this is a company worth knowing. Not gonna lie, trying to stay abreast of all fintech topics is quite tricky and requires a lot of persistence. In the end, you just have to consume a lot of information and figure out what works for you. If videos such as this one appeals to you and is the best way for you to consume news, then by all means, please do view more of these videos. You can also try to integrate sort of fintech news into your daily life. If you follow certain professionals on Twitter, LinkedIn, Facebook, or wherever you get your news, and just flick on it every now and then, you can really just learn more. And when the time comes and we can actually meet in person again, try to network, try to meet people, tell them what you know, and you might just get something new in return. And perhaps that something new is a brilliant idea or a new scoop that not a lot of people know about. And by then, not only are you an avid fintech news consumer, but you can also be the one sharing the scoops to other people. So just earlier this week, I published an article about looking at mobile banking app downloads in Southeast Asia. And it's quite interesting that in the first 5 months of 2020, between January and May, Indonesia and Thailand has really high mobile app download growth. So I was looking at the number of new downloads between January and May in the app stores. And those countries each has around 3 million new downloads. So this could mean a lot of different things. It could mean that there are new customers who never heard of mobile banking and they just download it. Or there are customers who might be reluctant to try mobile banking, but because all the physical branches are closed, they went and downloaded the app and tried their other features. Now it's time for the banks to really keep them there. And we don't know yet how they're planning to do that. The banks always say that they're ready, but customers have different behaviors and different profiles, and especially in Southeast Asia. But hopefully this is an open door, not just for the traditional banks to reach customers, but also the digital-only tech platforms that have been preparing for this moment and are ready to absorb those customers. I have a lot of hopes for fintech to be an equalizer in society. And what that means is that technology can bring financial services that originally were just only made available to the very few top or higher classes of the society. And my hope is that technology can come in and bring these services down in an unbiased manner, in an equal manner to a lot of our population. And here in Asia especially, we do have a large amount of unbanked customers. Where I'm from, Indonesia, there's a huge potential for technology companies to come in and help small businesses, personal loans, and even mom and pop shops to really scale up their businesses, have a more steady revenue line, have a balance sheet or an income statement that they've never had before technologies. I do hope that fintech, when it does proliferate in the society, is...
Hi, my name is Adrian. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Liquify. I I was talking to my friend the other day, and I was saying that the televisions were super loud. It was very annoying. I asked my friend to shut down the TV and to mute that. He said he can. I asked why. He said that's what blockchain is. So Liquify, we started off in 2018. We have been a blockchain solution provider for corporates. So we design solution to help them innovate. Over the past year, our tokenization solution, some real estate developers to think out the box and to real estate properties so that normal investors like you and I could buy in. So that's essentially what we do. We're starting to migrate more into working with banks and different international corporates so to extend our offerings more days. Liquify, obviously the first product is tokenization, but the vision of the company is much more than that, because we think that being able to fractionalize a product and to sell to individual investors is the first step, but ultimately how you can create a customized portfolio for investors with liquidity is the main point. So for example, robo-advisors are able to generate a customized portfolio with stocks and bonds for investors, but have we thought about whether also include alternative assets? So what if we could have a portfolio customized that includes stocks, bonds, it could be rebalanced on a regular basis. So that's sort of what Liquify can do. We will do as well in the future few years. We're trying to create a new generation of wealth management that every person can customize a portfolio with access to investment that you didn't have before. So that's kind of the vision that we're looking at. We're never trying to just being a blockchain company. Blockchain is just a core technology for us to reach that vision. The first problem we're seeing in the market, obviously, with our first product tokenization solution, is that there's an immense demand to invest in alternative assets. So for example, real estate is one of that. It could be sport teams as well, but it's always difficult for the issuer real estate companies to manage that much of investors, thousands of investors, and how to effectively manage that. Obviously, from an investor perspective, it's very difficult to get into invest in these asset classes. So our solution help issuers and investors to streamline the processes. So ultimately, you could have a balanced portfolio, not just of stocks and bonds, but also including alternative asset like real estate. Initially, when we start the company, we are just pure technology provider. So we have to talk to the real estate developers and say, hey, do you want to pursue tokenization and using blockchain technologies to product so you could have a new fundraising way or method to get rich to investors. But now, as the companies grows further, we are being a bridge among investment banks and funds as well.
And in such a short period of time. What's more, I'm absolute 50 European fintechs. This is based on really our relevance to our customers, and also that's really important to us. At the end of the day, Snoop is there to be a consumer champion. We're building an app that's fit for purpose, that's fit for the times, and crucially allows people to be in control of their data, finally. And also at the same time, help them save some serious cash. Our purpose is really clear, and that is to make everyone better off. And our vision that supports that is to help our customers spend.
Thank you very much to all the participants, all the speakers. We hope that we had a good summit, that you use the matchmaking platform to make these connections. So not only hearing the talks, but you can still connect and get a one-on-one here. We tried to have all the speakers from all different time zones. We hope you enjoyed it. Again, for us, it was amazing. We can't wait to continue this journey with you And we actually want to invite you for Israel's FinTech Week that will take place in December. We will give 15% to all the participants here. If you use the code FinTech Nations, you can grab a ticket right now. And more than that, we're going to have also a FinTech hackathon, all about open bank API and open banking. So thank you very much for being with us. Again, thank you for all the speakers, all the companies, all the supporters, all the other FinTech weeks and ecosystem partners that we had in the summit. It's amazing to see how all the industry coming together on this event. And even due to COVID, we can still make these business relations and connections together. So we didn't want to postpone, we didn't want to cancel, the opposite. We wanted to make sure we have an amazing summit, and we had amazing people from all